Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is August 18th, and it is time once again for Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, which is a thing I normally do every Friday, but today is Tuesday, so that's a different day. What is going on? And also, where was I last week, last Friday, when there wasn't a stream, even though I said every Friday? Well, for the last week, I've been off at, basically, I've been on vacation, you see. And I am now back from vacation, you see, so that about sums up that whole situation, which will be further elaborated by this first card that I'm going to pull. That'll, tell us where I was. Where was I? Yes, I'm back from Ohio vacation. Wow, that is not, very descriptive. That does not give full detail. I'm back from Ohio, and more specifically, from Cedar Point and Kings Island, which are two very popular theme parks that I was spending 5 days at total, 2 at Kings Island, 3 at Cedar Point over the last week. And I got a lot to talk about as far as that goes. I have a lot to say, and over the course of this stream, we'll go over it all. All the rides I rode for the first time, all my thoughts therein, travel, all the normal stuff that is involved with going to a theme park for the first time. Yes, we will cover all that and also play a whole fucking bunch of y'all's levels, whole bunch of them. People have been submitting. Hey, you just went to Holiday World? That's cool. I heard about that for the first time when I was trying to figure out if I wanted to do it as a road trip or as a flight. I ended up doing it as a flight because it takes a lot of time. Did I like Orion? We'll talk about it. Let's take things in order. Kings Island is sort of the second place I went, so yeah, we will cover it all here tonight. 2 more cards. The stream will be structured around the parks with timestamps in the VOD where the discussions of specific parks start. So, like, if you're watching the VOD and you're like, oh, I only care about Kings Island, I want to know about Orion specifically, there's an option for you. And you can also just skip to the point where I just show my tier list, my whole entire tier list for one or the other park, and get to the point right away. And you can also skip over the part where I talk about, all what happened before I got to the theme park, which isn't terribly important in any case. It's relatively minor, so, we'll get through it in a quick, fast order, and then we'll start talking about the coaster capital of the world, and also its friend, Kings Island, which is very well operated, has great ops, as you know. We will talk about all that stuff. Does Kings Island have, like, a nickname like the coaster capital? I don't know. Yes, there will be a tier list. It'll be a while. There were, like, 15 coasters at the one park, and then, like, 12 at the other. And we're going to cover them, like, 3 at a time, because there's too many of them to cover one per level that we play. It's gonna be a fun time. Also, by the way, very early lightning round tonight. Basically, here's my thought as far as that goes. We're going to get through the first couple of cards that cover, like, packing, to the flight, to getting to Cedar Point, like, real fucking fast. And when we finish those and get to the actual Cedar Point stuff, we'll be going into lightning rounds so that levels move fast and we're covering the our bases really fast. So, we'll be doing like full 12 minutes for per level on these first couple of ones, and also talking about all the stuff, but also it'll be really quick and we're just gonna blow through a bunch of, like, upfront stuff because honestly, like, once you've actually had the vacation, the travel to the vacation point isn't terribly interesting, but also there's things I want to talk about from that day and a half that is, I think, funny and interesting, so we're not going to skip it entirely, But, you know, if you're looking at the VOD right now and you're in the future, you can skip directly to Cedar Point talk, though you will miss a very funny anecdote about anime and the airport. Okay! Folks, we are starting, and let me explain how this works. Let me explain how this goes. Fuck, hang on, one second. Forgot to... Shit. 1 second here. Just needed to grab my mouse for a second to move this out of the way so I can see the code. And okay, good. Folks, it is time for viewer levels proper, and this'll be kind of just, you know, it's viewer levels proper, and also it's the stuff that happened before Cedar Point. We're going to be kind of rushing through this low-key. Basically, my idea for this is, like, can we do 1 card per death and just blow through, like, 6 or 7 real quick, like? We'll see. For those who don't know, for those who need a reminder, the way that it works, typically before the lightning round, which this is before the lightning round, typically before the lightning round is a longer part of the stream, but whatever. The way that this works is that when your level comes up, I will give it 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If that is not enough, then it's 5. It's been a week and a half since I gave this spiel. Excuse me. If you are not here, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is how I compromise between prioritizing those who are here, which is good, important policy, and, which is good policy, and, playing more levels, which I think is fun. And hey, look, this level has 0% clear rate. Interesting. Okay. I will say, by the way, again, we're gonna be doing some quick cars. We're gonna keep pulling until we're at Cedar Point, but specifically, I think we're going to do it 1 pull per life, per death. I would have liked it if Rock Party's level that we've seen a million times was the first up, because then we could, you know, then we'd be, talking over a level that we haven't seen before, so, you know, whatever, but, let's, breathe in, breathe out, let's relax. This looks like a cool level. I would have... What are we doing? Okay, so I can jump. I think I see what's going on here. Shall I start pulling cards then? I kind of pictured for these cards a level that I had already seen a bunch of times, so this is not quite that, but, whatever. Yep. Card! Okay. You know what? I said I'd be pulling cards. Let's pull cards. I found a mouse I thought lost during previous trip. Y'all right, remember there was a point, like, after the last trip or whatever, where I was like, oh, I got a new mouse that looks like this for my laptop because I lost a previous mouse, probably on the plane. Turns out that previous mouse, which was a folding mouse like this, was just in the pocket of a backpack that, I grabbed to bring on the new trip, and, how about that? That's the end of that card. These are genuine quick-fire cards. We don't have to spend that much time on each one. Next one. I watched anime in the airport, specifically, in particular, 1 episode. Talked about this last time, that typically this is how I've been doing trips recently, which is that I like to, you know, while I'm in the airport, I like to watch anime, considering that it, you know, not as easy to watch on the plane itself, though I did find out, apparently, I don't know if Crunchyroll changed some policy, but I can download stuff on Crunchyroll now. How about that? That's something I can do now. But, more to the point, I will say, I gotta tell y'all, I'm in the airport on Sunday, right? Sunday morning, that was the start of the trip. I'm in the airport, and if y'all know what shows come out on Sunday, you would know that that 100 girlfriends, the 100 girlfriends who really love you comes out on Sunday, and if y'all know 100 Girlfriends and you watch it, you might recall what episode was 2 weeks ago. It was a very funny episode to be watching in public. You know, I'll say, definitely things happening on that phone screen where it's just like, okay, 100 Girlfriends, you're really going for it this week. This is one of the hornier episodes you've had in a minute, and that's fun, and also it's one of the funniest as well, and my god. If y'all know, it was the massage therapist girlfriend episode. For those who don't remember what episode was on a week and a half ago of 100 Girlfriends, or watching in the future or something. My god, I don't think anyone was really caring, really looking at my screen. It wasn't that busy in the airport, but I was laughing a lot considering what was happening, and, oh boy. That's, man, I love that show. What can I say? They do amazing work over there with all its, bullshit, with all that stuff. What a hell of a showing the last 2 weeks have been. I'll say, the episode, yesterday, or day before yesterday, it's Tuesday. Did I say it's Tuesday? It's Tuesday. I might have said Monday because, anyway, it's hard to keep track. Usually, anyway. I feel like Monday streams are more likely than Tuesday streams, but it took me a minute to get everything prepared for the stream. Anyway, that was fun. We are overdue another card. Yeah. We'll say the flight went too fast for anything productive. I did talk about, like, last week saying, like, oh, I'd like to get some productive bullshit done on the plane. That was a silly thought. Turns out that the flight kind of lasted, like, the length of one. Once the take out your shit sign went up, there was, like, one episode of house worth of time before it was, you know, landing time. At which point, you know, shit, I was not done with the work I was doing, and Godot and stuff on my laptop. Also, it's very cramped on the airport and in the airplane. There's not really enough room to, like, open up a laptop these days in a traditional airplane seat. I don't know what was the fuck, you know, it's just a very cramped space. And also, in retrospect, would have just made sense to just relax and sleep or just rest and shit. Think in the future, I won't try to do anything too ambitious. It's, not bad to just, like, sit back and, you know, watch an episode, play some Twilight Princess on your Ein Thor, and, just wait for the plane to land. It's not bad. Another card. Hey, did y'all know the Great Lakes are huge? Did y'all know the Great Lakes are fucking huge? These will be the first photos, I believe. Yes. When I was, coming down to land in, Cleveland? Cleveland. When I was coming down to land in Cleveland, I was, like, pretty shocked, like, how big the oceans are. Not the oceans, the, Great Lakes are. They are like oceans. Like, they're huge. Just, they go on from horizon to horizon as far as the eye can see. At some level, like, you look on the at the map and you don't really expect it to be, like, that big. Wow. Okay, that's that card. Continue this life. Was there sand like a beach? Yes. There is sand like a beach on these lakes. They are that big, they are that huge. And certainly at, like, Cedar Point itself, there's like an actual beach. Though a very shallow beach. I don't know if, like, the lakes themselves are just entirely shallow end to end. But the water around Cedar Point is pretty damn shallow, which is interesting. We'll talk. That's one of the things we'll talk about a bit later. I was pretty awestruck by that. You know, I'll say in the past I've been awestruck just like, you know, flying into, you know, like normal cities, like Philadelphia, for instance, and seeing the river that they got there. Those rivers are pretty fucking big. You know, in my head, I picture a river and I picture something that's like, you know, I don't picture something that's so huge the other side is like distant. But a lot of rivers are like that, where the other side is like, ooh, a while ago. A while ago? What the fuck? A far away is far the fuck away, and, yeah, I guess, you know, it's part of parcel with, like, I don't live near any big rivers. Like, the rivers that are here are more of creeks, and that's what I picture, I guess, when I picture a river as a creek. But slightly bigger. Or I picture, like, the stream that went through my neighborhood as a kid, you know, a small bridge that, you know, is, like, takes you 10 seconds to drive across. But, a lot of... Whoa, what the hell? Interesting. A lot of them are bigger. Use CarPlay for the first time in the rental car. Yeah, so, that's iPhone, that's not it. So yeah, got a rental car, big black SUV. It had Apple Play in it, and I've never used Apple Play since my car is from, like, 2017, and at the time, Toyota was not bundling in Apple CarPlay, they were bundling in their own crappy service, which, you know, I'll say, like, lets you do some stuff, like, connect your phone to the speakers, like, that is not, that obviously is something you can do, but I've never been able to do map stuff on the built-in car display, which was, nice. I will say there were things about this particular car's UI that were less nice, like, it was kind of shit insofar as, like, what the hell? I couldn't find a button for, like, the, I couldn't find a button in that car for, like, next track or last track. Only you had to go through the touchscreen bullshit, which kind of sucked for playing music compared to my car, which has that physical button. I don't know if it depends on the car. I bet it does. I bet you can get a physical next track button, right? I assume so. I'd be really shocked if that's not a thing in some Apple CarPlay cars, but it was fairly convenient to have the Google Maps on the thing. Though I will say there was one annoying case where I was like navigating back from like Kings Island. I was staying like an hour away, basically, half hour away. So I needed to like get navigation every time I went back and forth from the hotel to Cedar to Kings Island. I was like 5-10 minutes away from Cedar Point, so less of a need there, though I did need navigation and going to like Wendy's or whatever. There was a time where I was like, where like it gave me all the routes, and the fastest route goes through like a bunch of back roads, and there was another route that was just like go to highway and drive for a while that was like 5 minutes slower, and I was like, you know what? Give me the 5 minutes slower. And then while I was fiddling with music, it was like, yay, there's a faster route. I'm going to switch to it automatically. And then it switched to it automatically, and I was just like, fuck, cock, motherfucker. And I couldn't get it to switch back. I just had to drive in, I assume, the right direction and have it, like, adjust and stuff, and that was really annoying. I feel like, you know, the built-in app version sometimes is, like, more convenient and shit. I don't know. Hey, Barnstormer, what's up? Hello, everyone. How you doing? Whew. Let's go to the next level now that the time is up, and we'll continue quick firing and stuff as we do this. End that timer. 5 tries. Here we go. Let's focus for a second. This is a fun. This is a cool level. I can see why no one has beaten it yet. It is challenging and shit. And also requires a fair bit patience. And you know, the wherewithal to not just do the same thing over and over again. That's incorrect. How long is this? No one's cleared it yet, so unclear. So yeah, overall, the travel day was fine. Fine travel day. You know, the flight went by really quick. I had a perfectly fine breakfast. Had a lousy sandwich that I got from the airport for lunch. From the 7-Eleven they have there, which I'll say, I told a random guy in the, y'all ever do this where you're in, like, a place and you just, you know, you're all alone and shit, and you just tell a random dude a random joke? Like, you're shopping at the 7-Eleven at the airport and you say to a random guy, like, this is the nicest smelling 7-Eleven you'll find continental US, huh? And, guy was amused. And I was, that felt good. It's butchered by retelling it here, but, whatever. Thank you, 06 Ice. 4 sections? Wow! I guess I was not paying attention for that. Instead, I got sidetracked by 7-Eleven anecdote that was not even worthy of a card. Thank you. I'm hitting dismiss. And we're going on to Some Guy DW. Some Guy DW, go ahead and confirm for me. You know what to do, Some Guy DW. Some Guy DW. Yes, I do agree that those were some good tries. The weather was pretty nasty on the drive-in, which was really worrisome. Hey, there's Some Guy DW. Great. I'll say, the weather was really nasty on the way in. Like, as I was driving to the Cedar Point to what's it called, the town that they have there, Sandusky. I was driving to Sandusky. It's about an hour drive from the one where you don't know how to say. That's okay. The second newest, the one you don't know. Did I not say it right a week and a half ago or whatever? We'll see. We'll see. About an hour drive from Cleveland to Sandusky, and it was just pouring fucking rain the whole time. Just pouring. Just like some of the thickest fucking rain you ever did see. And then I looked at the calendar. I looked at the weather stuff for, you know, Sandusky, and it was like, rain for 3 days, and then you get some sun after that. And I'm like, shit, I'm in Sandusky for 3 days. Okay, what about, you know, then there's 2 days, you know, Thursday, Friday in Mason, Ohio for Kings Island. How's that as far as rain goes? And it told me there, you know, the ahead of time forecast, it told me like 5 days rain. It's motherfucker. And I'll say, we'll talk about it later, but basically it was fine. It was not as bad as I was fearing. Part of me was looking at that going like, am I just going to have 0 ride time? And no, it wasn't really it got in the way a bit at at Cedar Point, and at Kings Island it was like no big deal at all. So yeah, I see. The one you don't know how to pronounce. Well, it's in Japanese, so that makes sense. Except it's in katakana, which I vaguely remember how to read. It's demori. I forget if that's shi or tsu. Up. I remember my mnemonic. It was like, up is like, damn. It's like looking up at like a pretty lady. Like, she fine, I think is my mnemonic that I use. So that should be shion. Demolition? Speed. Ron. Demolition speedrun. Hey, I can read katakana still, after years of not studying it at all. Yeah, okay. Let's do it. Demolition speedrun. Terrible weather on the way there. That was kind of stressful and a little bit difficult, but it all turned out all right in the end. With, you know, we'll talk about it later. Some caveats, but That was probably the worst rain of the trip on the way in, which is, in retrospect, what you want to be true. I did not read the description. I thought about it, and then I didn't read it, so, yeah. We could still pull cards. We got, like, 2 cards left. Let's get a good run here. Let's get a good run, and then we'll pull, like, the second to last quickfire card that, just covers... You know, it'll say, here's how the hotel is, basically. Hotel is fine. Maybe somewhat of a motel. Big bath, though. Mid-breakfast. I can show that again. So, there's the hotel. I was staying at South Shore Inn, which is the #1 independent hotel for Cedar Point. Just up the road from, like, the circle that takes you into the theme parks. So relatively close, relatively okay. The breakfast was just... It was a breakfast buffet, but, like, the only eggs there were, like, cold, hard-boiled eggs, and there was no, like, meat on offer, so I just sort of had some hard-boiled eggs every morning, and that was, like, fine. And the bed was a little bit... the sheets were very thin. The machine, the AC was very noisy, but it was fine. Didn't get very good sleep first night, but, like, after that, eventually it all worked out. Well, that's actually what the next card says, so I should hold my thoughts on the bed. It's always tough going to a hotel, and when you sleep on a nice, really cool bed at home, then getting where it's not that place, and, you know, you have to adjust and shit, and live with whatever. That's what the next card says. Slept poorly first night, but it sorted itself out, yeah. So, like, the first night, I got barely any sleep at all, but fortunately, it turns out when you're going to a brand new theme park for the first time, adrenaline carries you through. It's like when you visit another country and you're all, like, hopped up on adrenaline, all excited as shit to be there. You know, you can push through a little bit of, you know, sleep jet lag, which, okay. Well, we are learning a bit about what's to come, but we definitely fucked up early on, so that's, that. But yeah, first night was pretty rough. What? What was that? Hang on. I like to sleep under, like, you know, a lot of sheets, you know, a heavy amount of sheets, and also in very cold, so I need time for the AC to really make it cold. One, and also, I eventually found when it was cold, the sheets were not enough to keep me snug and comfy. I like to be snug and comfy, until I just, like, took the sheets and I folded them in half so that I had 2 layers of all the sheets, and that worked for the rest of the trip. The second hotel was just fine, as far as bed goes, out of the box. So that's, fun. Let me see, what did I do here? Oh, I threw it up. I threw that up. I feel like, we just don't need the shell there. I feel like we just don't need the shell there, right? Right? Let me see, is there anything we can do different? Maybe we could be... If we were faster... I did have a good trip. I'll say, you know, it's not that much of a spoiler to say right now, right here. I did have a lovely trip. I did have a good time. Bleh. And, like, you know, I'll say, like, since I got back, I have been, like, you know, I've been waking up at, like, 9 a.m. For the last week or so, so I still wake up around 9 now that I'm back, which is unusual because I've been sleeping the hell in for the last, for a while now, so that's fun. Have an earlier, wake up time. I should keep that, together. But also, you know, I still do like to sleep in. I'm still feeling rather tired. I did take a short nap before the stream. You know, just because you wake up at 9 every morning doesn't mean you're like good to go for the entire day. And even after getting like, ooh, say 7 hours sleep, part of me is still like, okay, well, I'm still tired in the evening. I'm still sleepy. And also, I still like to stay up. And, you know, I'm sure that will cause my sleep schedule to go funny soon enough. And we're at the beginning to the park. That I had that breakfast that morning. I got in the car and I headed to the theme park. You know, I went the wrong way at first because I saw the part where it's you know, where it's like, hey, here's the beach, and I thought, oh, there's the entrance, but it turns out the entrance was somewhere else. Eventually, I figured out how to get into the park, and you know, that's where the story will start. As far as that's where the story will start. As far as talking about the park itself and the time there. We'll do this level normal style. And then we'll, start lightning around, start talking, and, go into all the lovely detail, and, such and such. I missed the red coin. You think the red coins are mandatory or optional? Also, wait, I have to grab every coin? I'm just realizing, I have to grab every coin. So, throwing the things up to collect the 10 coins is mandatory because you need all of those coins. Okay. Okay. Cool. Also, we only have 20 seconds as well. This is a challenging level. I can see why, is this... Someone has cleared it. It probably has a very low clear rate. I literally did not look. I was too busy reading the name to check the clear rate. So, like, if we miss that red coin, we're cooked. We're done. Okay. Like that red coin throw earlier on. Hello, memes. How you doing? And we'll relax for a second as well. We'll relax for a second before we start getting into Cedar Point talk generally. You know, I'll say one thing about trips, man, this is just like in general, so I can talk about this without talking about Cedar Point, but it's always a thing where, like, especially if you're doing like a vacation, a big trip, right, where it's just every day something's going on. You're going to a theme park every day. You're doing other tourism type stuff every day. You know, like my Japan trips that I did in previous years, as well as other parks. You barely have time or energy after to, like, watch all the stuff that you're watching, watch all the, you know, play all the games that you're playing. The only thing I could do for the last week, other than the theme park stuff, was, like, play a little bit of Twilight Princess, Dusklight at the end of the day, watch a little bit of anime, a couple episodes, randomly of all the shows I'm watching, but not all of them. Okay, okay. Okay, so we cannot land on the shell there. The shell is beneath the saws. Cannot land on it. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Can only watch so much of that, and as a result, it's been nice getting home. I'll say, you know, there's cards for, like, you'll see probably in like an hour or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. But, you know, it's nice getting home and relaxing a little bit and like cooling off and getting back to business as usual. You know, I went to HEB the other, right after getting home. You know, got some groceries, some nice, from my hometown grocery store. And that was lovely to do. I think I maybe have to like spin jump off that thwomp there. Or land, can you land on the saws like where they're, I suppose maybe you can land on the shell so long as it's like in the middle of the saws, not like bang on. Difficult. And also we're already dead. It's been nice, you know, I had some spaghetti, I had some nice home cooking, I saw my folks, I felt a little bit ooky, and I think by today I'm feeling mostly better. Whatever, you know, I was coughing a little bit on Saturday, but like I haven't coughed in the last few days, so like maybe just a little bit of extra sleep, you know, sorts it out or whatever. I don't know, I feel like I had like a sore throat for the last, like, half of a year. On and off, on and off, on and off. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe I had, maybe I got, you know, one of those, maybe I came down with one of those diseases without knowing it, and now I have the long firm, of the disease. You know, the long COVID or something. Who can say? I really don't know. All I know is that, my throat hurts, I feel like, more often than it once did. Maybe that's just getting old. I don't know. There's 16 seconds left, so we got Cedar Point talk in a minute. There's 8 seconds left. We got Cedar Point talk coming up then. And also the lightning round will start. And, basically, like I've been saying, I got, timer's up, timer's up, timer's up, timer's up, timer's up. Okay. I've ridden like, I've ridden like 30 attractions. 30 rides for the first time. That's too many to do in between levels. But, I'll say, we're gonna do them 3 at a time and really just crank through them. Also, I have some cards that are like more general, more broad topics. Like, you know, following up on the rain, food, and final thoughts. Honestly, should have also had a card for lockers and stuff, but honestly, I think that I'll just cover that, in a more natural, whenever it makes sense type, manner. Thank you for the level some guy. What? Motherfucker! Really? Do they do that every week? What the hell? How long is server maintenance? We can download levels? We can download levels. How long is server maintenance, Mario Maker 2? Like, is it like 5 minutes? Is it like an hour? How are we doing this? Usually they're an hour. God damn it. I should have, I've never had this problem during a stream before, but I usually do on Fridays. I guess they're, okay. Shit. Thank you for level DW. We're already like, you know, we're an hour into the stream? Damn it. I meant for this part to go pretty quick, but, whatever. Okay. Could we take an hour-long break? We could download some of y'all's levels, and, that would be annoying, and then do the clears transfer over or whatever? I don't know, we can find something to do. Okay. Thank you, some guy DW. I'm hitting dismiss and bringing up the next. It is Rock Party who is up next. Like the last card said, folks, it is time to actually start talking Cedar Point wise, and also as a result, we're going into lightning round so that we will be we will be spending more time in the level, or what am I saying? I'm sorry, I'm disoriented. I just found out that server maintenance is in an hour, and low-key, I don't know what to do and how to broach that. We should, I'd love to download a bunch of these levels real fast, but that seems like a whole imposition, don't it? Um, or we could take an hour-long break. I don't know what's best. Let's let's download some levels. Let's download some levels and hell, hang on. I'm gonna set a timer for 40 minutes right now. We'll download a bunch of the upcoming levels real quick when we get to there, and we'll hope that they last, and we'll go to a break then. Okay, so it's the lightning round now. Let me explain how this works for those who are who don't know and need a reminder. Basically, from here on out, we only have 5 to 12 tries to beat each level that comes our way. And specifically, it works like this. 5 tries are what we get by default. 7 tries is we get for super worlds, and clear rates under 4%. 4% or lower, we get 7. And we get 12 with these additional helmets when we have a clear rate of 0.4% or less. And also super worlds where we've already lost once within the super world. First one up is Rock Party, who can't confirm for me right now, and then we'll get the full 12. Oh, also we get 12 on the first person of the night, which is Rock Party, the first person within the lightning round of the night. And yeah, and like I was saying earlier, it's time to talk about Cedar Point. We've gotten to the point where in the story where I'm at Cedar Point, and like I've reached there. So let me just pull the card that basically says like, yeah, I went to Cedar Point first thing that morning on Monday. The weather was fine, and honestly, for the first day, the weather was like not a problem at all. A little bit drizzly, I think, here and there, but for the most part, perfectly chill, perfectly good. They didn't shut anything down, I don't think, during that first day. So, yeah, came in, first got a little bit turned around going to the beach for a second until I realized, like, oh shit, the entrance is over there under the the gatekeeper keyholes, which is a very cool opening of very cool entrance, by the way. Basically, you go between the two keyholes that are this big wing coaster passes through by turning just so it fits through the near miss those big tower things there, which they call keys, I guess. They're keyholes is what you cut through, and it's pretty damn cool. I started walking, and for like the first hour or so, I didn't really get on any rides. I instead was like looking around, going like, oh shit, just walking and trying to get my bearings and heading towards Steel Vengeance, which turned out to be in the very, 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 very back part of the park. So it was a fair bit of a walking past like all sorts of cool ass coasters. Some of which were not open, so, it makes sense to be like, okay, well, a lot of these you can't even do, so just beeline directly to the main one, which is in sort of a frontier-type land, which is like one of the only really themed areas that Cedar Point has. This whole frontier town that has some like, animals and stuff, as well as some glass blowing, and things of that nature, as well as Steel Vengeance and Maverick as well, which are both themed to, like, I guess Steel Vengeance really themed to, like, old-timey Old West stuff? It's kind of just it's just themed to wood, I guess, more than anything. I wouldn't, definitely Maverick has more theming and more of the theme, but Steel Vengeance, I guess the rock is like an old-timey rock. It's like a western rock, and it is in the western zone, so yeah. Lovely first couple of hours. I got in line. I had to put my bag in a locker that I had to pay. I will say, first off, right up, by the way, this is a maker code that Rock Party has submitted many times to us. I've been working for a while on Hisses and Honey. We probably won't finish it on account of it's been months since I started this, and I am just barely consistently getting to the third room. Not really consistently. I'm getting to the third room more often than I once did, but still, odds are low of figuring it out and getting it all down, but we'll do what we can do. I'm gonna give this the rock party. I'm gonna do the full 12. Let's do it. Anyway, from here we're going to pull 3 cards and talk about 3 rides in turn each between each level. We're going to get through these, I think, rather quickly, and I'll tell you what I think of each ride as I go through them. I will say, just like straight up, one of the earlier topics I will say, it's a beautiful place. The ocean outside of Cedar Point is pretty cool that it's there. And I say the ocean, the Great Lake, Lake Erie, is a pretty cool setting, a pretty cool area for a park. It's on like a peninsula, or like a archipelago. It's like on a barrier island. There we go, that's the word. Right outside of, right off the mainland. And it, you know, has that like boardwalk type energy to it. That like resort type energy, vacation area. I don't know how to put it. It's on the water, and that is pretty chill and cool. Probably the best like on the water theme park out there, right? Maybe, probably. Well, depends on how on the water is calculated. Like, is Disney Sea on the water? It kind of makes it look like it is, but also it's kind of not. And also, really, Cedar Point does have a fence between it and the water. So, like, you know, Disney Sea having, like, a fence in between it and the water, and also some roads in between it and the water as well. Does that also disqualify it from on-water status? I don't know. But, you know, Disney Sea doesn't feel like a boardwalk, and this does, so jot that all down. I will say, like, straight up, first off, as far as Cedar Point goes, one of my first bits of criticism of it would be that it's kind of inconsistent when it comes to the locker policy. There's a lot of rides where they don't have boxes, and you have to, you know, put your stuff in a locker before you go on the ride, you know, if you have a bag, or even in some cases a phone, especially insofar as, like, Top Thrill 2. Couple of the rides that do require you to put your phone away do have online lockers that will take a phone, but they won't take a bag. So it's not like Universal so much where you're like, oh, you know, you take a theme park sized bag and you'll be fine with, like, you know, free lockers everywhere. Instead, it's like, they're lockers, but they're not free. You have to pay $15 a day to get them, which was a little annoying. But also, like, honestly, I got used to it pretty fast, and, like, $15 is not that bad. I kind of wish it was more consistent. You really do get the hang of it after a day or so and start remembering, like, okay, this one locker, Maverick no locker, Maverick bins. Maverick is just like any Six Flags. You just go take your stuff to the end of the line, and then you just put your stuff in a box. And they close the box so that people on the other ride vehicles can't get in there and steal your stuff, I guess. But also, it's not really something that happens at theme parks. People generally aren't out there stealing phones and stuff from the thing, even if the park takes no responsibility for that. Yeah. Thank you, Rock Party. I'm hitting dismiss, and we'll get the next one up. And we will, keep her moving. Rink Dink. Rink Dink, go ahead and confirm for me. Rink Dink. Rink the Pink. Sorry, Rink the Pink. It's kind of made sense. Turkatron says GG. I'll keep an eye on. Let's pull some cards. And, like I said, there's way too many coasters to do them one at a time. So we're going to be doing 3 pulls on this. Ready? I rode, Steel Vengeance. I rode Maverick. I rode Cedar Creek Mine Ride. 3 coasters there. So, Steel Vengeance. Very famous coaster. And arguably the frontliner of of Cedar Point. It is a massive, long airtime machine, a hybrid coaster from RMC that basically takes the structure of a wooden coaster and just puts steel I-beam over it and uses that to create a much more intense and compelling ride than otherwise would be possible. And this thing is just a machine as far as just like it has just tons of weird hills that twist you, outer bank turns, inner bank turns, airtime hills, you name it. Corkscrews, would you call that a corkscrew or a heartline roll? I'm honestly not 100% clear what all the rolls are in that, but tons of inversions, tons of fun airtime hills. It is a ride that does not let up the whole duration. Like once it starts, it's just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You're just tearing over one hill and the next hill, and then going into the inversions, and a lot of it is like in the structure itself. So you can see here, like in this photo, the train is going into the wooden structure, and there's like airtime hills within all that mess of boards and stuff. And it's not just airtime hills, but like inversions and turns and corkscrews and like heartline rolls, I suppose you'd call it a heartline roll, within the body, within the belly of the, not of the beast, of the Steel Vengeance. And that was just really incredible, really cool. It's also, I'll say, like I said, there's like lockers for phones in there. You can't bring your bags, but you can bring your phone, at least to the midway. And that locker area is like in the middle of all the structures, in the middle of all the structure nonsense, which is a pretty cool place to have your locker. I had one night ride on this thing, which was fun because, it's cool in the daytime, but at nighttime it's dark and shit. And also they light the boards up using a bunch of like lights that are underneath the structure, which I will say do attract so many moths, which in turn attracts so many spiders. It is a feast for spiders down there in the queue, in the line. Pretty they got a lot of bugs over there by the seashore, or the lake shore, I guess. Good ass ride. Really loved it. It lives up to its reputation. It's just like really long, full of airtime. I will say the restraints were a little bit uncomfortable for me. I'm a little bit, I'm a larger gentleman, I would say. They were a little bit uncomfortable for me. A little bit pinchy, a little bit ouch. A little bit, that could be better. But still, I had a hell of a good time on like the 4 rides I got on Steel Vengeance. Fucking rules. Maverick is a, you can see there, very nice queue. Noted. It's an Intamin. It's a multi-launch coaster where it launches you up a hill, and then basically you do a lot of low to the ground type swerving around and stuff in between a bunch of like cliffs and cool scenery. You go up nice hills and over cool inversions over hills. I guess that would be like a 0G. You call that a 0G roll? I think that's what that's called. It is, and then after that you go under the station and you go through another launch, at which point it goes you up, and then it sort of trims you down immediately. So it launches you up to 70 miles an hour and then immediately like puts on the brakes right after for the remainder of the ride, just like slowing you down for no apparent reason other than, well, it's how the ride is built. I will say, Maverick was one where the reputation really preceded it. I was really excited to get on it. I was a little disappointed by it because it turns out one thing I didn't realize about Maverick, as an intimate multi-launch coaster, is it's basically the first one of those. Like this was 2007. So like 10 years before Hagrid's and Velocicoaster and, Zocon. And as a result, it's kind of awkward because I'm sitting on it going like, okay, that's cool. I like this theming. I like going through the cliffs. The hills were nice. The inversions were nice. The second launch was a little bit compromised and weird. it's probably the worst Intamin multi-launch coaster I've ever been on. So that kind of gave, made me go, huh? And with the context of it was like the prototype. It was like the first one of those. I think it makes more sense, and I still think it's a good time. I still think it's great. Definitely warmed up on it the more times I rode it throughout the trip. It does have a very long line, and I do think it's cool for a lot of reasons. It's just, I think it is probably the least good of Intamin's multi-launch coasters that I've ridden. Including such hits as Hagrid's and Velocicoaster and the Hiccup Swing Gliders. Yeah, is Hiccup Swing Gliders them? Stardust Racers is not them, but it's still really, really fucking good. It's still better than Maverick. Zocon at Fuji-Q Highlands is better than that. I think that might be all the multi-launch Intamins that I've ridden that I can think of off the top of my head, but it's still good. And Cedar Creek Mine Ride is a pretty mid mine train. Kind of forgettable. I will say I did like the queue, which had a bunch of writing on the planks. It was kind of a nice, decent little queue. It went pretty fast. I saw Ralsei on the boards there. Hi, Rals. It's just a mine train. It's pretty straightforward. There's not much to it. It's kind of a pretty area. That's all the thoughts I have on the mine train there. Okay, Rink Dink has not confirmed, so we got 2 tries for Rink Dink, provided that Rink Dink, Rink the Pink, sorry. Thinking. Rink the Pink does not confirm within this window. All right. The Nibbler. Can you nib the Nibbler? I don't know that we'll be able to nib the Nibbler in 2 tries, but maybe the 0% clear rate is misleading. No, this looks pretty, leading. This looks pretty honest. Yeah, it's a really difficult jump to do in 2 tries. Thank you, Rink the Pink. Without a confirmation, that's all I can do without being in chat and all that. That's all I can do at this moment. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. It is Ganyos. Ganyos, please confirm for me. Ganyos. It is your time to say something in chat such that I know that you're here. Another 3 cards, another 3 rides. I rode Gemini. I rode Top Thrill 2. I rode Corkscrew. That level went way too fast. And yet, we're going to continue right on to the next set of rides. Gemini is a racing coaster from like way long ago, like 50 years or something. And when I rode it, I only rode it once, honestly. Same with the mine ride. It has a large structure. It has tubular track and it has 2 trains. And they were not running the blue train when I rode it. There was no racing. It did not race for me. And I feel like it was kind of a mid-ride anyway. Just like a bunch of hills over and over again, which is fun. But like, yeah, I can see why it's not exactly the most popular ride in the world. And also, they should probably, if I'll say, like, I think a dueling attraction is really, if it's not popular enough to justify running the dueling, like, all the time, like, what is the point? Like, you should be busy enough so that you duels, like, more often than not. And if you're not going to duel it, you might as well just get rid of it and replace it with something that might be popular enough to duel. Top Thrill 2. One of the headline attractions at Cedar Point is Top Thrill 2, which replaced Top Thrill 1 like a few years ago due to reasons with Top Thrill 1, Top Thrill Dragster as it was known. Basically, what this ride is just a massive, it's like a 400-foot coaster. It's massive. On one side, there's the big top hat. On the other side, there's a spike. It is huge. The distance between them just takes a while to walk. And also, like, you know, if you see it from a distance, it looks sort of... They're very far apart. I'll say that much. Here's a shot of, like, from a distance. Basically, the way the ride works is it launches you part way up the hill, this high. There's Ganyo. It's perfect. It launches you up the hill, like, this high. Then you roll back up the spike, and it launches you again as you go. And you get up, like, this high up the spike. Can you put me in the back, please? Oh, what, don't want me to go this time? You don't want to go this time? Is that right? Confirm, because I will play the level. But I can also. You'll be back in like 20 minutes. Okay, you got it. If that's what you want, that's what you'll have. Okay, Squink. I'll put you back a few. Squink, go ahead and confirm then. We'll you know what? Squink's good. Squink, you're good. You go up this high, then you go all the way over, you spin down on the way on, you're going super fast as you go up the hill, and then it stops you on some straight track that is like, you know, just breaks basically. It is intense, there's kind of nothing else like it. It's pretty amazing. I thought it was an incredible ride. The way, I'll say, by the way, wait times throughout the Cedar Point were not bad at all. Like 40, 50 minutes was like the absolute longest that it went. And also, even when a ride did get over that, I did have one fast pass a day that I could use for free as part of my, like, you know, my membership, which was pretty nice to be able to skip one line a day. So I was able to avoid the one long line every day. And also, the lines that were like an hour long were really more like 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Really not that bad. I'll say, Top Thrill 2, kind of nothing else like it. It was pretty amazing. You go so fast. God damn, that's rad as hell. And you know, it's kind of a one-trick pony, but that trick is really good. And I think justifies it. Corkscrew is a sort of just a an old inverting coaster with a very important corkscrew. It was like one of the first corkscrews that ever was, and it looks really cool when you see it in the park. It's like on the way to Top Thrill 2, there's this whole area that, you know, you walk under the corkscrews, and it's real fucking dope to walk under. There's also a loop in the ride, but mostly the thing that you're, you know, most interested in is that cool-ass loop. How is it to ride? Not great. It is definitely has awkward transitions. The elements don't feel especially good to go through. You can tell that this was before they understood physics and knew how to, like, you know, make a ride transition. It's very, very old, and as a result, it's a little janky. It's cool. I did not ride it a second time. I do think, though, it's cool enough to keep. It's cool enough because of how, you know, it interacts with the park. I loved walking under it and seeing it, like, from a distance all the times I saw it from a distance. It's pretty cool. I think it's, justifies its place in the, park. And, yeah, even if I only rode it once. That's nice, Snow. We'll get to it when we get to it. Okay, let's, pop in Squink. Right now. Pop in Squink real fast, and then we'll, do Squink level. Squink, you here? You good? F, N, F. You know, I'll say, like, Ganyo's did confirm, and it is... This is a collab? Oh, nice. Oh, you know what? I'm going to, give y'all all the lives in the world. I'm going to give y'all, I guess, the 5 lives in the world. It's Squink versus Barnstorm. In a level so nice, you'll play it twice. What does that mean? I'll play it 5 times. That's, how this works. And we refresh at check. Did I say we refresh at checkpoints? We refresh at checkpoints. Oh, I see what you mean. So, we'll play it one way. Joe versus CM. Which side is Squink's side? Joe Henry versus CM Punk. Which side? I suppose you've been doing Barnstormer. You've been doing the CM is Squink. Oh, I was gonna guess this was your side because you've been doing the Super World of Ocarina of Time. Okay, my guess was backwards. Let's do it. Let's attempt this. This looks fairly difficult. We gotta do it without taking damage. I suppose this is like two different songs. And basically two different music levels. Wow. Okay. Okay. So there we have to like... Wow. Timing here is hard. I feel like the big mushroom side might be the easier side of the two. Oops. That was not the right time to do the duck, do the ground pound. Cool, great. 2 tries left. Let's go, let's do this. I'll say, by the way, just because, shit, that should have been, fuck. Just on the off chance that I cannot beat a level, does not mean you can't submit it again, does not mean it's done for good. You can submit it again. You can even submit it again tonight. Though, you know, right now we really need to, account for the maintenance. Okay, good. Okay, okay. That's tough. That's tough. Thank you, Squink. Barnstormer, I guess we should, let's download this real fast. Yes. Been a while since I downloaded a level, but let's download that. Will I be able to know and remember which level is which based on, that's going to be a difficult part of this. When you see downloads, does it show you, like, what the code is? No, but we probably can figure it out. We can try to remember whose level is whose. Great. Great. Nice thumbnail. Yeah, kind of looks like Mega Man. Similar, style, I think? I don't know. Thank you, Squink. I'm hitting dismiss. It is, Toss's turn. TOS from the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm for me, Toss. Meanwhile, let's do another 3 cards and talk about another 3 coasters. The one that looked like a real picture. Oh, yeah. That was like a, yeah, that was a while ago that I downloaded that. They requested me to download it because, you know, I think they feared the heavy hand of Nintendo. I rode Magnum XL 2000. I rode Iron Dragon, and I rode Valraven. Valraven? I don't know. I only noticed very recently that it was missing an E between the at the end of the of that ride's name. Magnum XL Super World, says Toss. Excellent, you got it. Magnum XL 200 is the original coaster that is above 200 feet tall, and as a result, it's kind of weird, honestly. It is pretty cool. It goes out into basically the water park area. See it there from the ocean side, and then comes back. And on its way back, it tends to come through a number of tunnels where it has airtime hills within the tunnels, which and drops within the tunnels, which really shocked and thrilled me. Like this feel the train like suddenly dropping in total darkness was just really something. Before I rode this, someone told me on Discord, in a Discord I'm in, that the proper place to ride it was the 3rd seat from the front. That is the best place to ride the coaster, and as a result, the first time I rode this, I was like, oh, this is real fucking good. It's fun. You go out and back. It goes pretty fast. And even now that the height isn't anything new, the tunnels really add to the experience and give you like a really exciting end. Then the next day I rode it in the back row, and oh my god, it's rough when you don't ride it in that special seat. It's just really profiled really awkwardly and makes her an extremely rough ride, which I think, unfortunately, you do have to take points off it for that. It was made before computers, so it makes sense, but, Magnum XL, kind of a rough one. Still cool, though. Iron Dragon, is a swing coaster with these swing cars, and they do let them swing. A lot of it, the first half, takes place in, like, the, little bit of a wooded area, and has you swing through, like, trees and over, like, some stagnant water and all that. And that part is, like, fine. I do think that the ending, though, in this, like, over-the-water area is really cool. I think it had a really solid ending, and I, think it's pretty cool for that ending. Definitely better than... It's definitely a ride that gets better as it goes, and as it approaches this, pretty cool part there. Valraven is a drop coaster. It's a big coaster, you get to the top of it, it holds you for a second, and then you drop down and you do a bunch of, you know, elements and stuff. It has these wide cars with a lot of seats, but also they're very, like, you know, wide rather than... Because everyone has to be dangled off the coaster at the same time. A lot of fun inversions and stuff. And I will say I really did like that one last hill, that last airtime hill before the end. I would say, though, generally, I'm not a huge, like, drop coaster guy. Goodbye, Snow. Bye-bye. I don't know how that thumbnail worked, honestly. There's a way people do that. Glitched or hacked. It's one of the two. I will say I'm not really a big drop coaster guy. Just insofar as, like, yeah, man, there's 200 and 300 and 400 foot coasters in this park other than, that one. So, like, the 200 foot dive coaster isn't that scary, really. And, as good as the elements are, they're pretty basic as far as, like, all things are concerned, and it is a pretty basic ride. And also, my home park over Texas has a better dive coaster now in Tormenta that opened, last month, so, like, Valraven really didn't do much for me, honestly. And it also tended to have, like, a 40-minute line, which I feel like that's a way too much time to wait for a dive coaster. I don't know. Maybe other people like dive coasters more than I do. Whatever. Super World. We want to do the Super World. Yeah. For the Super World, we get this many lives, and then we will, do the thing. About a half hour until maintenance. We should, start grabbing some of these levels just to be safe. After, this one. Let's go. So yeah, Magnum I had a really good first ride on, and the third ride was also pretty good for, remembering to ride in that, seat. But, I cannot, in good consciousness, give a ride credit for having one good seat, and, you know, the rest of the seats are just woo-hoo-hoo. Ah, there, Snow is back again. Okay. Cute music with terrifying gameplay. Yes, that is what's going on here. We're being, maybe if we stay, like, really far to the side, we can get, we can have some good luck, because there were Hammer Brothers being relatively safe over... Honestly, this isn't bad. That run was going really good. That run was going really great. I should have jumped sooner rather than later. I was avoiding all the bad guys. The Spinies were real far from threatening me. Ugh. Yes, that's right. This stream has been going on for a bit. It tends to. These streams tend to go somewhat long, and you know, like I said up top, we got a lot of coasters to talk about tonight. So, you know, I got a lot of coasters I want to cover, so it only makes sense. We should run under these guys. There we go. Really? That should... Okay. Don't hammer me, don't hammer me, don't hammer me. Ah! Okay. You know what? I probably want to, like, wait. Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. Okay! We're alive! Don't throw a spiny on my head. Run this way. Jump under that. Fuck! That was the last try. Cool level, TOS. I think those were some solid tries. The world record is like a minute. How far in was that? If this is an auto-scroller, then a minute probably just tells us how long the level is, roughly. That was a little over 31 seconds. Maybe there's a checkpoint. Could be there's a checkpoint in there. And then we could survive and stuff. Cool. Good? Yes. Thank you. I'm hitting dismiss now. Thank you, TOS. Turkatron. Turkatron is up next. Turkatron, go ahead and confirm for me. Turkatron, Turkatron, Turkatron. Maintenance is in like 20 minutes, so keep an eye on that clock. Meanwhile, another 3 cards. I rode Blue Streak. I rode Raptor. I rode Wild Mouse. There's Turkatron. Hell yeah. Alright, next up is Blue Streak. It is a Ace roller coaster landmark, which means it's a very old coaster of some significance. In this case, it is an old blue wooden coaster that goes out, goes over a bunch of hills and stuff, and then comes back. And I will say, Blue Streak kind of surprised me. It was surprisingly fast, surprisingly, like, intense, and also, like, rough in ways that I liked, you know? It was a little bit, you know, it was, like, a little bit, I feel like the roughness was in service of the intensity of the ride, rather than something that, like, gave me a headache or otherwise made me regret going on the coaster. You know, it was, like, rough in a good way, and fast in a good way, and the hills were all fun and good. I was kind of low-key surprised by Blue Streak. I liked it a lot. And I'll say, like, you know, in my experience with wooden rides, honestly, is pretty limited to, like, you know, my local park has Judge Roy Stream, which is old and rickety. And also I've been on the RMC, what's that called? Outlaws Run? I've been on that one, but that's an RMC, so I feel like it sort of falls into a different category. I will say, I rode some wooden roller coasters during this trip, and I have a whole new outlook on wooden roller coasters now. Raptor is a inverted coaster with some cool elements and good shit. I gotta say, of Raptor, I liked it a lot too. I was kind of surprised in a similar way, because I've ridden Batman the Ride at my local park, right? You know, Batman the Ride, there's clones of it all over. That's like the main inverted coaster I've ridden before. And this, like, kicks the ass of Batman the Ride. Like, I rode this shit and I was like, oh crap, I didn't know these could be good. I didn't know that you could make a good inverted coaster. It felt really, you know, when it went through the inversions, I really felt it in my feet. I felt like I could feel the blood just going directly to my feet. And, that was kind of thrilling and cool, and it had great helices and inversions, and, yeah, it really worked for me. Then on the boardwalk area, which I will note is, they call it the boardwalk, and it's slightly themed to like a boardwalk area, but it has no boards, it has no wood, so it's not much of a boardwalk without any boards, I don't think. There they have the Wild Mouse, which is a wild mouse, but it's like the best possible version of a wild mouse you can imagine. You know, you get these cars and they spin. Not that complicated. It has some, like, you know, unbanked turns as a wild mouse would, and some more banked turns that are fun and good. And it spins, and that's a pretty good time, honestly. I quite enjoyed Wild Mouse. I thought it was cool and fun. Yeah, after this level, we'll just download some levels real fast. I think. Yes. Yes. Should we do that right now? Yes, let's do that right now. Tell you what, let's throw to a break, cut this out of the VOD and all that. I'm just going to download a bunch of levels real fast like. Let's little break to download as many levels as I can before maintenance starts. Okay. And by the way, one thing to note, I will not be able to make progress in Super World, I don't think, off a downloaded level. So what should I do here? What should I do about this one in particular? Because we will have to redo the next level. This looks like it might be pretty trivial to redo, honestly, but what's that level we just did? We'll do that level for Barnstormer. That level with the Joe Henry versus CM Punk. Okay, that'll do for that one. Okay, back to break. Hang on. Okay, I've downloaded the 9 levels in queue. We'll see how this goes. In the case of Barnstormers, considering that we can't do the Super World, we'll just go with Joe Hendricks. Does that sound fair? We'll probably do the Super World later, Barnstormer, presuming you stick around. But we don't want to do progress in the Super World that we can't translate back into the Super World. I don't think, right? Right? I think that's, we can agree on that. And also, this is a collaboration between you and Swing, so I think that is acceptable to do. Okay? Okay. And, clear rate is 4 out of, okay, so in this case, we would get, good thing that the clear rates are also included on this, because otherwise, I don't know what I would do. Alright. Let's continue. And the maintenance is now in like 10 minutes. So, you know, maybe we'll take another break in like 5 if we have like an... We need to pay attention to this level. We need to pay attention because this is a troll level, clearly. This is tricks. This is, dastardly scenarios. This is, stuff that we have to pay attention for. Okay. First, let's drop this. Let's back up here. Yee! Okay. An on-off got hit. Okay. I don't know what's going on here, but a P switch is activated, and that means we can go over here. In theory, it's dark and it's hard to know what's going on. Oh, we can't go into this door. We can also get this and drop down here. That is incorrect. Might have been the door. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. Somehow, I feel like our odds are... Yee! Our odds of dodging all of that again are not super duper duper high. But we'll do what we can do. Okay. How did the on-off get on-off the last time? There's how the on-off got on-off the last time. Oh, you can't get into that door. Okay. That door's a no-go. Can I get over this pit? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think the solution is to like bounce across the pit and use the POW block to get in. Hello, Easton. How you doing? Just 3 tries left. Just 3 tries left. Let's make them count. Is that right? 3 tries. The clear rate was not that low, so it must be figure-outable. Yellow pipe. Okay, yellow pipe. How do you submit levels? Exclamation point add, and then the code. Wait, did I not pin the message on the Twitch side? Oh, I might. Did I? I guess I forgot. Or something weird happened with that. Hang on. Oh, I forgot to set it to be manually unpinned. There you go. You use exclamation point add. There you go. We got 2 tries left. Alright, so here. Get back here. That thwomp happens. We do 2 spike balls. And now there's no more spike balls that are coming. We get this. We can go through the yellow pipe there. Ah, there's the answer, I think. We can be shrunk down. And now we have a checkpoint. Okay, now we have a checkpoint. Good, okay. Checkpoint refreshes all our lives up to 7. Great. Pick 8. Pick 8? Pick 8. I thought it was a soft lock too, but I couldn't hear the P switch. What the hell does this mean? Pick 8. Pick 8. Okay! That's what it meant. I don't know if we picked correctly or incorrectly there. So we should try the other side. Maybe if I had avoided that fish, we would be good. Huh? This is bad. This side isn't very good. I don't think we want this side. Okay. We were correct the first time. Are you in the queue, Easton? That's a good question. You can check. You are in the queue. Yeah, you're good. Okay, so that gives me fish. I think there's nothing we can do here, so we should die by fish. Oh, is it pick lol? No, it's pick 8. It's pick 8. That's definitely an 8. It's not LOL. We're supposed to go down from here. How the fuck? What the hell? How could you do that? I can make fish spawn by, like, just gently coming in here. Does this help me? Just getting a fish to spawn? Downward thwomp activates it. Downward thwomp activates it. Wait. Well, I should die, I guess. But... Be faster than him. Downward thwomp. What downward thwomp? Those thwomps go side to side. So that thwomp activates that. Okay, so that guy is on there. That guy goes down and does something. Go faster than that downward thwomp. How so? Oh, I see. Oh, fuck. And that was the last try, too. Damn. Server maintenance should be starting any second now, so let me see if I can download the last level that was submitted real fast before that hits. Let me see. Let me see if I can do that in the next minute, half minute, at which point we will be, we'll just have to go off what we downloaded already for the near future. Okay, we are in time to download. Okay, cool. Let's hope that these last the hour. I suppose we can just go around the loop if worse comes to worse, if these don't last an hour. Okay, cool. I'm just checking. It should be about time for the maintenance to start, so it's servers are offline, right? Anywho, let's go ahead and dismiss that one. That was Turkatron's. And next up, I have Ganyo's, but Ganyo's did say to put back. Ganyo's, has it been 20 minutes? Are you good now? Are you back? I could put Ganyo's back a few more, and that'll be fine. Let's do Barnstormer. In fact, if we can do Barnstormer now, before the thing's down... Oh, starting server maintenance, okay. And we could do the super world. In theory, okay. Like I said, we'll do this and we'll do the Barnstormer side. Meanwhile, let's continue with the cards. I rode Rougarou, I rode Millennium Force, and I rode Gatekeeper. Talking too much. So, Rougarou. Big ol' coaster. That kind of about sums it up. Has a big ol' loop with a big ol' drop. It's a very cool loop. It has some very cool elements like this sort of sideways turn loop. Sort of like a loop on its side. That one's really like a loop on its side. Sort of a tilted loop. Bunch of, like, fun inversions. The last part of Rougarou really reminded me of, the Hulk, of the ending of the Hulk. And I really like the first parts, especially, like, how it goes over, like, you know, scenic water stuff and, such. What does maintenance do? It means that the servers are not going to be online for a bit. So, we're going to be playing off downloads for a bit. Fortunately, they warned me. The game warned me, so I can work around it. I will say, Rougarou I think it's fine. I do think that the part of the ride where it wasn't over water, but instead was over just like backlot type ass shit was kind of a little bit not as good as being over scenic water. And also in a theme park full of big ass roller coasters, it doesn't really stand out that much. It's just sort of like a bunch of loops and inversions and drops and, you know, cool stuff. But, like, it doesn't really stick in the memory that well, I would say. Millennium Force, on the other hand, I loved. I loved Millennium Force. It was like, apparently it was the first 300-foot coaster in the world, the first 300-footer, the first Giga, and it's fucking real good. It goes up real high, and then just sort of zooms, goes really fast, and has some cool hills and some nice tunnels and stuff. Kind of a big focus on like tunnels at high speeds, and I found that to be really cool, really good. I really enjoyed it. Here's some shots I managed to get of like its turnaround. It's like one little hill before the end. The turn at the very end into the station. It's really fucking fast. It's really fucking good. I really love the shit out of Millennium Force, and I think that it is more than just a 300-foot coaster. I'll say, like, I think it manages to stand out and continue being relevant, even as, like, you know, Top Thrill 2 is right there, being 100 foot taller than it. The way that it goes fast, the way that it goes through some fun tunnels, the way that it's more than just, you know, up and then down. Instead, it's like up and down and up and turn around here and go through some tunnels and go through high speeds and fun turns close to the ground. I thought Millennium Force was damn good. And, yeah. Gatekeeper is, I think, an iconic ride. Remember earlier when I was showing off the keys near the entrance? Gatekeeper is the ride that goes through these keyholes at the entrance. It's a wing coaster, so you can ride it from the left and the right. I rode from both sides on various days. And, basically, it's big as shit. It has this fun drop out of the station where it sort of rolls upside down before going into a dive slowly and surely. It goes over some fun hills, and then, yeah, those keyholes are fucking great. And, then it comes back through some more helices and stuff like that, and it's good as hell. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like the most extraordinary ride in the world, but I would say that it's goddamn good, and, this was above 4%, right? So we don't get, we actually don't get bonus hits for this. Cool. I wouldn't say it's like the most fantastic ride in the world, but like the coolness of going through the keyholes, I think, like, make it feel extraordinary. Make it feel really fun. I had a hell of a time with it. That was 3? There was Gatekeeper, and then the one before that was, what was the one before that? Millennium Force, and then before that was Rougarou. Right, okay, yeah, that was 3. That was 3. Yes, yes, yes. And there's just one more coaster left, other than the kiddie rides, that I did not ride. I did not go on the kiddie rides in the Snoopy area at Cedar Point, so, you know, nothing to say there. Let's do this. This is the, we're gonna do the big Mario side, I think. I see what I need to do here. I need to jump such that I land on the thing rather than on the, yeah. Let's do this. On the question block. Ooh, feel like we got pretty fucking far there. Okay, do that again. The question mark jumps are the hardest things in here. Just need to have some fucking control over how we're jumping. where we're landing. And, pretty fucked it up. Cool, okay. Last try here. I will beat this both ways eventually, I am sure. But I don't know if this is the try. Let this be the try. At least for this first route. Ooh, ooh. Oh, oh, oh. What? Huh? What? Oh, I think I need to land on the bomb and, like, send it back. And then there was the skull platform there. Okay. I'm figuring it out. And it's true that that was not the try. That was great progress. I agree. All right. We do this one? I don't think we played this one, so this one's probably next. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you, Barnstormer. And, Ganyos, you're up. Is this one Ganyos? Yes, this one's Ganyos. Perfect. Okay. We can tell because the name, it was uploaded by Ganyos. Excellent. Clear rate is 0, so we got all of our heads and shit. And, cool. Last bit of, last 3 pull for Cedar Point. We've gotten through all the coasters now. Fantastic. I also rode Siren's Curse, and that's it for Cedar Point ride-wise, so no more, 3 pulls. This card intentionally left blank. Last ride. Wrong button there. Last ride of Cedar Point. That is, Siren's Curse. Siren's Curse is a tilt coaster, which means that it gets you on, like, this vertical track. This like, horizontal track. And then it slowly and surely tilts you vertical, and then releases you into the rest of the course, which is quite lovely. I will say, this tilt track was really cool. I've never been on a tilt track before, and that itself was really fun. And also, it turns out, the rest of the ride, too, is just full of cool elements. Cool swerves, cool hills, cool, you know, inversions, all through this pretty tight, layout. Which including, like, a dive down into a tunnel, including, like, all sorts of, you know, well, I say all sorts of inversions. Like, one or two sorts of inversions that were cool and fun. It's a good-ass ride. Actually, low-key, one of my favorite things, even beyond the, like, drop. The drop is a fantastic part of it, but it's also just full of cool moments, full of cool bits, cool little, ways for it to be, and then, yeah, you know, full marks. Ganyos. Let me, hit next for Ganyos, so Ganyos can confirm. If Ganyos is here, we'll have, 12 tries, but if not... Oh, well, Ganyos was saying earlier that they'd be gone for a while, so... I guess let's go with, 06 Eyes one for now. Right, yes. Whenever you're back, Ganyos, we'll do your one. Oh, this is one by 06i proper. Try solo door at the start? Okay. And, what's the clear rate? I didn't see the clear rate. One second. Gotta always check clear rate for, okay, 5 tries is the correct thing. Let's do it. Snowball Falls, with the N being slightly weird. This is the solo door because it's a multiplayer race level, and we can, do this if we so please. It looks like the gimmick here is I gotta kick the snowball fast enough to, get the key. And that can be kind of hard. What's the deal here? Because the snowball isn't really going fast enough to, do the thing. Oh, right. This is, I remember courses like this before. You gotta hang on the vine and, like, use your butt to, like, hit the snowball in one frame. Also here, we have to, do a... Gotta wait until it's really close, and then butt it. Use butt effectively. Okay. Really? There were two at once there. They overlapped and they hit each other. That's what happened. It makes sense. It's just, huh? I fell? I guess I fell. I didn't really see what was happening with my dumb ass. So I guess I was, fell off the vine or something. If you hold, like, right, you'll fall off a vine, won't you? Ooh, we've gotten, like, 3 quick hits. That's pretty good. And we headshotted. No, wait, no, this... Shit. We gotta kill the... We gotta kill the Bowser Jr. Yeah. Thought just killing the Pokey would be enough. But no, I gotta finish the fight. First hit. This is nice. This is cool. This is a good boss fight using an obscure gimmick that it is lucky that I know about. I've seen it before. I've done levels requiring it. You know, that are built around it. It's nice when you're big, because then your butt can hit multiple things at once, easily. True in real life as well. In general. There we go. We did it. Lovely. Lovely. Good enough. Thank you, 06i. That's a cool little boss fight there. Nice, I can't heart levels while I'm, in download mode, while the, servers are in maintenance. Odd. We should remember to go part it later. I can play and like it? Oh, I gotta like it before I finish it then. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so once it syncs, it'll do the thing. Also, I should, make sure I'm leaving a like on all of these as well while we're at it. Oh, that's good. That one's good already. And, this one we also have left a like on. Good, okay. How exactly are we going to be doing viewer levels? Mathlete X? Yeah, I downloaded them during server maintenance, yeah. Tell me when it's done so I can get back to, so we can get back to normal style, but hopefully these ones are going to hold up until, such time as the servers are back. I'm hitting, complete 06i. And I'm bringing up the next one. Whenever Ganyo's is back, it'll be Ganyo's turn, but I think X-Cube will be the next, right now, with another snowball level. X-Cube, please confirm. Meanwhile, Another card, another card, another card, another card. Went to Cedar Point's beach the second morning. So Cedar Point is on a little barrier island on a little seaside shoal, and as such, it has a lovely little beach, which I spent my second morning at the park's like sort of going to. You know, at the first, for the first day, I did rope drop, right? I appeared at, like, not quite rope, I mean, I think I had early access. I could have gotten there, like, an hour earlier or something with my membership, with my Six Flags, membership or whatever. But I showed up at 10 a.m. on the first day and left around 7 after, walking for, like, 10 miles and being true and well beat. And also having a nearly dead iPhone battery, which would have been a problem considering that, like, I forgot to put a charger cable in the car. Also, oh, it's your home park? That's lovely, DeFay. I forgot to put a charger cable in the car, and also I didn't bring my battery, so if I had, if my phone had died without me knowing how to get back to my hotel, that would have been a problem. Except that my hotel was actually stupidly easy to get to. I just had to look at the map and go like, oh, I turned left. And that's it. I turned left once and then it's just like right there. Anyway, second morning, I get there bright and early, and instead of going to the park on the second morning, I instead go to the beach and just sort of bum around the beach for an hour and had a nice little stroll, basically. I look at the water is really pretty. I look at the hotel breakers, which is nice looking. I take a lot of photos of the water, of the shore, and of the thing. And I eventually realized that it's pretty fucking shallow, this water, so you can just, like, wade into it without even getting your knees wet. Like, I was probably, like, you can see in the photo there, I'm pretty far into the water. My knees are not wet. The bathing suit I brought is not wet. Also, it's like 70 degrees, overcast and a little bit drizzly, so it's like not the best beach weather. Honestly, maybe the thing out with the beach is like it's kind of best in like the afternoon and the evening, but honestly, I wanted to be at the park in the afternoon/evening, so whatever. Anyway, I had a lovely morning, took a lot of pictures of the sand and the beach. There's me, wearing my lovely Donkey Kong surfing shirt and such, and yeah, really just enjoyed a little bit of a walk. Sand beneath feet, wading around in the water, refreshing. I sat in a seat for a bit, and otherwise just I was like, yeah, it was pretty chill. You remember one time you rode Windseeker? When a giant ween drawn in the sand. Do you mean Gatekeeper? A giant ween 30 foot long. Wow. I did not see anything like that. It was not a terribly busy day. I don't know like how busy that beach goes. It gets like when it's actually like beach weather. Oh, the swing ride. Gotcha. I'm not a big flat ride person. I rode literally 0 flat rides my entire 5 days at Cedar Point and Kings Island. Was a lovely beach day, and I will say I do think that Cedar Point has a lot to offer insofar as not just the rides being great and all, but also just like it's pretty nice having that beach there. And like I could imagine if it was beach weather, it would be a damn good time. Wow, the timing of this is really something, X-Cube. Yeah, you and X-Cube, literally the same gimmick. One level and the next level. Both, snowball butt stuff. Snowball butt stuff. There's gotta be a better way to say that. It's like the Mario's back. It's not really Mario's butt necessarily. In that case, Mario, he did like a headbutt. Snowball butt stuff. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. We got the key. Cool flourish. Cool flourish. So yeah, I had a lovely beach morning that one morning, and then, you know, my intention on the second day was to just sort of like, you know, have a nice relaxing morning and then show up the park more in the evening, more in the afternoon, which I did speed up upon realizing like, oh wait, it's gonna rain like really bad this afternoon. I probably should be getting rides right now rather than farting around. You know what I mean? I probably should be getting you know, I'll say like I went into that day going like, okay, well, I kind of just only want to do like the S tiers. Like that's only what I really want to for sure do. So like I will say I did manage to do that, and we'll talk about that later when we talk about the weather. But it was kind of low-key tight. And right after beach time, I went back to the park and started hitting it up. And I'll say for me, probably definitely the rides will always be like the focus. But like if I'm doing 3 days, like yeah, no, you can do something funky with your middle day. Like I wouldn't be opposed to water park stuff either. Though honestly, I don't know that Cedar Point has like a super duper water park. It seems like it's just fine. Like correct me if I'm wrong. If it's like a if either the outdoor one or the indoor one are like extraordinary, but it just seems like they're fairly decent. Is that right? I didn't go into either of the water parks. Didn't seem like a high priority. I see what we're doing here. So I can get. I think I'm collecting the red coins here, right? Maybe. Okay, so I opened that. Now I can get that red coin. Excellent. Now to get the one back there. And there we go. Lovely, X-Cube. And now we have a boss versus Bowser, and we got big-ass snowballs. I liked 06i's snowball boss fight, but being big and having big snowballs definitely makes it feel more boss-coded. Both of them were cool. This is cool, and that is cool as well. I'm just saying, though, these snowballs, they're big, as is Mario's behind right now. His butt's huge, massive. Doesn't make the snowballs go faster, having an even larger butt. But, doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt either. I'm gonna put my fist up because I think we did it. Indeed. 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 Alright, I'm hitting complete. And, yeah. I think Memes is up next. Memes, go ahead and confirm for me. Memes. You are up next. And I think this one is, Memes'? Yes, this is the Meme Bros. Another card. Follow-up on Rain. Wait, I thought it was gonna be food first. Is that right? Food? I thought Rain came before food. Okay. I think these images are a mite bit out of order then. Follow-up on Rain. Skip to the Rain then. Skip to the Rain ones. So, like I said, after coming home from the beach on from coming back to the hotel from the beach on the second day, I went back to the park and I sort of just started going around and trying to hit, you know, 1, 2, 3, trying to hit all my favorite rides, like the biggest ones, Top Thrill. Also, I needed to ride Siren's Curse. Siren's Curse was closed the whole first day, which is why I wrote it last. That was the first thing I did on day 2, and, you know, I loved it, so I wrote it twice on day 2, and then for a total of 3 times total across the whole trip. But by the time I got back to Steel Vengeance, on that second day, the rain had started, and it just started and getting gradually more intense. It was like 4 p.m., I think, when it really started, and when the rides closed and I was unable to get on Steel Vengeance. And, you know, basically I walked around the park a bit more, sort of like debated in my mind, like, should I just, like, sit somewhere for a while? Should I leave? And after a lot of belly aching, I eventually left, got some lunch, and, you waited, 3 hours for Steel Vengeance once? Damn. On that second day, when the rain hits, it was really goddamn heavy, really goddamn, pissing down, and what I eventually did is I left and I went back to the hotel and sort of laid around for a bit before coming back, after, dinner. I went to the barbecue place, and by then the weather was, all nice and calm, and, I was able to go and do some, stuff after. You were gone a little bit longer than you expected. That's great. We'll have you go after this. We'll have you go after, memes. Though actually, memes hasn't confirmed, so we might as well have you. On the third day, I also had some bad rain problems, but for the third day, my focus was efficiency. That second day had me, like, going all the way back to Steel Vengeance, and then all the way back, and then I went maybe a little bit towards it, thinking, like, maybe I'll wait by Steel Vengeance. And then I said, no, back to the hotel. So I went all the way back out of the park, then all the way back into the park, back to Steel Vengeance, rode it, and then all the way back. I basically ended up walking around the whole park like 3 times. For the third day, I just went in and out a single loop and no more. And on that third day, I ended up hitting a big spot of rain as well when I got around to Millennium Force. The rain was like real fucking heavy. You know, we were all waiting in line as it sort of stopped up, and half the people kept leaving the line, such that, like, originally I was waiting, like, closer to the turnaround, and in the covered area by there, but by the time, like, before long, we had gotten to the station building, which was, by the way, like, packed with people. Everyone was in the Millennium Force, station, and it was sort of a party in there. Just like, you know, as many people that can fit into that normal-sized station as can be fit into that normal-sized station. One of the, ride people, operators, sort of like asking the crowd questions like, you know, what parks have you been to? Let's talk about this. Favorite restaurant, go. What's a park that you've been to? And, you know, I went up and went, Fuji Q Highlands. And he was like, oh shit. That's great, yeah. You know, there was a bit of back and forth there. It was fun. And like an okay way to spend like 2 hours. You know, everyone is sitting down. A lot of people are sitting down, waiting. And let me tell you, you know, if you've never like waited for a ride to open because of a rain outage, when it finally reopens like an hour or 2 later, it is like the most exciting thing in the world. They say, okay, we're clear, the lightning's gone, and everyone cheers and claps and goes, yeah, yeah! And then you ride Millennium Force after 2 hours, and it's really good. And, you know, they all give the thumbs up, and everyone's feeling it. And you go like, oh, I'm going in the back row. Hell yeah, hell yeah. And then before long, you know, the station is looking normal again. Here's the station inside, but after everyone started clearing out and, you know, within like 2-3 coasters going out, you know, within 2-3 dispatches, it was normal style in there, and that was, cool. Anyway, so yeah, the rain definitely got in the way of things a bit. Definitely got in the way of things a bit. But, You know, it's hopefully server is back up when your turn comes. Yeah, that'll be a similar moment to the to when a ride comes back from weather delays, intimate weather. You know, a similar moment of excitement. Everyone is so jazzed. It's fun. It feels good. Let's do this level. This level's going great so far. Like, I don't see how this level, how we would lose at this point. We're jumping with good timing when it tells us to, and so far, that's working out. There we go. Thank you, memes. That was good. Oh, fuck. Gotta remember, I gotta like the damn levels before I finish them. I gotta like the damn levels before I finish them. We should start by liking the levels. Also, I guess, did we like, Snowball? I didn't leave the like here as well. Let me get that as well. Gotta remember, because the servers are still offline. Let me know when the servers are back. We might be, like, halfway to that. Yeah. Next up, I think Ganyo's is up. Yeah, let's go with Ganyo's. I'm hitting complete on, that one, and I'm bringing up Ganyo's level, which is right here. So we have another half hour. Right, okay. Another card. Another card. Follow up on food. Okay, so these were kind of out of order here, so you kind of already saw these photos. But, let me back up. Hey, it's time for my main criticism. My biggest criticism. Folks, it's time for my biggest criticism of Cedar Point, having just been there for the first time, and that is the food. So, this is a $20 burger. I think it speaks for itself. Suffice it to say, is the worst burger I've had in a long time. It was not good. They just got it, like, wrapped in tin foil, like, you know, buffet style. Yeah, they're $20! That's as much as Five Guys! It's outrageous. It's not good. Suffice to say, as much as I could, I ate in actual restaurants while I was at Cedar Point, like Wendy's and KFC and such and such. I did at one point try my luck on a corn dog, and unfortunately, it turns out you can screw up a corn dog. Sadly, I don't know how they did it. The ice cream was fine. I will say though, the one exception to that is I did go to their barbecue restaurant, which is attached to one of their hotels and has a lovely, like, patio view across the water. You can see, like, the Castaway Bay Hotel across the way. That had some good barbecue that was reasonably food-like. That was a good meal. So, congratulations, Cedar Point. More like that. Yeah. It's especially funny because when you're in line, they play a lot of videos, you know, on the TVs because they're hoping it might entertain you, even though they're all, like, sort of, you know, a lot of the videos are very, like, brain dead, just like, hey, here's 3 trains. One of the videos, it's especially funny because, like, one of the videos that they play on the TVs is, like, this guy who shows up and he says, I'm the chef of Six Flags. And let me tell you how we make the burgers. We start with the best meat, and we top it with with regional appropriate spices, and then we cook it, as you're supposed to do. And, you know, that's, isn't that pretty good? And you remember, they're talking about the worst burger you've ever had in your life. So, it's kind of funny, isn't it? It's kind of funny, isn't it? I thought it was kind of funny. I suppose part of it is how they wrap it in tinfoil, ship it halfway across the world probably, in a quantity of thousands, and then they put it on a shelf for, you know, 7, 8 hours. at a stretch. That might be part of the problem, honestly. Anyway, food there, not good. That's like the main thing that was weak as far as probably my biggest critique of the park. Suffice to say, let's do this level by Gagno's. $20, yeah! It's a $20 burger, and I'll say, let me just say, I didn't check what was the clear rate here? Oh, no one's cleared it, so we got full tries. I'll say, all the Six Flags parks are like this. The server is back! Excellent, okay. Let's get back to, let's get out of these ones and go back to, typing it in normal style. Hell yeah, okay, great. Is Barnstormer back in there? Barnstormer, get back in there. We'll do your Super World and stuff. Fantastic, okay. We did not run out of levels during the maintenance. That is a relief. This level isn't quite as good as the old one, but the turnaround was pretty quick. All things considered. Alright, let's do it. HM Alpha 1. Okay, so, what's going on here? Water is good. Okay, so, we can get this, we can grab this guy, and then put this guy over here, and then we can use him to go into a door. I understand the basic mechanic of the puzzle. Wait, what? Hmm? What? Oh, I don't understand the basic idea of the puzzle. Because you don't get... You don't get enough height standing on a Goomba to get up to the thing. To get into the door. But, what about using these? Probably like you have to use a combination of, probably have to use a combination, right? Combination of, this and that and the other thing. If I had to guess. So here, we can take, ooh boy. Come on! Why'd you go this way? Okay. Might have already played an older version of the level you have in queue. That's always possible. That happens. Thought you were about to boo it. No, I don't boo levels. I give them the I'm always pretty positive with my feedback. Generally, most of the time. Hey, we got through the door! Now, what's with the clown car? What's the gimmick here? What's the deal? Okay, there's more, pegs. And a, pipe to get into. And, other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything here. Got more delay than Mathly, FYI, and refreshing doesn't do anything. Really? More delay than Mathlete. I don't know how to account for that, you know, YouTube, Twitch and YouTube sometimes are weird as far as, latency and stuff goes. Just sort of have to hope for the best, I guess. Looks to me like we're supposed to go through each of these rooms and get the right power-ups. Or maybe collect, red coins here. Probably on Twitch's end. Definitely happens. Definitely happens. We just got a checkpoint. So that refreshes our doodads, our lives. Final thoughts for Cedar Point are coming up. As well as tier list rankings and all that. Right here. There we go. Okay. Whoa, it's wind. I was wondering why I was up high. Because it's windy here. It's the tornado. This mushroom. I also need more than that. I can kill that guy now. Wait, that guy can ground pound that. Let me get a little bit lower. This doesn't seem terribly productive, what I'm doing here. This doesn't let me do anything that I couldn't... No. This guy's gonna drop on my head. That other guy is not dead. I can go through this pipe. This was a problem area. But I can get to this point right now and become big. To what end? I don't think I can get that big back because I don't... There's not enough platforms. We didn't try the other way. Oh. Since I'm not big, I can't go up there anymore. Maybe we should have gone there earlier when we were big. Or alternatively, we can get big. We can get big right here. Get big, head back, and then we can go through that other pipe. Tier list is the next thing. As far as, yeah. First, not possible to get that big back. It might be possible, but there's enough options right now where it's just easier to do, to get this right now. Like, I can get this and then do... If it's not possible, you'll need an upload? Oh, maybe it is possible then. Well, no, I'm not really worrying about it yet. Instead, let's just focus on, like, what I can do now. What I can do now with this will be... get through some clouds. To what end? No. Looks like there's an on-off down there. Congratulations on beating, such and such level. First try. Oh, you're saying that... Yeah, the memes level I beat first try. Correct, yes. I did beat the memes level first try, that's correct. I remember that. Yes, good, okay. I was, not parsing that whole conversation. Good looking out. I can go down here. I can hit this, POW. And, why? I don't know why. Not every section is 100% useful. I can't go down here. Uh-oh. You must need a star for down there. Okay. As for I don't know, he's playing third base. What? Third base, yes. I don't know. Well, it's been a while since I saw that whole skit. That whole thing. You know, they give baseball players weird names these days. Weird names. Who gets the money? Of course he does. Why, he's earned it, hasn't he? It's a good bit. Every dollar of it. That's the line. That's it. Every dollar of it. It's not just too dissimilar from the 9001 dudes joke Norm Macdonald told once. Where, just Google 9001 dudes. You'll see. You'll like it. I think. It's a good joke. Very funny. I'm not going to recreate it right now, but that's definitely the way that I am picturing it in my head. Maybe if I do like a duck jump there. Let's see if I can. Let's focus on that pipe. Let's focus on that big mushroom. Maybe if I duck and jump. Duck and jump. Wait, no, what am I? I'm just realizing something. I think I'm dumb. I think this is actually fairly trivial. Getting there notwithstanding. Look at this. I'm just realizing I have been a damn fool. Look, I get the big mushroom. Get the big mushroom. Come on, come on. I don't need to jump at all. I don't need to jump at all. I can walk across the gap. At which point this jump is easy. You can absolutely get that. It's not even very hard. Learning. We can unlock this for a quick redo. Also get this for another ability unlock. Wait. There we go. About to say. I might have made it hard for myself again. Just why not? This does feel a little bit like a Metroidvania. We're definitely unlocking new things by getting abilities and locking it in thereafter. I think I need to be small, actually, so I can get to that P. Once I can get to that P, I activate the on-off. Okay. Go through here. And then, let's go through here, where the, these on-offs are going to really change the shape of this area. This is a long puzzle level. Don't I know it? I definitely pictured it would be nice to talk about, you know, I definitely do want to talk about the next, do the tier list for Cedar Point. That's coming, but, like, you know, rules be rules, you know? Methods be methods. If we were to time out, that would cost all of our lives, by the way. But, that's not going to happen because we keep dying, but very slowly. 1 + 4 is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? What? Fish? Fish! Thank you, fish. wait, there's another math thing up there. Maybe I was supposed to read whatever that was. And maybe it starts at 0. For the first one, it doesn't look like it did, so nice. There's a door. Oh. Okay. Well, you know what? We were not that far. I mean, we could unlock all the fast travel malarkey in the world. That would probably help us realistically, but instead, I'm going to hello. Ironically, I can't get to the place where the star would really super help with what I got. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, was it? What? Oh, I guess it was 5. Was it 5 for? Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was 4, but I forgot. No memory whatsoever, I guess. I gotta count that one as well. I gotta count that one as well. Part of that was me stopping to, check lives and stuff, but that was because I got stunned. And that's gotta count. So for the second one, if we could, we can't get through that first thing as Big Mario. So we can't. I forgot what the problem was. I know that 4 plus 1 equals 5. I just remembered the 4 after dying. I need you to hit me. I need you to hit me, Morton. Okay, that'll do. What are the tries left? There's 3 of them. 3 tries are left. Not very many. Wait. Oh crap, I was hoping to just get through the P and cheese it. Damn it. Did we murder the fire as well? I think we murdered the fire. There's not another fire coming. That's a soft lock. Ooh. How about that then? Okay. Okay. Well, hang on. Hang on. This isn't cooked. This isn't done yet. Alright, that's not so bad. Okay. We can run there. I will say that a checkpoint will not refresh our tries after a soft lock. Not, how it works. Also, you know what? We didn't lose that much progress. Anywho. You need to re-upload this level so you don't feel bad about, me finding, potential issues or whatever. You don't feel fine about, testing. Cool, cool, okay. It's a bug, it's a bug. That's true, it's a bug. We cannot jump that gap while we're big. Something to note. Last try! Alright, we're on our last try here, folks. And I feel like we've learned a lot about, how this level works. I want to get into that fucking door. That's my priority right now. Get into that fucking door. That's, probably going to kill me. What do you want to bet? That door will kill me. Ow, ow, ow. Let's find out if that door is going to kill me. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is the door good? Yes! And And also it has the math problem that lets us proceed. Alright, alright! 9 minus 2 times 3. PEMDAS! It's time for PEMDAS! With PEMDAS, you do 2 times 3 is 6, 9 minus 6 is 3. But wait, if it's not PEMDAS, if it's just... if this doesn't, like, use PEMDAS for some reason, then it would be 21, and it can't be 21, that's way too high. Okay, it's 3. Yep, 3. Is this good? 10 minus 4 times 2. 2. Because you time the 2 comes first, and then multiplying by 2 comes first, and that makes it 8. 10 minus 8 is 2. Alright, this is like based on, is this based on one of your levels based on Hello Neighbor? Gotcha. So this is like one of the original gimmicks of of that game, that you had to do math on occasion. You ever see, like, the, I feel like it's something that people have, like, made fun of. Like, kids or something playing, like, Fall Guys, and playing, like, the math minigame, where it's like, 2 plus 2 equals what? And you gotta, like, go find, you know, you gotta jump on, like, wherever is correct. You know what I mean? You gotta stand on the 2 plus 2. You gotta stand on the 4. But, like, these kids or whatever, they don't know what 2 plus 2 equals. So they don't know where to stand, and they just follow everyone else. And then, like, you know, they all die because someone fools them into thinking that 2 plus 2 equals 10. Oh, it was 3 was the second, 3 was the second answer. Okay, shit. That was a hell of a level. Ooh. Hope you, hope that was a good playtest. Hope you enjoyed it. And, certainly was the longest we've spent so far, not, with any Cedar Point type talk. I'm hitting dismiss. And, next up is the Japanese viewer. Go ahead and say so. Confirm for me, Japanese viewer. If you're here, you should confirm, and then I'll have as many tries as makes sense for your level. Cedar Point tier list and also some final thoughts. Cedar Point tier list and also final thoughts. Okay, so. One second. The button on my hotkey thing is I gotta fix something. Hang on one second. Okay, I fixed it. Can we upload multiple levels at a time? You can upload as many levels as you like, but you can submit one at a time. And I'll play them, you know, when you get around, when the queue comes around to you. That's sort of that's like the answer a teacher would give. Technically, you use the wrong verb. Silly. I know. But, the answer is no. You're looking for a no there. But, you know, yeah. It's cool. Okay, tier list. Oh, brother, that's, I did not resize that before. One further second. Let me move that around a bit. Alright, I fixed it. It is now correctly sized. Seriously, tier list for Cedar Point, and also some last thoughts. You've never been to Cedar Point? Great. That's one last thought for y'all. Here we go. Let's start off with the C tiers real fast. So in C, I put Gemini and Cedar Creek Mine Ride. They're both really, really old attractions. Really, really old, quaint. Nothing much to them, and nothing much terribly impressive about them. I think they are easy rides to ride once and say, okay, well, that was fine, but, like, you know, no reason in a park with 16 coasters to ride those ever again. And yeah, in B tier, I have Corkscrew, which I found to be fairly rough, but also I really liked aesthetically, and I think is really cool just as a ride to have ridden. I give it points for the aesthetics of the corkscrews and how cool they are, and I think that puts it above Gemini and Cedar Creek Mine Ride, both of which I think should probably be taken out of the parks. I think Gemini and Cedar Creek Mine Ride are easy targets for future expansion, but Corkscrew, I would hesitate to remove that because it just is so iconic and cool, and even if it's not a great ride, it's still not bad compared to nothing. I would also put Iron Dragon on in B tier, which I feel has sort of a very nothing first part, and but it has its moments, and I think ultimately delivers a perfectly good B tier type ride experience. And also I put Magnum XL in the B tier due to its roughness, due to its like, the fact is if you're not riding in the third seat from the front, it's rough as shit, and I can't in good honesty give that an A tier assessment if it is that rough. But it is very cool. I like the tunnels of it. I think that earns it a B. I think all three of these B rides are a little bit compromised, a little bit off, but I also think all three of them are really cool in at least one way, and for that I give them B. In A, I have Wild Mouse, which is just about the best Wild Mouse you could imagine. I have Rougarou, which I do think is full of good elements. It's just a little bit basic. There's nothing wrong with it, and for that I give it A. And, whenever I rate it, it's like, oh, this is actually pretty good. I think that earns it an A, and also I think Valraven is also in that same category of like, objectively, this is a good, solid A-tier attraction. It struggles a little to stand out at Cedar Point, the land of, some of the best attractions in the world, but it's alright. It's not bad, and, there's a lot about it I do enjoy. In A+, I'm putting Gatekeeper, which I think is iconic, beautiful attraction, and has a lot of fun elements on it. The keyholes towards the front of the ride, or towards the front of the park, are excellent and so cool to go through. And also, there's just a lot other things that are cool about it. I think that puts it in A+ tier easily. That logo is hard to read on this. That's Raptor. That's the inverted one. I was surprised how much I liked Raptor. That is the best inverted coaster I've ever been on, and it was a lot of fun. For that, I give it A+. I think that makes sense. And similarly, Blue Streak was, up to this point in was the best wooden coaster I had been on that wasn't brand new, wasn't RMC. Up to this point in the vacation, before I went to Kings Island. Not to give anything away about the Kings Island rides, but like, I was really surprised by Blue Streak, and for that, I put it in A+. I'm really fond of Blue Streak. I like it more than Wild Mouse, Rougarou, and Valraven. And finally we have S tier, of course. Oh wait, no, Maverick. Maverick went into A+ for me. Like I said, the way that the launch sort of launches you into some trim breaks, I found that to be pretty awkward. I do think it's a really fun ride, but it is definitely the least good Intamin multi-launch coaster that I've ever been on. And that makes sense because it's like the first one of those, but, I feel like in this park, if I have like one takeaway from like riding all these rides, is that most of these rides are like the best in X genre you can imagine, right? Like, I think that, Magnum is a really good hyper coaster. I think that, is one of the best hyper coasters. Well, I don't know if that's true necessarily, considering that there are a lot smoother hyper coasters. A lot of these attractions are like the best in X genre you can imagine, given the constraints, given X, given Y. And Maverick is kind of the opposite of that, but it's still really solid and really fun for what it is. And considering it was the first Intamin multi-launch coaster, I think, and there might have been others, it was like 10 years before, you know, Velocicoaster and Hagrid, so you gotta give it a pass. And considering that, I give it A+. S tier. Millennium Force. I loved Millennium Force. I love how fast it went. It's the best Giga. I think Millennium Force is the best Giga I've been on by a bunch. I like it more than Tormenta at my home park, and I really liked how it sort of was like focused on speed and really close to the ground stuff, and it had some fun tunnels. I think it's S tier. Steel Vengeance, of course, just goes without saying. That ride is an S tier. One of the best RMC I've been on so far. I haven't been on that many RMCs, I think. Wait, hang on. Iron Rattler. Ooh, that's tough. Iron Rattler with the cliff dive. It's up there for... I do think it's better than Iron Rattler, but Iron Rattler is also fantastic, come to think of it. It's a fantastic ride. Once it gets going, it never stops going, and it's really relentless in a way that was just super duper fun. I really loved Steel Vengeance. Top Thrill 2 edition, also just a fantastic ride. It's a one-trick pony, but that trick is so good, it gets away with it, man. I think that there's I think that is just a phenomenal coaster. There's nothing else like it, is the thing. Well, okay, there's other coasters just like it. Insofar as you go over a 400-foot strata top hat situation. There are other coasters like that in the world, but like that experience, I've never had anything like it before, and I think that I really enjoyed every ride on that I had. And finally, I think Siren's Curse is S tier as well. Not just because of the tilt track. The tilt track was fun, but also I just really loved the layout of Siren's Curse. I thought it was just an excellent, super well laid out coaster, full of fun elements. Fun, like, you know, bits and bobs and all that. Inversions, hills, all in a very tight space. It has onboard audio, unlike every other attraction at the park, pretty much. I mean, I didn't ride the flat ride, so I don't know about them, but I think it's right up there with Steel Vengeance, Top Thrill 2, and Millennium Force for me. Easily S tier, S tier, yeah. There you go. That's the tier list for Cedar Point, and I'm gonna bring it down now, and I think we'll have some quick final thoughts. Some quick final thoughts here while I show the last of the photos that I have for did I loop around? I guess I looped around there. Let me see. I guess that's that was the last photo of the thing. 1 second. Okay, just got some final photos here of just me in front of this one, me in front of that one, and finally me in front of the thank you for visiting Cedar Point. Some last photos on my way out. Cedar Point, final thoughts. I really enjoyed my 3 days at Cedar Point. The weather was a little bit uncooperative, but I was able to ride everything major other than three rides, like twice at least, and 3 or 4 times for like the biggest, best coasters that I like the most. And I was satisfied with that for sure. I'll say, like, Cedar Point is a pretty amazing place, right? Like, as you're walking around, it is so easy to just, like, look in any direction and just see, like, coaster, coaster, coaster. Like, at any point in the park, you look around and you'll see, like, you know, 6, 7, 8 coasters from any one vantage point. It's, like, amazing. Just, like, there's a coaster, there's a coaster, there's a coaster over there. Yeah, I can see Gatekeeper from here. I could see that one. I could see I can't see Steel Vengeance. It's really far away, but I can see Corkscrew, a little bit of Corkscrew. Millennium Force, there we go. There's that one. There's just so many of them. There's like 18 total, including the kids' rides, I think, which I didn't ride, but like 16 full adult coasters for adults is pretty fucking good. And it results in just like a lineup where you can just spend like, you know, the lines were never that long, and as a result, I was getting through attractions pretty fast. You know, by like 2-3 hours in, I had done like 4, 5, 6 of them. And, you know, I would look at the list of coasters and I was like, I'm not even halfway done. And also, it was not so busy. The lines are pretty good such that you can get through that whole list in a single day, provided everything is running, providing everything is operational. Like I said, Siren's Curse wasn't running for me the first day. Unfortunately, the first day I was there. But, like, second day, it was running perfectly fine. From then on out, I was able to ride pretty much everything I wanted to, rain notwithstanding. And, you know, for as many attractions as there are, you could hit them all up in a day. And it just feels a little bit overwhelming. And the first time you're there, it's just like, I don't even know half these attractions' names. You just look at it all, oh, there's an inverted one over there. What's that? Raptor. Oh, I forgot about Lou Guru. And it's sort of funny, you know, like, in some cases, right? Like, going back to let me bring up the tier list. There's a bunch of them that are, like, relatively similar. Like, you know, like, for instance, I wrote on Magnum, and then I realized later that, like, wait, Millennium Force is different. There's two that are just, like, you know, Magnum 200 and Millennium Force, you know, Millennium... Well, I guess I think it was named Millennium Force because it was like around the turn of the millennium, the year 2000. You can see how I would sort of associate 2000 and 200 in my head. Also, they both start with M. There's a lot of cases where there's like a little bit of overlap and a little bit of like, you know, realizing like, oh, that's a different one. That's okay. I need to go on that and this and oh, right, Wild Mouse. Right, Rougarou, I forgot about that. Oh, gotta get on Valraven. And okay, Ride Dragon's over there, okay. What is Gemini? There's just so many rides that, like, that first day when you don't know what's what, it's just a lot. It's just a lot to take in. There's a lot to do. Criticism-wise, I think that there's no other place like it when it comes to roller coasters. I say that, there's probably some other parks that have just as many, and maybe just as many good ones. The thing is, they're not just 16 roller coasters, but also like 16 of the best in genre roller coasters, 16 of the best in the world roller coasters. Or maybe they were at the time when they were young, like Corkscrew, or was Iron Dragon ever a looker? Was Iron Dragon ever a contender? Magnum, you know, a lot of them were maybe haven't aged the best, but they're really ambitious. They're really cool. They're all worth considering, worth riding, and that first day is just a lot to get through. And then after that, you can relax a little bit more, maybe enjoy the beach a little bit, and maybe even flat rides if you so choose. That's not really my jam, but you know, to each their own. As far as criticisms go, I would say that, for one, I kind of wish they were a little more consistent and with, like, the bag policy. Like, a lot of rides have boxes that you can just throw your bags in at any time. You know, you can just go into the ride and go like, okay, here's my bag, I put it in the box, and now I ride the roller coaster. But for a lot of other rides, you have to, like, put your bag in a locker that's $15 a day for the, you know, for one that you can transfer around to all the different attractions. So you're going to be out $15 if you bring a bag and don't raw dog it. I did raw dog a little bit on some of those days. I didn't bring a bag, no water, no sunblock, no umbrella. Definitely on days where it was raining, I wanted to bring an umbrella. So, you know, you can't always raw dog, but if you're only going to be in there a bit, I think it is perfectly fine to raw dog a bit. And also, of course, there is Top Thrill 2 that does require you to put your phone in a locker anyway, so like, maybe you're going to end up getting at least paying for one locker, so you might as well bring a bag and then, do the locker rigmarole every time. It's inconsistent as hell. There's some rides, there's 2 rides with lockers in the queue that only take cell phones and things of that nature. There's some rides that have bins, but they're not sized big enough for bags. They can only take shoes and not phones. So anything that you have on you on your person will ride in your pockets. And they tell you, they say, like, make sure it's in a cargo pocket. But, like, I see ladies with cell phones. They're not wearing cargo shorts. And they're going on the rides with their phones in their pockets. So, like, I worry for their phones. I worry for my own phone, even when it's like, my cargo pants only have, like, Velcro to seal up those pockets. Do those really hold on super well? Do I really want to bet my phone on it? It's as I said, I kind of wish there were bins, even in cases where there's not lockers or, metal detectors or whatever. That inconsistency is annoying, especially because they charge you money for it. And I either wish it was all lockers all the time and they were free like Universal, or I wish that they were consistently just like, we do bins like a Six Flags. And make up your mind. And I also will say that the food sucked. That I did not have a good meal on the premises of Cedar Point. It's possible that there were good food establishments on there. Maybe I just didn't find them. The ice cream was fine, and it was a cool place to be at. What did you eat? I had a bad burger and a bad corn dog. And they were really expensive. I showed pictures of them earlier, Nuggies. Check the VOD later. There was a whole food section towards the end of Cedar Point talk. Yeah, I know! How did you screw up a corn dog? I know! It was a bad corn dog, though. It was not good. I don't know, man. Maybe they bought the wrong ketchup. Maybe they didn't go with Heinz. Too expensive. I don't know. It didn't taste right. The whole thing. Anywho, I had a great time at Cedar Point. It was a hell of a trip, and we still have to talk about Kings Island next. There's no place quite like it. I'm so glad that I finally went there and rode everything that I've been wanting to ride for years. It feels good. And also, even beyond the things that I knew about, that people have talked to death of, there was a lot of stuff that I hadn't heard that much about, that was also really cool and fantastic. And there are so many rides at Cedar Point. It just really makes it a park that's easy to spend a day at, and then another day, and maybe even another day. Like, I think that it is worth going to at least once in your life. I'll say that. And I'm glad I got the trip up. I will say, another further final thought, and another further negative thing, kind of hard to get to. It's like an hour outside of any major city, any major airport, and you're going to have to rent a car to get there. There's no shuttle, and also, probably even if there was a shuttle, you wouldn't want to stay on property because, or at any rate, you wouldn't want to be confined to, like, the food choices of just, like, hotel restaurants, because even if they do have, like, a good barbecue place, you don't want to be eating the same from the barbecue restaurant your whole trip, do you? You probably want to have dinner at a different place the second night, and maybe a different place on the third night. You probably want to mix it up, and I don't think maybe these hotel restaurants have as much variety as, like, say, a Universal hotel. Also at Universal, you got the City Walk. You got, like, some sit-down restaurants that are actually good. Could be more resort-like, Cedar Point. Could be more all-inclusive feeling. Could be more like, when you get to Cedar Point, you do not get a place where you just feel like, oh, I could just stay here for a whole week and be happy. You get a place where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to wander out into Sandusky and go find a Wendy's. Or maybe a KFC. What else you got? You got a Culver's? I tried Culver's for the first time. We'll talk about it. again, fantastic coasters. Had a hell of a time riding all those World Trash attractions that I've been hearing about for reviews, and even beyond those, there was so much more. Definitely not, definitely a fantastic place to go. I don't think I'll be visiting as much as I do, like, Universal. You know, considering that I can just get a plane ticket, get a shuttle, go to the hotels. It's lovely. I could always go for a Universal trip. Universal's so good. Oh. All right, Cedar Point talk is over. Let me just do the first card of Kings Island here. Basically, I drove for 4 hours getting to Kings Island, and then got to the park around 2 p.m. This is going to be, let's call this one card's worth of, one level's worth of, like, intermediate stuff. The in-between. I checked out in the morning, I got into my car, and then, I drove for like 3 hours to the hotel. Second hotel. This is a weird level. What the hell? Let's focus on this level. So I think this is pretty similar to one that we had last week that I think the Japanese, the same viewer probably submitted as well. And what it is a clear condition level where you have to kill, maybe it was the previous week, I don't remember, but like pretty boned, like if we pretty boned if we don't kill those guys right away. Also, what the hell do you do after that? There's a lot of technique here I don't get. Okay, we're going like the last card said. We're getting right into into Kings Island talk. So, I drove for like, oh, hang on, I gotta switch to, right, I gotta switch from my one album to my next album, my next slideshow. Here we go. So, second hotel was a Holiday Inn. I ended up staying like 30 minutes outside of, the theme park, because that was like the best combination of like good hotel review, good decent price and range that I could find looking around, and it was perfectly fine. Honestly, wouldn't mind it being closer to Kings Island, but whatever. It was a perfectly fine hotel room with a perfectly fine bed, a little bit more space I thought than the last one, but the important thing is at like 2 p.m. I got to Kings Island, and it's quite lovely. It doesn't really have as impressive an entrance as Cedar Point, with the keyholes and stuff, with the gatekeeper, but it does have a lovely Eiffel Tower and a lovely central plaza area that has very good vibes. Very good vibes with that plaza area. And also a really cool Snoopy area. Apparently the kids area in Kings Island is like award-winning, is like best in genre. So if you have like the young'uns and like you're, you know, already in the neighborhood of Ohio, Kings Island, pretty good for kids relative to other parks. We'll be getting into ride talk shortly. And like with the Cedar Point, we'll be pulling them 3 at a time and getting through them in a quick order, relatively quick order. Starboy is up next. I should have started with that. How the hell did they not start with that? Starboy, go ahead and confirm for me. Oh, Starboy, like, only just replaced this level relatively recently. I think you're good, Starboy. Excellent. A death entity? The death entity? It's kind of a tongue twister. I'm just got back from vacation, so I'm talking about Cedar Point, and just finished talking about Cedar Point. So now I'm talking about Kings Island. And which, by the way, if you don't know, I guess I should introduce Kings Island. It's in Mason, Ohio, and despite the name, it is not an island. It is a sort of more landlocked. It's in like 3 hours south into Ohio, so it's sort of closer to the border with I think Kentucky is what the fuck is south of Ohio? I had to pass through it to get to the airports down there. But it's towards the south end of Ohio. It's in like the middle of just like a big massive forest, and it's just like, you know, surrounded in all sides by woods essentially. And Kings Island is kind of a weird name considering that, but everyone just doesn't mind, I guess. Apparently what it is that, you know, Coney Island, right? The people who owned that wanted to relocate it to somewhere where it didn't flood, so they relocated to Mason, Ohio, wherein nearby there was something called Kings something. So they called it Kings Island, as a combination of Kings and Coney Island, which doesn't really make much sense, honestly, especially with like the Eiffel Tower theme of like the main plaza. It has sort of like a European vibe, which doesn't really agree with that, but whatever. It's a cool place. I'll say, you know, it has 15 coasters, 15, 16 operating coasters, including a number of kids attractions. I think 15 is the number, so fewer than Cedar Point, but still a lot. You know, a good solid number, including a great number of solid ass attractions. And also they have great ops, which I was wondering before I got there what that meant. And what it means is that they run the rides really well with low downtime, with low downtime, with very short lines. They move through people really efficiently, and I'll say, you know, if the lines are great at Cedar Point, they were even better at Kings Island. Just barely any wait times for anything. It was pretty killer, pretty good as far as wait time goes. Like I'll just spare y'all. I'll just jump to the you know, we're gonna go ride by ride after this level. But like, let me say, by the way, nice level. Let me say. I'll say, like, that first day I got there at 2 p.m. I rode everything by like 6 or 7 p.m. You know, like 3-4 hours later, 4 or 5 hours later. And when I say everything, I had time to add in extra things that weren't roller coasters on top of the normal stuff. You know, before the park closed at 8 p.m. You know, I only had 6 hours at that park the first day, and it was more than enough to do everything as far as those coasters go, which was pretty surprising after it took me like the whole day to do everything at Cedar Point. You know, that half a day you could do it in Kings Island. And like the next day when I rope dropped, I was there at 10. By like 2 p.m., 3 p.m., done. And, you know, I had time to, like, go back to the hotel, pack up for my departure, and then go back for, like, you know, a couple last things a few hours later, which, was nice. It turns out when you rope drop a park, it's kind of like, you know, if you go from opening to closing, that's like 12 hours. Take a break. It's good to take a break. I feel like we've seen this level in all its theming before. I remember this planet. Pretty, this is like, what, a version, shit. This is like a version 2? I lost my power-up, but I can probably wall jump. Can I like, multi-wall jump? To get up? Yes, but it's a little weird. Okay, sure. Whatever. Works. It was definitely less awkward the last time that I did this level. Last time, I think we just took the skull ride. We were big, and we could do it. Yes, this is the one where I found out that Yoshi fireballs expire, and I did a whole bunch of, like, futzing around this screen. I remember that specifically. And there was a YouTube short that last week that went up, about it. When I was on vacation, I prepared, like, a whole bunch of Mario Maker 2 shorts and had them go up, like, every day, 2 a day. And, And that was nice, and I didn't have to really think too much about them. They were all really good to post, and, you know, I didn't have to prepare a good variety of, like, other stuff to go up. Just, hey, you know, a bunch of stuff from recent Mario Maker streams. Can't go wrong with that. This time, we're gonna get through with Yoshi. Yoshi is going to live, and yeah. Nice, nice, nice. If you lose your power-up here, I don't think you can get to the end, because you can't activate the thing. If you're small, you just are locked out of that, hype. Good thing we were big, and we have Yoshi, and the level's not that hard. I guess at this point, you have to lose, like, multiple power-ups and also a Yoshi to, die in that fashion, so it's, probably pretty, good. It actually activates when you're small? Does it? Okay. Didn't see that when we were there earlier, but maybe we should have tried ground pounding and seeing if it, maybe if we had ground pounded, it would have activated, like, we would have, you know, as the block moved down, we would go into, right, okay, yeah, you know, fuck, you're right. I didn't realize that. I should have tried that. Didn't think about it. Thank you, Starboy. I'm hitting complete. And, yeah. Snow. Snow, go ahead and confirm for me. Snow in the YouTube chat. Meanwhile, it is time for 3 pulls for all the rides, like with Cedar Point, but now for Kings Island. I rode Diamondback, I rode Mystic Timbers, I rode the Beast. I gotta say, folks, this is probably the 3 pull of the stream. This is probably the best 3 pull this whole stream so far. Let me talk to you about this. So Diamondback is Kings Island's hyper coaster, meaning it's 200 feet tall and it's very good. It's great. It's fantastic, in fact. It's very big. It goes out and back, and has this funny sort of like, the seats are sort of staggered in this way, where half of them are on the outside and half of them are on the inside, which makes it so everyone has a more clear sight of forward. And also, it's a fairly long train, which I'm told is the reason why it, you know, I kind of came off this hypercoaster going like, man, that was good. I don't know why it was good, though. And someone told me it's because the trains are long, which means that when you're in the back, you're getting pulled over the curves, over the hills, extra hard because you're farther from the front than you otherwise would be, which causes to be a little bit more extreme, a little bit more pronounced, a little bit more dramatic, the difference there. And, I quite liked that. It's a beautiful ride. You go over some hills, you go over like a helix, and then it ends in a cool splash down types thing that as you're going over it, like water geysers shoot out behind you, which is cool to look at from off-ride, I'll say. On-ride is sort of the thing where you wouldn't really notice unless you're going like, oh, water, there's water back there. You know, you sort of have to turn back around in your chair. You're not really going to hear it necessarily over the ride noise, but still, I think it's really cool and a good finale to look at. And I definitely enjoyed as I was walking around the park to look at that ending and go like, oh, look at that. Also, I'll say, with a lot of these rides, it's kind of hard to see their full extent because a lot of them going to the woods and they spend a lot of their time in the woods, but there was the Eiffel Tower, which I was able to get some shots of the whole park of, as well as like overhead shots of a lot of rides. So, you know, I'll say a lot of these rides, they'll be limited insofar as what I can show you, but we will have the overhead shot, which is really nice. I took all these photos myself, by the way. I really love Diamondback. I think it's the best hyper coaster I've ever been on, and I don't say that lightly. I rode it like 4 times over the 2 days. you know, every chance I had to ride it a second time in the 2 days that I had, I said to myself, you know what? I want to ride that again. I want to ride that again, and I'm not going to deny it. That's a good sign for a coaster that I look at it and go like, let's go. I mean, it helped that the lines were really short, but, you know, like, there's a lot of rides you don't ride twice. But Diamondback, absolutely. Mystic Timbers was also one I rode more than twice. More than once per day. I rode it 3 times total. Mystic Timbers is a wooden coaster in, like, this, sort of, like, a sawmill type setting. Mystic Timbers is definitely a ride that is a relatively recent wooden coaster that I rode it, and I was like, oh my god, I didn't know that a wooden coaster could be this cool and good and modern. So I'm not going to be able to show a ton of it, because a lot of it is out in the woods and shit, but it has a really cool, turn. The first drop, like, turns you as you go, and then you go up a hill. And then otherwise, it just, like, goes out into the forest and just, like, goes over hill, over hill, over hill. And these hills aren't just hills. They're, like, tilting you one way. They're, like, tilting you the other way. They're, like, trying to throw you. It almost feels like a bucking bull or something, you know? It's just, like, non-stop. And really cool. And I think one of the best attractions at the park. Same as Diamondback. One of the best attractions at the park by far. And also at the end, it takes you into a little shed, which has some weird effects in it. Like, they play some spooky music while you wait to get back to the boarding station. It's kind of a weird ending, considering that, like, it's not like anything fancy happens in there. It's just like, oh, you sit there, and you wait for the ride to bring you into the station, and it gives you ambiance. Honestly, that ending kind of threw me the first time I rode it, and had me going like, wait, this ending kind of sucks, doesn't it? But I think for the rest of the ride being as awesome as it is, I think it is a hell of an attraction, and one that I think it's the best. When I rode it, it was like the best wooden coaster I'd ever been on, and I think that is, I feel like it was trying to teach me that wooden coasters can be cool and good and modern. Which, I didn't really believe, because considering that, like, most of the parks I've been to don't have wooden coasters that aren't, like, really old, rickety, and, like, at best, like, rough in a fun way. And then I did ride it at night on the last night, though it wasn't quite super dark at that point, but it was still a bit of fun. The Beast! The Beast is Kings Island's standout attraction. It's probably its best attraction. The Beast is amazing. I fucking love the Beast. And I can show you very little of it because it is all out in the woods. You enter over here. I will say that they were only running on 2 trains, but like I said earlier, I have that skip the line thing that as part of my Six Flags, membership and all that. So I skipped the line twice on it, and I stood in line twice for it as well. And it was a good goddamn time. The first night, like I said, the park only closed at like 8 p.m., so I wasn't able to have like a true night ride. But it was a little bit raining during that ride, and I feel like that just made the Beast a little more intense. So, like, this is all I can show of the Beast, other than the overview. And what it is basically it's the longest wooden coaster in the world. It is like 5 minutes of coaster, and it is just in a lot of places intense, and intense, hill after hill after hill, beautiful forest, beautiful woods, great, hills and curves and helixes and shit. And I gotta tell you about the ending in particular. So after you go through a bunch of stuff for the first like 3 minutes, right? You get to a second lift hill, and it lifts you all the way up to where that you see on the picture there, the structure on the left there. That's the top of the second lift hill, and after that second lift hill, it sort of just drops you into a slow, gradual incline, and I've never seen anything like it on a coaster, honestly, because it is not steep. It is not a steep drop, but what it is a long drop. So you're just going around a corner at a slight incline and picking up speed and picking up speed and picking up speed and picking up speed. And soon enough, you're going breakneck and it starts tilting and it starts turning. And you're just like, ah! And then you go into 2 motherfucking helices that are so fucking intense and it's shaking in a fun way. And then it's just, there's a tunnel on the helices. And you're just going like, ah, ha, ha, ha. The beast fucking rules. And I cannot give you that many pictures of the beast, considering it is out in the fucking woods and shit. But it's easily my favorite attraction of Kings Island. And is it a spoiler to say? I'll say, I think I prefer the beast to Steel Vengeance. That feels like a hot take to say, but I feel like the Beast is like a top 5 coaster for me now. And, I wish I could have taken more photos of it, but it's all in the fucking woods and shit. You know, it's inaccessible. This is the best I can do. Those helices just fucking kick your ass. And it's so good. I'll also say, like, on the Beast, I definitely saw some older people there. Like, some older people riding it, you know, like, one of the times I was in the back row, and I was often in the back row on Beast. I managed to get back row. I asked for back row. Oftentimes I can get back row. One of the times I was behind a couple of older dudes who looked like they were in their 60s, 70s, you know, older than my dad, and they were enjoying it as well. I will say, I saw some older folk at the Kings Island and Cedar Point to a lesser extent. And that does give me some faith and some hope insofar as just like, man, I hope when I'm 70, 80, I'm still able to enjoy a theme park ride. My ma is able to enjoy a theme park ride in her 60s, so that's a roller coaster in her 60s. But my dad is not so much into it, but she makes him do it with her, you know. That's what I want to be as an older dude in 30, 40 years. I want to be still riding these coasters and, you know, seeing some older folks on it and still around, you know, still managing it. Makes me feel good about that. And yeah, the Beast. Oh my god. It was like, it was rough in a fun way. It was fast. It had good forces. And the forest was beautiful. Larry's mine, 2 tries. Let's go. Snow did not confirm during that whole 3-pull. Man, I gotta say, the Beast. I going into the Kings Island part of the trip, I had not done that much research. You know, I've heard more about Cedar Point generally over the years. So, like, when I was going into Kings Island, it was very much like, okay, so what's the deal here? This almost feels like a bonus lap. And, the Beast was a very pleasant surprise insofar as, like, you know, I had definitely seen, like, videos about, like, Son of Beast. And, which was a failed successor to the Beast that came out, like, in the 2000s and had to be knocked down in 2007 because it was a, pile of shit. It was, not a good ride. It just was rough in so many ways. I said to some folk while I was there, like, oh, you know, the Beast is so good. They should do some sort of successor to the Beast. Some sort of heir to the Beast, you know, like a grandson of Beast. I do think it'd be very funny if they, marketed one of their future rides as grandson of Beast. That'd be very stupid in a fun way. I don't know if Six Flags is into that. Is into being that dumb, though. I don't know. The Six Flags Corporation that owns Cedar Point and Kings Island now as of the last few years. You know, Cedar Fair and Six Flags merged like 3, 4 years ago, if you don't know. They used to be different companies, and now they're one company. Which is, could be good. I don't know. What the fuck? What do I care who's, corporately owned? I mean, I'll say it was nice being able to go to the park using my same membership that I use for my local park. Otherwise, it would have been, I would have to get like a Cedar Fair season pass, which I don't know, you know, those are the 2 parks that I could go to with that. Whereas I do have a local Six Flags, so, you know, that's a good option to have. Anyway, to say again, the Beast, definitely my favorite thing there, but Diamondback and Mystic Timbers, the other 2 rides I just discussed, also fucking great. With those 3 being like the first 3 in like a counterclockwise, you know, path around Kings Island, which I chose to do so that Invertigo would not be the first thing I rode. I kind of wanted something that seemed like, you know, was more of a one-of-a-kind coaster to start with. So, you know, Diamondback. With those 3 being the first 3 in a counterclockwise path around the park, man, that's just a great way to start off your day at Kings Island. It really has a good 1, 2, 3 punch, I guess. I don't know. Is that how you would describe those 3 coasters? I've heard people describe some rides as like 1, 2 punches, right? Like, oh, you got like a good first main coaster, then a great, just as good second main coaster. You know, like Top Thrill 2 and Steel Vengeance probably are the 1, 2 for what are we doing here? Oh, pipe. Steel Vengeance and, I mean, I'll say, I guess if you were to push me, I would say that, like, I don't know if... The Beast is a 1 punch, but is Diamondback the 2 punch? Or is it, probably not. Or is it, is the 2 punch, is the 2 punch Mystic Timbers? I don't know. It's kind of pretty similar to the first punch of the Beast. I will say, if I had one criticism of Kings Island, I think they could use something on the level of the Beast. A second Beast. That is as beasty, as impressive as, like, oh my god. You know, a 1-2 punch. Mind you, I do think Diamondback and Mystic Timbers are both on that same level, and, you know, we'll see when we see the tier list. I am not, I think they are S-tier coasters, both of them. But they're not quite as, like, you know, park-defining as, like, say, Steel Vengeance and the other one. What the hell? This pipe does not go in. And with this, there's no way to go down. What the fuck? Well, we're soft locked, but also we're out of lives, so I think, that's that then. In any case, regardless of not of like how it would, I forget, did we get a checkpoint? It doesn't matter, because, we're out of lives, so we're done. Thank you for level, Snow, but, that'll do. Finally, my level, says Easton. Hell yeah, let's go. Let me, yeah. Forgot to make the pipe to go to the other room. Maybe, that would make sense, because we got, like, a Yoshi there, so... Doesn't really make sense what happened there. Another 3 cards, another 3 rides. I rode Queen City Stunt Coaster. I rode Flight of Fear, and I rode Orion. Remember earlier when folks in chat were asking about Orion? We now find out. I hope the suspense has not been so hard. Not been so bad. So Queen City Stunt Coaster is a sort of a weird, like, multi-launch, highly themed coaster where you get in these cars and then you sort of are launched up a hill into a helix, and then you sort of, like, swerve around some cop cars, and then you do some other stuff. Then it takes you on top of a building, and then after a delay, you go into like a dark part of the track, and then wait, that's poorly aimed. I should do it. Try that again, hang on. Those Pikmin aimed now? There we go. Okay, there we go. It's fixed now. Okay. I didn't get that many good shots of the back parts of the ride that are not so visible from the entrance of the ride, though I could have gotten some shots of it from the side. Let's face it, I could have done better as far as photos here, as far as this goes. Honestly, I thought I gotta put a couple more pictures of it, but I really like the part where you come out of the poster. I think that's pretty cool. The dark parts are cool. Apparently, this ride used to have more special effects. Apparently, a lot of those don't work anymore. But I thought it was fun. The Helix was a fun thing to be launched into. And then, you know, it's just good theming, fun elements, and some good dark sections. Like, I cannot find any fault with it. I enjoyed Queen City Stunt Coaster a bunch. Meanwhile, the next two coasters both are in this, like, sci-fi themed area that was located on the other side of another coaster. And in particular, we're going to start with Flight of Fear. That's what I went to first, which is sort of an indoor coaster with kind of some rarities as far as Six Flags and Cedar Fair goes, insofar as it had a highly themed queue with video in there that was, like, specifically made for the attraction. And a spaceship and theming, and wow. And you get on these carts that are rather uncomfortable. There's the building from the outside, so I'll say, like, of the ride itself, I cannot show you that much. But it's sort of just like a spaghetti bowl, which is to say, like, it launches you into a big rise up, and then you sort of, like, look down upon the whole structure in the dark ride part, and then you just sort of go through, like, dips and hills and, you know, sort of a mess of track every which way, similar to Poltergeist at Fiesta, Texas, which is the other ride of this sort that I can compare it to. I think Poltergeist is the better version of that, though I do think it's kind of cool how it, like, stops you a bit, so you can actually have a look around and go like, oh, that's cool. It sort of, like, stops you at the top and, like, hangs you for a second, so you can look around the dark room and go like, oh, it's a coaster. I'll say my biggest problem with this ride was that the vehicles were very uncomfortable. Like, especially, especially if you sit in the front row of any of these little cars. Like, there's a little bit of raised metal under your feet, and under, like, the foot that's on the outside. And if the bar is, like, on top of that, it sort of, like, crushes your fucking foot. And I had to, like, sort of take my foot under it, and then my feet were, like, stuck together, like, crammed into a little narrow bit, just, like, squeezed where it could fit. And it's like, oh god, definitely ride in the back row of any of these little cars if you can. And I'll say, as a spaghetti gulp goes, it's alright, it's not bad, it's pretty good. Orion is a giga. It is over 300 foot tall, and it has some hills and Heelys. Honestly, I don't have fucking much to say about Orion. The problem with Orion is that it's a very basic coaster. Doesn't have much that you can say about it. And honestly, I didn't like it as much as Diamondback. So despite Diamondback being like 200 feet, so 100 feet less tall. But like, nah, it's just kind of a nothing ride. There's not that much to it. It's not bad. It's fun. I like the little hills. I like the Heelys. The forest that it goes into is nice to look at, but there's just not much to say about Orion, unfortunately. And I think that sort of makes it kind of... I feel like it's less interesting than other attractions, though it's not bad. It's just... there's not much to be said about it. It's just a giga. You know, I would compare it most to, like, the hypercoaster at my local Six Flags over Texas. You know, which is to say, like Titan, it's just a giga. It's just a giga. There's nothing else to say about it. I've heard people call it the worst of the gigas that were made by this manufacturer, so not including Tormenta. Though Tormenta is better than it, for sure. Tormenta at Six Flags over Texas, which is a dive giga. So it's kind of different from this Giga. It has like inversions and stuff. But yeah, I was kind of underwhelmed by Orion, unfortunately. And well, I don't have that much else to say about it. Yeah, kind of underwhelming. I would like to see some more aesthetics that contrast or blend into the scenery beautifully. You mean in the game or in the park? Because the forest was nice. The forest was nice. This has a really low clear rate east on. In fact, it's low enough for to get our bonus helmets. Okay. Yeah, some theming would have helped. I really liked it. And Cedar Point had a lot of tunnels. Just looked weird with the plastic blue and the trees. I can see that, yeah. The hypers in like in like Cedar Point, right? The hypers and gigas all had like tunnels and thing and like a focus on like speed or you know, something that differentiates it from like your average giga, and this does not. And there's nothing special about it. And it doesn't really go for it as far as speed goes. I've heard like Intimidator, that's like one of the best gigas, I think. Intimidator, whatever. In like, is that King's Dominion, where Intimidator 305 is? 305? I don't know what the number is on that, but this one didn't do it for me, honestly. There's just, yeah. I mean, I'll say it's nice looking. I like the blue, I like the white. It's a good looking coaster. It definitely looks good on like, you know, from afar. It is a cool looking ride with its white supports and its blue track with its, you know, like the curve of it sort of stands out against the sky a little bit. And there's no support on like the very tippy top of it, which I think is interesting to look at. But, you know, there's nothing special about it. There's no tricks, there's no surprises. I think that it could use a little je ne sais quoi, you know, something really to spice it up a bit. Let's see what Easton's level is all about. King of the Hill, new and improved. Reach the goal after defeating Morton.
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. We gotta watch out for some traps and stuff. We can do a mid-air spin, and that would save us. Oop.
Oh, no.
You think this is as simple as just we do the obvious thing? Not something like, oh, we gotta jump over this pit or something. No way. No way. We definitely cannot reach the other side of this. This is the thing to do. Oh boy. Good. What the fuck? Oh, we can jump on that guy, right? We can jump on that guy from the top. Obviously. But like, it's just curved enough where we can reach the top. Hey, thanks for the follow, Doshi Bro. I appreciate it. And I did not see, just not paying attention as a result. Thank you. Been a while since I seen you. Hey, you know, yes. For those who have been watching on the regular too, it's been a while since, you know, like I've been saying, I just got back from Ohio, vacations, all that. It's been like a week and a half since the last stream. How you doing? Get your level in, and if you have a level, now is the right time. I will say, I think that, considering that Kings Island had fewer rides than Cedar Point, there's not that many more to go over. We're getting to the end of theme park talk. There is still a ways, but you know, it's coming to a close. You used to play your trolls, but you're not sure if you'll accept them. Absolutely, I will. I'll accept anything. Well, that sure is a statement. Whatever you want to submit, I will play. Though, you know, it is the lightning round, so there will be a limited amount of lives and all that. So, keep that in mind. But that aside, it's business as usual. Go ahead, get them in there. Now is the right time for such things. Is there a way to get Bowser Jr. to just jump off a cliff or something?
Oh no!
Difficult. I'm good with trolls. Just, you know, we had limited tries, so like our chance of getting through one is somewhat limited. People should play trolls. They're fun. They're like puzzle levels to kill you. What's not to like? They're funny. They're gag levels essentially. Generally, oftentimes. Depends. Yes, I am running out of lives a lot. That does happen. Okay.
Oh no!
We're learning. We're getting a little farther every time. Except at the times that we don't. We're getting a little farther half the time. And you know, think of this as a nice little break in between me talking about Orion and me talking about the Racer, which is the next one to discuss. I think there's just like 3 pulls worth of posters left, pretty much. Though I did end up riding the kiddie coasters, so some of the kiddie coasters at Kings Island, because it seemed like they were a little less kiddie actually, and a little bit more just mild coasters that eventually found themselves in the kids area, which I think are worth talking about. So yeah, you love how much that sounds so much. Yeah, we've been talking about, you know, like I said, I just got back from Kings Island and Cedar Point, and we're almost done with Kings Island stuff. I mean, we gotta talk about the food, and you know, I got like one last card. I got a couple last cards for Kings Island. Like with Cedar Point, some last things to end on, and before you know it, we'll be Dunzo. Go. And remember, after we go through here, we go right immediately. Though actually, it kind of seemed like, okay, actually.
Oh no!
Do I want to jump off that, or do I want to just try to go right over the thing? I'm out of life, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, you're talking about the balloon. You like the sound of the lives being lost. Gotcha. We did not beat it. Thank you, Easton. You know, like I said earlier, you can always get that back in there. We will do it again once you go around the whole queue and all that. For now, it is 06i's turn, and I got 3 more cards to cover. 3 more coasters to talk about real fast. 06i was just talking about Orion and how it looked a little bit funny in between the last level, so 06i is here. See you later, Easton. You have a good one. 3 more cards. I rode the Racer. I rode Adventure Express. And I rode Banshee. So, you know that coaster that you went under to go to the sci-fi area that I mentioned earlier? Well, that's the Racer. And that is a dueling coaster, which is a dueling wooden coaster that goes sort of like up and down. The first time that I went to it on the first day, it was not dueling, but the second day it was dueling, so I was able to get a duel on it. It is a race roller coaster landmark, which means it's an old coaster of some significance, and it's good. I actually really liked it. You know, like I said with Blue Streak, I feel like, you know, Judge Roy's Scream has sort of given me a negative view of like what a wooden coaster can be. And this one's perfectly good. It's not too rough. It is only rough in a fun way. And it goes out, it comes back, and you have the little bit of fun of like looking over and seeing the person beside you, like going going along with it. I don't think this quite did it for me as much as Blue Streak did, but it's pretty good. It's pretty strong, and I definitely like it a lot more than Gemini, I'll say. The Racer was solid. And, you know, I wouldn't, I think that's a keeper. I think you keep that. Unlike Gemini, where I kind of was just, even if it is old, you don't have to keep it. You don't have to keep everything old. Meanwhile, Venture Express is a ride where I can show you very little because, like, all I can show you is, like, basically the entrance. It's a tubular coaster where, you see it's got tubular tracks and all. And it's sort of like a mine track cart. It's sort of like a mine train ride, comparable to Thunderation at Silver Dollar City, which got closed last year, so it doesn't exist anymore. So maybe it's not a good comparison to make, but I can think of nothing else that is quite like it. And I really enjoyed it. It's a fun ride with some fun, like, theming. It has, like, more theming than your average Six Flags ride as you're going through, like, a dark jungle. There's, like, a poster up front that's like, oh, you know, this track could take you to the Forbidden Temple, but actually we closed that route. But sure enough, due to, you know, the mistake that always gets made in these rides, you end up going to the Forbidden Temple, which is like a cool little lift hill at the end of the ride where there's some cool animatronics going like this. And they, like, sing a song or something at you, and it's pretty alright. It was kind of surprising at the end, because you get to that, and then you get through it, and then it just drops you right into the station. Like, oh, the ride is over. I do think between Thunderation and, I mean, through Adventure Express, with Adventure Express and, I do think between Adventure Express and Mystic Timbers, those are two rides that really should have their show scene at the start. And if, like, those show scenes preceded, like, the drop or something, that would be a lot better. But still, it's a fun ride. I think it is on the level of Thunderation insofar as, like, it is a long ride. It takes you interesting places that are beautiful. The fact that, you know, it has the trees, the same as all the other rides. It has the forest. It all looks great. There's, like, cool fake tracks. I think in some cases, bringing you under, like, fake tracks that you could have went on, and through, like, rooms with like, you know, spears sticking through it, you know, a little bit Indiana Jones type shit. It's fun, and I think it's one of the best mine train coasters I've ever been on, which is to say, it's pretty good. You know, I wouldn't necessarily say that a mine train coaster can be on the level of, like, you know, a Giga, but, like, it's solid. Thunderation, it's about on the same level as Thunderation, I would say, though. You were saying that it's janky? I remember it being fun. I remember Thunderation being pretty cool with, like, how... It definitely is better than the mine trains I know from, like, over Texas, where it has, like, the old historical one. Hello, Rag Dragoon. How you doing? It's good. Banshee is a inverted coaster that has, you know, some cool elements. Like, it has a lift track that goes through the loop, and also it has this one spin, like, towards the end where it, like, takes you on a... It like, does a helix. Not a helix, like a inline twist, where it, like, takes you over. That part at the end, I think that's my favorite part. Other than that, it's pretty okay. There's not much to say about it other than it's pretty big. It has really big elements for an inverted coaster, and it's alright. I think that Raptor at Cedar Point sort of outclasses it a fair bit. And for that reason, it was not as, you know, exciting as it could have been. But it's fine. It's cool. And the queue is nice with a bunch of, like, gravestones and stuff, including gravestone for the beast, which is cool. Okay, and there it is from the Eiffel Tower there. Look at it. It's a cool looking ride that goes pretty long. And apparently, I think it is the longest inverted coaster in the world, so that's cool. It's just doesn't have that much that I would say versus, like, the Raptor. It does pull forces, and like I said with the Raptor, I was feeling it in my feet as I went over, like, the inverts and stuff. I definitely think this is way better than Batman the Ride. I'll say that much. But it is not better than Raptor, so, you know, having just ridden Raptor, it was sort of a tough act to follow, you know, in the previous days and at Cedar Point. You know, when I was at Cedar Point in the previous 3 days. Alright, that's 3 more. Time to do 06I's level, and then we're pretty much done with coasters after after the next 3 pull. We're almost done, basically, with the King's Island talk. There's like a couple fewer coasters at the King's Island. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, but I'll say they go fast, especially because, like I said earlier, the lines are so short. You can ride all of them in like 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours. You know, even if you're getting there at like 2 p.m. and you only have like 6 hours in the park because, you know, that's how time works and they're not open super late. Even then, yeah, this is a cool platform level where half the platform is on fire at any given time and you have to switch back and forth. That's a cool gimmick for your platform level. I think it's really cool and impressive. It's also nice that it's, you know, constantly going up and down, meaning that, so we're becoming stairs a little bit randomly. Also, you got the fireball waves, which are always cool and good. I like fireball waves. I will say, random thought, a coaster that Kings Island and Cedar Point could use. A wave coaster. Like at SeaWorld Orlando. You know, a stand-up, they got the surf coaster, you know, there. That's what they should get for both of those parks, either of those parks. Also, could always use more multi-launch coasters. God damn it! Long level to be starting from the jump. I think this is cool, but I think we got the idea. You know? They should put, as far as, like, what attractions I think they could use. I mean, I guess the thing is, there's always tons of different coasters that they could do, right? Like, I do think a more modern racing coaster would be great for Cedar Point. You know, like something newer than Gemini, for instance. Namely, I think that a multi-launch coaster like Velocicoaster or Hagrid's would be great for either park. Something of a motorcycle. If it was like motorcycles, I think that'd also be great. Honestly, motorcycles, I would like that for my home park, for Over Texas. You know, like Hagrid's, like, or a Zocon. You know what I mean? Just like one of those multi-launch coasters where you're in a motorcycle and stuff. Or like, Tron. Tron's another... Was Tron Intamin? I don't know, that's like just Disney, right? Could use something like that. I guess, like, you know what, actually, Cedar Point could really use that they don't have? They don't have an indoor coaster. There's no indoor coasters at Cedar Point. And considering, you know, it rains sometimes, honestly, they could use multiple indoor coasters. I wonder if those would be, like, you would be able to market them. Maybe that's the problem, is that, like, oh, you know, you get an indoor coaster and then what are you gonna show people? How the hell are people going to get excited for that? Yeah, people manage it at Universal. People manage it all the time in other parks. So, you know, it's probably not a big deal. That's probably what I would give them if I were giving them anything. I'd be like, okay, Cedar Point, 2, 3, get you like 2 indoor coasters. I would literally say, like, look at what the Mummy does and just copy that. Give us a Mummy. Hey, it's Hey Miles with a raid of 4 viewers. Hell yeah, thank y'all for that. I'm doing the viewer levels, and also I'm talking about my my trip to Cedar Point and Kings Island that I just got back to. Been talking about all the coasters 3 at a time in between levels, and we're just about done with that. We just...
Oh no!
What was the deal there? What was the thing there? Let me give you the shout out there. Let me give you the shout out 1 second, and see what's what. 1 second. Shout out. There we go. Paperboy. Paperboy. I was expecting Mario Maker 2. Typically, a lot of the people who raid are also playing Mario Maker 2 at the time, but that's cool too. I will drop the follow there myself. I'll be sure to return the favor sometime. Did the alert go off? I guess it's not going off these days. That thing has often been on the fritz. Do you see it in chat? The shout out was given, whatever. You play Mario Maker 2 as well a lot also? Gotcha. You speedrun Paperboy? Gotcha. I've never played Paperboy. I don't know if it's is it a good game? Are you playing it like, is it a speed game insofar as like, is it like an ironic thing? I don't know that much about it, honestly. I remember ads when I was a kid. Gotta watch out for fishes. Oh, you know what? I'm probably thinking of Paperboy 64. That's probably the bad one. The NES one must be good, considering that, you know, they made sequels to it and all that. The 64 one is bad though, right? That's the one I've heard bad things about. Okay. I've definitely heard of Paperboy, the original as well, but not as much as the remake, I guess. We got a fucking fish! You haven't played that one? Gotcha? Okay. You haven't played that one, so you can't say for sure. We ran out of lives. This is the lightning round, by the way, so in addition to, we have a limited life system as well in play, so, yeah, those big fish kept fucking me up. Basically is what happened there, so that's something. That's great. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss for you, 06i. Go ahead and get something more in there. And then Meta Black Yoshi, you're up next. Put that in chat for you to see and to confirm to. And meanwhile, it's time for the last 3 big boy coasters. Last 3 cards. So I rode the Bat. I also rode in Vertigo. And that's all the big boy coasters. So at that point, on my first day of Kings Island, I was like, shit, I did everything. So then I went and did the, except for the kids' rides. And so then I went and did the water rides as well. And also I went up on the Eiffel Tower thing, which is where I got a lot of those very, very nice photos from. I saw all those nice photos from up above and all that. That was from the Eiffel Tower. So the Bat, it is way out in the woods, I will say, you have to walk a while through the Bat. And also, by the way, if you've been wondering, you know, I have mentioned that a lot of coasters go out into the woods. This is what the woods look like. They look nice. Trees and shit. I like to see it. Honestly, as hikes go, I don't mind walking a bit and seeing some nice trees on the way. And then I get to go on a fairly good, you know, a hanging swing coaster, which I will say, unlike the last one where Raptor I think is better than I think Raptor is better than Banshee. Raptor at Cedar Point is better than Banshee at Kings Island. I think the Bat is better than Iron Dragon. It's a lot more ambitious. It takes you through a lot more nature. It is a lot more betterer, and it does swing a lot harder. And at the end, you know, end up like swinging so hard, you like swing back and forth as it stops you, which is pretty cool. And it's also just really beautiful back there in that whole wooded corner of the park. Hey, thank you for the follow. Hey, Niles, thank you. It's a damn good ride. I don't have that much more to say about it other than like, yeah, no, it's a bit of a walk to get out to, and it definitely feels a little bit more jank than like an inverted coaster with that that ride type and all that. But I do think that this is the best one of these I've ever ridden, and I think it might be only the 3rd one of these I've ever ridden, so, you know, that's not saying a ton, but I think it's just a better way to do it that's more interesting than just, you know, a smaller scale attraction. Finally, as far as the big boy coasters goes, there's Invertigo. Yeah, we're just at the end of big boy coasters for the second of 2 parks that I went to, Chard. You can always watch the VOD later if you want to see, like, me talking about Orion and all the Cedar Point ones. And we'll talk more about the Beast in a bit. Beast talk is not over. in Vertigo is a boomerang. But, and I'll say, like, when I first rolled up to the park, I saw this and was just like, well, I've seen a couple of these before. They're not that special. It's inverted, so that's cool, but what else is there to say about it? There's one more thing to say about it, which is that, it's one of those, by the way, if you don't know, it's a coaster that, like, goes up, drops you down, then you go one way. It's a shuttle coaster, and then you go back the other way, same course, same course. The thing to say about it is it has seats going facing one way and seats facing the other way, and it was also really not busy, so it was like basically a walk-on. So I was able to get the front seat and the back seat, on either ends of the train looking out, like on subsequent rides, and as a result, I rode it like 3 times total. It's not that different going front versus back, other than the first time you end up facing forward the first time out, and then you end up like facing backwards on the ride back, which is cool, and the other way around, it's the other way around, but it's pretty good, and I like the slight novelty of being able to look one way or the other, and that makes it so that there are like more premium seating on the coaster. And if you're looking for the back, it's like, well, I might as well face the other way then. If you're like a back row boy like I am, you might as well sit in the back where you're facing the back and get that whole experience. And it's not bad. You can also go, hey, traffic. There's parking lot. I parked there as you go up. Like I said, I also rode the water rides, and we're just going to go over them really fast. There were 3 of them. There's Congo Falls, which is it's just a boat ride where it takes you up top, sort of like rolls you around, and then it just drops you down a hill, and that's it. That's it. There's a big splash, and if you are trying to get a picture from the exit pathway, you will get wet. When I was taking this picture, I was kind of surprised, like, oh god, I got splashed. I got drenched, and mind you, I just came off the ride, so I was already fairly drenched, so, whatever, but surprising. Then I went up the tower and got all the lovely photos I've been showing this whole stream. Here's some more of them, of all the areas from above. I sort of wandered around. I've been up some towers like this before, like in Japan, towers with good scenic views. Like Sapporo has a great one of these. This one isn't as tall as the one in Sapporo, and I don't think it's not as tall as the actual Eiffel Tower. I think it's I forget how tall it is, but it's 300 or so. It's fairly tall, but not super duper tall. Not as tall as the original, nor as tall as Sapporo's TV tower, which apparently is what the one in Sapporo is called, in Sapporo, Hokkaido. In Japan, that's a very memorable tower. I ran around, I took photos every which way, and that was a fun thing to do. And also I got overhead shots of all the rides, which was very nice, because then I could show y'all what they look like from above. Then I went on the log flume, which kind of just dumps you down a little bit. You float around a little bit to get to the drop, but it's basically just a drop and not a very big one. It doesn't really get you that wet. Meanwhile, Whitewater Canyon, after a bit of a walk through the forest, you end up doing a water ride, a raft ride, where you get somewhat wet. There's some plumes of water and no big drop, and at the end you have to wait to get back into the station. You have to wait kind of a low-key a long time, which is kind of not great. They, end up with you waiting on that lift for a minute or 2 or 3. Kind of awkward, not great, but it's fine. I'll say I think just being out there in the nature and how beautiful it is kind of makes it an okay raft ride, no matter if there's no drop or whatever, but could have used a drop, could have used a big drop. I'll say those water rides, they're not really fantastic. There's not really much to write home about as far as the water rides go. And honestly, I didn't ride the Cedar Point water rides because, with the rain and all, I never really had time to spare that I couldn't be spending on additional rides on rides that are roller coasters at Cedar Point. So, I didn't end up doing any of the roller coaster things at Cedar Point, except that I will say at Cedar Point, I did ride the buckets thing, where you go in the little bucket over the park. That was a nice save of a quick walk. And I also did try to get on the Ferris wheel, but you can't do that alone, so I didn't get on that, so whatever. I don't think Meta Black Yoshi has... Did Meta Black Yoshi confirm during this? Let me, oh, Meta Black Yoshi already did confirm. Yes. Good. And, we got, 0.25%, so it is, yeah. By the way, Koopa isn't first in the first section, is not necessary for anything. Big Mario can trigger the first thing. Okay. Let's find out what the deal is with this. So yeah, we're done with, the big boy coasters. I will say we got a little bit, yeah, I couldn't go on the Ferris wheel. I wanted to. Would have gotten some good pictures, I bet. But, whatever, you know, what can you do? I'm not going to go with another party, that's weird. I will say, speaking of that, with that water ride, they did, it is funny. Whenever I go to, like, Hagrid's, even if I'm solo riding Hagrid's or something, due to, like, either, you know, going alone or, you know, being with a family who don't want to go, usually they put you in a party for that. But, for this, they just gave me my own raft all alone, which was kind of weird. It's more fun when we're with like, a whole group of randoms, and everyone's shouting. Even if you're in your own group, it's more fun with a group of randoms. Period. And then, like, everyone's, you know, having a good time and getting all rowdy with it. If I'm not thinking about this correctly, am I? Yeah, I wanted to. I really did. And I had time enough to do it. It's just, didn't quite work out for that reason. Honestly, though, I didn't necessarily mind that, you know, Cedar Point has enough to do as far as, like, the regular coasters and stuff go. Kinda can just make do on all that. What's the deal here? I can get this P-switch. I swear oh, P-door. Or we could use that bomb to blow through a wall, I guess. This doesn't... I don't remember... I remember this section. Okay. Good. We're gotten to some parts that are familiar. Oh. Right, there's a pea balloon there, and we can use that. Okay. I remember that from, like, a week and a half ago. Right. Okay. We're good. I got this. Cool. Good. And that refreshes our doodads. Hey, I remember, I think last time I made the same comment of like, wait, you lose your pea balloon flying into an enemy from above? That seems weird, but whatever. The water rides weren't great, but, you know, I had time. Like I said, they run that park so well. The ops are so oppy. What's the deal here? It's been a minute. The ops are so well run, you know, This doesn't seem right. Oh, right, we jump into him from below and that does a thing. Right, okay. Yes. It's all coming up Millhouse. We're still in the good part. So for this, I need to ride that thing down and get it into the door. Do I need to go over here? Not sure I need to go over here. Really. Not 100% sure. Okay. Okay, I got into the pipe. This is progress. I don't remember this. That sort of thing happens. New! Brand new area. Ouch! Oof. Oof is right. We saw a new section for like 2 seconds. And also, I'm pretty sure now I know that I don't need to do... I don't think we need to do that as a bunch of things next time. I think we can shortcut a few things here and there in this level. Yes. Okay, I want this shell. We went around last time. We don't need to. I'm going to get small. I think this time, let's just ignore all the parts that are off to the side and just go like this. Like, why not, right? Oh, well, if there's... Okay. So, if there's no... If the bombs haven't made a hole in the ground yet, it's harder to get... It's harder to get out that way. Is it bone now? Also, wait, where's the guy? Where's the thwomp? Is he going to spawn? Yes, he spawns at this point. Oh, I can hide. I also go this way. Okay, that's not good. But in another way, it's quite good, because now I can get through this without the hoppy-boppy physics. It's good, it's good, this is good. Not oof, not oof, not oof at all. Here come baddies. Everyone died. That is good. Those guys are also going to die. I cannot get that power up. Progress, progress, progress. This is progress. We got progress. I think I need to do this on-off. Okay, I need to use that bomb to kill the guy as well. Okay, okay, we're learning. We're more and more, we're understanding the assignment. We understand more of the assignment now than ever before. That is very good. I do not have a mushroom to give. So I must make very good use of this. Alright. Small mode. Now then, I must make hole by going out this way and doing this whole path again. And remember, I can become small to avoid the thwomp. Can I do this without giving up my shell? Yep. No! Okay. Maybe just give up the shell. It's fine. It respawns. It's all good. We're good. We're gonna use that platform. This is as far as you've seen anyone make it. That's great news, because that must mean we're near the end and we're almost done. Hold the shell. Oh, I can hold the shell. That's a good idea. I didn't think of that. It's not like we need to throw anything or whatnot. I'll say. We're almost done with ride talk, but like I said, I did actually ride the kids' ride, so we do have three more coasters to talk about. Also, there is one dark ride. There is a dark ride at Kings Island, which is actually kind of good. So we'll talk about that as well. Very soon, after this level, take a breather and enjoy some well-earned, some well-earned Mario Maker time. I think the balance is important in streams like this, where I'm talking about a million, like a topic that is just a lot to get through, but also, you know, it's like a vacation that you only go on for the first time once definitely does take priority as far as the you know, the conversation goes. It's understandable, it's fair, but also, you know, I don't want to give short shrift to this level either. Don't want any. I want the shrift to be normal length. Honestly, long is a great length for shrift to be. Long shrift. That's what you want. Long shrift. Okay. Good, I can get that. Now we have a power-up. What could be better? We had the shell still. We could have used it. Jump up here. Jump up there. Alright, alright, alright. Door, door, door. We're doing it! We're doing it! I think. I'll be honest, I don't know 100% if this room is going to be cool, but you know what? This room looks pretty chill. And there's a checkpoint. What could be more chill than a... What? Refreshes our lives, the checkpoint does. And now... we're to one last section, I think? If the on-off had been the other way, we could have gotten a power-up. This is still a dangerous level full of dangerous things! And the number of lives we have will be, difficult. Yeah, definitely better if you hit the on-off there. Will this on-off toggle on its own? If I had a shell or a bomb, I guess I could do it. Then I wouldn't be able to... No, I wouldn't be able to live. If I used a bomb. Okay. Cool, the blocks dropping bombs into the lava. That makes it so that the little explosion happens as soon as you land on it. That's rad and shit. Okay, so if the on-off was the other way, we'd be able to get through here. Okay, I think we can get... Yeah, we go up this way. And now... Whoa, 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 whoa. We can get up here. Beautiful, this must be good. This looks like a dangerous room full of dangerous things. And, well... it's definitely true. Can I hurt this guy? I need to hurt this guy. somehow. Where did he go? It's like flying or some shit. Okay. Good timing, good timing. Okay. It would help if we got this mushroom here. Right, the last time... That mushroom, we can get it, but we have to be quick about it. We gotta hit that block before the, explosion happens. For some reason... And also we gotta collect that as it's falling. For some reason... I don't quite quit the mechanism, but like if... I want that. I cannot get that. Unless it were to respawn back here. Okay. This is coming down to it. 5 lives are left. I want that mushroom. If I get that mushroom, I will be less likely to die. So, let's get that damn mushroom. Hell yeah, I got a mushroom now. So, now we are, like, in good shape versus boss. I hope. Okay. Okay. Maybe if I take this guy, I can bang this guy into the boss and get, like... If I bang that guy into his bomb tower, the bomb tower disappears, so... He's, like, naked, you know? He has no hat anymore. So he's defenseless. Good strat, yes! But we gotta execute. Gotta execute on it. Also, if we can keep the mushroom, that would be ideal. Also, that's a fire flower, so if I can get that... Is there a way to get up there? Yes! I got a fire flower now! So I'll at least have a mushroom. In theory. Alright, we got it. Yes! Yes! We just gotta hit him one more time. And he's just a normal dude. There we go. No bomb hats for you. What? Okay, we gotta catch this, like, really high up. There we go. We caught it really high up. What is this? What's going on? This isn't the end of the level. But maybe this is. What? I didn't get enough keys. What does that mean? Where do you find keys? Keys? I don't know what I should have done differently there. I'm pretty happy with my performance so far, but it does look like we might have reached our limit. There's 8 total keys in the stage, 5 hidden key, and 3 not so hidden in the last challenge room. You need at least 3 keys. Interesting. That's interesting. Have we? We're key. We're Kibi. Where can we get key? I would like key. Anyway, whatever. Let's just continue and do our best. We're going to continue and do our best. Is there keys like in this section? Is it too late to get key? Well, that guy still have hat. There you go. No more hat for you. There is 1 key. So, I guess there were a number of obvious keys along the way, but probably additional keys that you actually need. What about that pipe over there? What about, what's up with this wall? Is there anything on top there? 3 in the boss room? There are 3 in the boss room? Whoa, another boss! What the hell? We waited long enough and a second boss appeared. With a second key! You don't think... There's a third one! Okay, so the secret is you gotta wait around a while. You know what? On some level, this is our fault for coming up with such a good strategy that dispatched the first Ludwig, like, right away, so fast. Like, the fact is, this guy did not have time. These two did not have time to appear and to make obvious that, yeah, you could kill them as well. Like, I did not know these guys exist because I was too fast and too talented, and god damn it, that was really close. We needed 3 total, right? So I needed to get a third one. It's a good problem to have, it's also a bad problem to have. Sometimes you're too fast at killing dude. You don't even know all the dudes that you can kill. Shit. Shit. Can I reset this by going over here? Probably. Oh, I hope I can. Oh, it doesn't look like it is. Okay. It's not coming back, is it? Oh, fuck. And then we fell in the lava. Ah! We almost did it. We almost did it, for sure. That was a hell of a last couple tries. One of these, we'll get it eventually. We're so close here. But that's all we can do. Maybe I should have waited. I don't think Meta Black Yoshi is on the YouTube side, so you don't have Twitch subs there. Could have waited to see if we had like a subscriber refresh, which is a thing we can do, by the way. It's subscribers, Twitch subscribers, those that give me money, can refresh our lives at any time. But I think that was time to move on. It was the last try. Getting there. Thank you for the level. You can get that back in if you want. Mathlete is up next. Mathlete just said last try. All right. Last 3 pull. of the stream. Last repull. And this one is kind of a cheat insofar, like Water Ride card was. This one says, like, I rode Phantom Theater, Opening Nightmare, and I also rode the three of the 4 kids rides. That is to say, Woodstock Express, Snoopy's Soapbox Derby, and Woodstock's Air Rail. Because I was looking up lists of, like, all the I checked to see, like, okay, wait a minute, are these actually kiddie coasters? Are they, like, worth riding and all? It seemed like they kind of are. And I'll say, they kind of are. So, Phantom Theater, I guess, is what it's called, is the first thing I rode, on, like, is the list updating for anyone else? It does. Every time the math lead is currently up. You should see. Oh, 1 second, math lead. Hang on. I gotcha. Do that replacement again. I have to bop you back to the queue, and now you can replace. Phantom Theater is a dark ride where you sit in this little booth thing, and then you shoot things on the wall using a flashlight. And I'll say, compared to other Six Flags shooting attractions that I've tried before, and even compared to, like, Universal shooting attractions, I thought this was pretty damn solid. Like, the basic idea is that there's, like, a ghost opera player who is making, like, these ghost notes appear, and as you go through these scenes of, like, dark ride scenery bullshit, there's, like, computer-generated, like, notes on the wall, and your flashlight beam, which you can see, mine was orange there, so mine is the little orange circle. As you move your flashlight around, that moves. It seems pretty much real-time, seamless, and you sort of place it over the notes, and you pull the trigger, you push the little flashlight button, and it, tallies up a score. It's pretty straightforward, but it works. I'll say I was quite impressed by this. Like, the technology worked perfectly. And, well, actually, there might have been a couple of glitches, maybe some, like, latency here and there, but it works better than Villains Con the Ride does at Universal Orlando, and is pretty damn solid as far as this sort of attraction goes. I would rather ride, I mean, I'll say it doesn't really have, I think, like, the Men in Black, it's a more solid shooter ride than Men in Black, because you can see where you're aiming, and it all feels pretty seamless, and you can see what you're shooting. But Men in Black does have the bit where you see all the people in the other ride, and they do, like, an X-ray, and it's like, oh, they're aliens! That's kind of a fun bit. There's some fun bits in that ride that isn't quite in this one. This is much more of a people mover with a flash, in addition to the shoot 'em up bits, but it's solid. It's a lot better than the I've ridden, like, at Over Texas. I rode that fucking, like, Hall of Justice ride, and it's terrible. It's like, not really as good as, like, a anywhere near as good as a Universal or Disney dark ride, and this is, like, almost there. Yeah, the people mover, like in Disney. Like I said, it's you get in a ride vehicle that's like this. It's a people mover. It's a box on a track, and you go through some scenes and you shoot some stuff with your flashlight. It's honestly pretty good. Honestly, I think that's a solid dark ride, and I think honestly Cedar Point could use something like that. For the variety, and to have something other than coasters. But then again, if you're going to Cedar Point, you're probably there for the coasters, or maybe the water, or the ocean and all that. I went on 3 of the 4 Peanuts rides, and basically at a certain point I was, like, looking up, right? Like, what is up with these rides? There's 4 of them in the kids area, and that's, like, a good chunk of the coasters, so should I ride them? And the answer seemed to be yes, and especially because, like, a lot of these rides did not start out as, kids rides, as Peanuts rides. Like, Woodstock Express apparently used to be called, like, Beastie, and went by several other names, like it was like a Beast Jr., basically. And, or I guess that would be, like, grandson of Beast, or, like, maybe Beast Dog. Basically, that one's just like a wooden coaster that's painted blue like Blue Streak, and it's quite small. So it's, you know, not that bad, not that good either. Honestly, it doesn't quite go as hard as Blue Streak or any of the other wooden coasters that I rode, but it's fine. It's kind of short for what it is, but I think that makes it more palatable for the kids, I guess, is the idea. The second one I rode was Snoopy's Soapbox Derby, which is a shuttle coaster for kids, where you're lifted up the lift hill, and then you sort of like go around a whole bunch of like track around the ride, and then you go up another spike at the other side. That's you go up another spike at the other side, and then you come backwards, which is all right for a kids coaster. That's pretty good. It's better than and I'll say of all these, I think these are better coasters than you find at your typical like Universal Kids area, you know, or even at the Universal Kids theme park. Even I'll say I haven't ridden the rides at the Universal Kids park. It's like 20-30 minutes from me. So like I will do eventually when my nephew is like able to enjoy a roller coaster for kids. I think he's pretty close. I think apparently it sounds like he's getting there. I heard my sister they went to the Jersey Shore this year, and apparently he really did like looking at the little theme park they have there. So that's probably a good sign that he's going to be like you know, interested in riding these rides whenever he's tall enough, I guess, is the thing. We gotta find out when he's tall enough and when he's like intelligent enough to understand roller coaster fun. Okay? You want to go on that? Yeah. You know, he has to be able to like understand the question well enough to say yes or no. And he's getting there. He's just like two and a half now, you know, my nephew. Cute guy. Camp Snoopy, final one of the kids ride is Woodstock Air Ride. And this one's kind of a fun one, and the one that made me most interested in these rides because, like, it is an inverted coaster that actually does, like, go around some curves, like, and swing and like, tilt a little bit, which is alright. It's very alright. I mean, I'll say, I think all these three rides that I rode of the kids area are all very alright. No problems with them whatsoever. They're fun, they're short, and they're, you know, I think the shortness really is what makes them just fine, but I think it's really cool that they got, like, a good variety of kids rides that are, like, you know, the coasters that are short, mild, and suitable for kids that are also, like, interesting and not just, like, the first thing that you get off the shelf at, like, you know, it's not like they got 3 flights of the Hippogriff, basically. They got, like, actual rides that make you go, like, oh, that's different. Oh, that's also different. That's a wooden coaster. That's an inverted. That's a shuttle coaster. And also they got like a pumpkin. They got like a pumpkin coaster, the Great Pumpkin. It's themed to that, and apparently that one used to be that adults couldn't ride it, and now adults can ride it without a kid. I did not ride it. I did not see the point in that. I feel like if a ride is such that they used to have a rule that said that adults couldn't ride it, you could just take them for their word. I'm not chasing credits or here. You know, I want to ride things, but not so I can take credit for riding them or adding to a number. I do not keep count of all that. So I did not ride the pumpkin coaster. And it seemed like it was just like, you know, for babies, literally. Where these coasters are, you know, they're mild, but like, an adult can ride them and be like, okay, that was fun. Yeah. I mean, it's not as good as the other rides at the park for adults, but, you know, not bad at all. A little bit of a preview of the food part of the stream. The food card, where I talk about food that I ate there. Did Dawson confirm? Did I do the thing where you know what? I did not do the thing that the Dawson could see and respond to. That is it for the rides. That is it for the ride by ride storytelling on this stream. We got like a few more cards of King's Island, and then we'll be doing the King's Island tier list, and that'll be fun and good. Did you not just have your turn? Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot. You're right. I forgot. You switched out the level. That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot what I was doing when I was talking about all that stuff just now. We'll do you first. We got you. I got you. But Dawson, anytime, good to confirm whenever, and I'll count it. We're doing Mathlete. We're doing Mathlete. That's right. Oh, Link's minigame challenge. This is you said, I think we've seen this one, right? Yes. Which one did you want? Did you want? Let me see. The replace didn't work? Weird. I thought I put you back in there so that you could do the replace. Maybe you didn't see that I said that. Let me see. I'll just type it in. That's fine. I gotcha. It doesn't have to be on screen. The other one can be there, and it's just fine. W2G. All right. The thing is, you can't replace a level when it's currently in the now playing slot, so that's why I have to like bounce it back to the queue for you to replace. But you know, I did that, and then you didn't do the replace then, so it's all. Don't worry about it. I got you. This'll do fine. This is not a hard level, right? It was like a high clear rate. Okay. So 5 is about right. Are we protecting this guy? We're protecting this guy. So I need to not kill him. Yes, good. I understand the concept. I understand the assignment. Let's do it. 3, 4 times that. I think we're gonna do that like 3 to 4 times. 3 to 5 times. Cool. I've seen a lot of like, you know, levels where you guide a, I've seen levels where you like guide like a Monty Mole around or whatever. Less levels where you guide a Wiggler around. It's less common. A little slower. It's not that bad. Fun to make the platform appear below their feet. I like that, I like how it looks like when it's crushed between two things. Just like constantly. I don't know if lightning round means you have to keep moving or if you have time to check more info. I just don't remember to check more info generally. I can check more info, it's cool. Just tell me and I'll remember to do that. It's just not a habit I'm very much into, honestly. It's a bad habit of mine just to like just plow right into the level without reading description. I know, I should really read more. We all should. But specifically in regards to Mario Maker, I should read more. That is definitely true. Or see the thumbnail or the art or whatever it is you want to show me there. Yeah. Checkpoint, let's go. I don't know how many more of these are left, but this is the halfway point, I guess. Ah, these ones are walking. Okay. Well, how the hell do I protect... How the hell do I protect from all of them? What? Oh, I know. Damn it! I need like a big mushroom so I can hit these things constantly and constantly be like back and forth, none have a chance to get through. Some of the level art people make are creative. Yep, that's true. will make some real creative stuff in Mario Maker. That's always true. This one's funky. I also, I'll note, have no ability to die, and like get a like a timer reset here. So like if I want to like avoid a timeout, I have no way to. Wait a minute. Can a spike hit the P block? Can a spike hit the P block or no? Spike can hit the P block! Spike can hit the P block. It's not hard at all. Okay. Is that intended? Am I supposed to figure that out? Is that cheese? Might be cheese. I don't know how you get through that without the cheese, though, so... I don't know. Oops, says Mathlete. Okay. Looks like... cheese. Looks like cheese. I like this wiggler, though. It's, funny to me. I like the way that it wiggles. I like the way that it wiggles. Could it be a thumbnail? Could that be, that wigglin' wiggler be thumbnail? Could be. Why not? There was a level that was, like, roller coaster themed. That makes sense. A wiggling wiggler is also kind of roller coastery. Like, it's like airtime hills. I don't know. I can see the argument. The thumbnail's going to mention that it's largely a travelogue. So whatever happens, it's fine. Whatever I go with, it's cool and good. Thank you, Mathlete. I'm glad to have shown you something that you didn't realize was a problem. Though, if you have to do that vanilla style, whew, I don't know, man, I don't know. That's going to be, nightmarish. Guess you'd have to make, I don't know. I'm kind of worried for, the next iteration of that, but regardless, we did it. And now Dawnsome is, up. Dawnsome, go ahead and confirm. Did Dawnsome say anything after I, accidentally, Dawsome? Dawsome, not Dawnsome. Well, I'll put next in chat and follow up on food, but King's Island. Let's talk about the King's Island food because I'll say, you know, I only had 2 days at King's Island and as a result, I had fewer opportunities to eat there. And also, you know, like when I got there at 2 p.m. the first day. So, you know, before when I was driving, I got some Subway on the road. Did you know they have drive-through Subway? Wow, I didn't know they had that, but they have it on the road, which was kind of nice and convenient. Not bad at all. But for the most part, as far as like what I ate when I was at King's Island, I had some Skyline chili, which was recommended to me. I've not heard of them before. Apparently they're a Ohio chain of chili restaurants. Never been a big chili person, but this was a nice meal. Yeah, they have drive-through chili on the highway, you know, like in between cities. I guess the idea is that like truckers and stuff that are like long hauling don't have time to get out of the truck, so drive-through, they have to do it for like long haul routes basically. It was like, you know, 3 hours between Sandusky and Mason, so there was not much there. Yeah, so they put like a ton of cheese. I went with the 4-way, which just means that it has spaghetti, chili, onions, and cheese. And also I add some sour cream. There's like a 5-way option that also has beans, but I don't know that much about chili beans. I'm not really a big beans person, so I was just like, I don't know about that. But I think meat is good. I think sour cream is good. I think onions are good. I think cheese is good. I think spaghetti is good. Okay, give me that. It's pretty good. I also did try Culver's for the first time, which, as I understand it, is sort of a northeastern type brand of like steak burger. pretty solid. I liked the steak burger a good deal, and I will say I did look on Google Maps, and apparently they have opened a place like not too far from me, so I can go get some Culver's tomorrow if I so choose. So it's not that exclusive to the area, but it was nice to have it for the first time. I think it's like an Ohio favorite. When I was stuck in the Millennium Force queue, they talked about someone was like favorite fast food place, and you know, people did mention Culver's there. I would probably in that slot. I was sitting there going like, I want to say Whataburger, but I feel like that outs me as a Texan like right away. You know, that like makes clear that I am not from here. You know what I mean? Like, do they even have Whataburger in Ohio? They should. I think Whataburger has been expanding. I saw a map the other day. I think there's a good amount of them. Whataburger. Yeah, I looked up like Whataburger states, and they operate like the entire south. The entire south now looks like pretty much. Hang on. They operate in like the entire south. Their frozen custard is good. I do like frozen custard. There's like the other place that's like that, Andy's. That's all right. I also had some Andy's when I was driving, you know, to the hotel the first night in the rain. I had Andy's. That was a good meal, and I like how it comes with ice cream, or you know, you can get ice cream same place. That's rad. Yeah, so there's more Whataburgers than ever, and they're starting to get close to Ohio. They just got 2 states to, and then they'll be in Ohio. I love Whataburger. There's 764 locations in Texas. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, there's tons here. You can always find a Whataburger. You can have your choice of Whataburger here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I like Whataburger a lot. And I like how they're open 24 hours. That's great for me, a night owl, you know? But yeah, Culver's first time, that's real good. I will say I had some frozen ice cream in the park, some frozen custard. Speaking of frozen yogurt custard, had some of that in the park. That was fine and good. And on the second day, after arriving back at the park at like 7 p.m., after taking a few hours to like go back to the hotel, pack up a little bit, get everything all nice and ready to go for the following morning, you know, flight home, I tried to find a place to eat in the park, and I ended up going with the Grain and Grill. And I'll say, the Grain and Grill was not bad. It was like, oh, you pick an entree, and then you can pick some sides. And I went with the penne pasta. I went with the ham. You get a dinner roll, and you got some artichokes, or not artichokes, what are those called? The Brussels sprouts. The Brussels sprouts were a little heavy on like balsamic vinegar or whatever. The sauce on it I felt was just really too heavy. But the penne wasn't bad. The roll, honestly, I don't know why they didn't have cheese with the roll, but yeah. And then also had the ham. The ham was not bad. There was a little bit of fat on it, and that was nice. So congratulations, Kings Island. Slightly better food than Cedar Point. Though I'll also say of the food at both parks, there is a Panda Express there, and I've never had Panda Express, but low-key I was very much considering having Panda Express, as if I couldn't find anything that I wanted to have more, but this was alright. This is pretty good. Ever been to IHOP out there? Yeah, I actually, I'll say I don't have a picture for it or whatever, but I did go to IHOP on my second airport day. On the way back, I was like, you know what? I've had enough buffet breakfasts. I'm going to have some IHOP on the way to the airport, and fuck it. And that took probably like an hour, so it was kind of slow, and kind of made me a little bit worried, but I was there at the airport in time, so it wasn't a big deal, and, you know, I had a really good omelet and some nice pancakes. I like IHOP as well. For pancakes, they're my go-to. Though OHOP is also really good, original house of pancakes. And if you're looking for waffles, obviously there's one restaurant for it. They're not very good as far as like burgers and stuff goes. So don't get a burger, but like omelets, hell yeah. Pancakes, hell yeah. I wish they had crepes. I wouldn't mind a crepe on occasion. I guess I have that I think I had that at like OHOP for the first time. First time I had a crepe. I guess OHOP is where I go for crepes. So yeah, they had one really good meal there. I guess I could say, just in general, I feel like Kings Island is a little more well-rounded in a couple of key respects, insofar as like, yeah, the food seems slightly better at Kings Island. They have that whole Central Plaza area with some good, their smoothies are good. Never had their smoothies. That's interesting. Okay. Did you try their Doobie chocolate pancakes? Typically, I just go for buttermilk. I like buttermilk. I just like a pancake with plenty of syrup and butter. I think you can do no better. I don't want them to be sweeter. I don't want them to have stuff on them. I just want pancakes, soft, delicious. Oh my god! Don't make me go to IHOP after this, everyone. You're trying to talk me into IHOP right now, and that's not a good idea. For 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. It's Tuesday. That's not what I should be doing tomorrow for tonight, nor tomorrow morning. Eat pancakes. They're good. Pancakes are good. That restaurant was alright. I think that main area seems like it has some okay food. I bet you can also find some trashy burgers similar to, I bet like all the Six Flags parks have the same really terrible burgers. A nice waffle? I don't think IHOP has waffles. I think if you want that, you have to go to Waffle House, which is unfortunate. Honestly, the nearest Waffle House to me is pretty far. So, it's kind of out of the way to go to Waffle House, sadly. They do have waffles? I don't think I saw them on the menu. Do they have crepes? Maybe it was crepes I was thinking of that they don't have. At least the ones by me, 20 plus years. I believe that. That one really fast. Okay. Yeah, probably no crepes. Crepes are good. I like crepes. I would really love to have just like a plate of like 12. They're like thin, right? So like if a 5 stack of pancakes is right, you probably need like 10 crepes or something. You probably don't get that many though. Cracker Barrel? Oh, it's been a while since I've been to Cracker Barrel. But Cracker Barrel, yeah, they have some good breakfast type bullshit. Yeah. I think like a week and a half ago we were, or week and a half ago, two weeks and a half ago, we were talking about like all the restaurants that I go to. And I realized after I didn't include any of the dessert restaurants like Dairy Queen or Brahms. I occasionally get an ice cream from Brahms in addition to doing grocery shopping. There's a number of places where you can go for a snack or for ice cream specifically. I never went with any of those for any of those like like crumbly cookie restaurants. I saw people saying that those were on the decline, but I never really went into them in the first place. You know, I saw a whole video and people were talking about like, oh, cupcakes really had a moment a couple of years ago, and now they're just nowhere. And it's like, I don't know, man. I still have an occasional cupcake, but like I don't go to a restaurant for cupcakes. I go to the grocery store. They have cupcakes at the grocery store. You buy them, you put them in your fridge, and then you eat them whenever you want. And the frosting gets all nice and firm when it's refrigerated. That's what you want. No one wants to spend $10 for one cupcake. Oh yeah, I don't want to do that. But you get like a 6-pack. I really wish that, I'll say with the grocery store, you can get like a 12-pack of mini cupcakes. But I really prefer like the max cupcake size, a 6-pack of those would be ideal. But you can't get those just in vanilla. I only want vanilla cupcakes. I don't want chocolate cupcakes. I want the vanilla ones, and I want 6 of them, and I want them to be big. I do wish that supermarkets would have that option for me. HEB, please hear my plea. Um, Whatever. I don't need to eat cupcakes. They're not good for you. I'll admit. I should stick to ice cream, which is my favorite thing to have. That's not good for me. Anywho, food-wise, mostly was eaten off the park, but the one meal I did have at Kings Island, ice cream notwithstanding, was good and solid, honestly. So, what can I say? It was decent. Wasn't like the best meal I ever had at a theme park, but like it wasn't bad. And for that I give them credit. I think that they might be overall more well-rounded than Cedar Point. And obviously the ops are really good as well, and the location might be a little bit more convenient for, they're not Sandusky is a little bit podunk, a little bit like rural, a little bit underdeveloped. Whereas like Mason, Ohio seems like it has some actual, like, city corners that have, like, a bunch of restaurants and stores on them, normal style. It's a little more upscale. Just a little more, though. Yeah, you pay $10 for 5 pancakes, though. That's the difference. It's more pancakes for your buck. I'm hitting, dismiss. Thank you, Dawson. And, Barnstormer is up. Oh, excellent, great. We earlier didn't get a chance to do your Super World on account of bullshit because of the servers being down, but now we can get in there and continue from where we left off a week and a half ago. Which I believe we'll see where we were. This is the Burning Kakariko cutscene. Cool, good. So it's a cutscene. For those who don't know, Barnstormer has been doing Ocarina of Time as a Mario Maker Super World. Has been doing, has done. It's completed. But, this is the cutscene. I guess you must have, like, built Kakariko once and, like, copied it a couple times. And then, before you uploaded so that you could, just copy the layout again. It wouldn't make sense necessarily to, do this every single time, right? So we're learning the song. Kakariko's a little fucked up. We can get some coins on the way if we're, savvy and fast. And now we're heading into the graveyard. Wait, we gotta do bottom of the well. We gotta do bottom of the well first. Wait, is that bottom of the well right there? Oh, there's not time to, go down into the well yet. Also, it's, like, watery down here. Down there in the future. We gotta go back to the past. We gotta go back to the past before we can, drain the well and, by playing the song and such and so forth. Maybe there's a level for, like, doing... Is there a level for playing the song of, for playing the, the Song of Storms, learning the Song of Storms, and then playing the Song of Storms? Ended up having plans to revisit more areas, but ended up cutting those out. Okay, so probably not Song of Storms next, but, yeah. Do I have more cards left? A few related to, the coasters and park and stuff. But let me just hit complete here, and then yes. Cards. How important is an ending? And ending on a strong note to y'all. Anyway, the last thing I did was a night ride on the Beast. Let me just tell y'all. Okay, we're capping off the Kings Island talk with the Beast at night. Now, like I said, the Beast fucking rules. And the first night I was there, the park closed at 8 p.m., so it did not get dark before the park closed, so I wasn't able to do a night ride that night. Though I did do a slightly misty, rainy ride that seemed to be pretty fast and out of control, and I really enjoyed. But that night, after arriving and eating, and doing that meal, and then riding Diamondback and Mystic Timbers, before it got real late, I went to the line, and my goal was to like, okay, I'll get online as late as I can so that when it comes up, it'll be as dark as possible. And it turns out that's actually pretty easy to do, and you probably just get online at like 9:20. Because the thing is, the line is going to close, the ride has to close for a while when the fireworks start. So like for 40 minutes, an hour, when the fireworks start up, they have to like close down the ride, and as that's the fireworks are coming, you're just sitting there waiting for the fireworks, and then the fireworks happen, you look out the window. Yes, I think they have fireworks. I believe they have fireworks every night. I'm not 100% sure about that. In this case, on Friday, they were open till 10, so it might be a case of, like, it depends on how late they're open. That might be the thing. If they're closing at 8 or 7, maybe no fireworks at that point, but, on Friday, they have fireworks, and apparently when that happens, they have to close down the ride, and then they have to walk around the perimeter to check for, fires, because it's a wooden roller coaster. They don't want it to be on fire when you're riding it. That's a risk. And I said to the people around me, I'll be very cross if this burns down. I'll be very upset. I won't like that very much. No. And unfortunately, it didn't burn down. And also, it was not a bad way to end the trip in any case. I had already returned to the hotel and packed up. I didn't have much packing to do, so I could afford to wait until like 11 p.m., like an hour after closing for my final ride. It was kind of boring a little bit, sitting in line with nothing moving for like an hour. That was kind of a little bit dull, but hey, like I said earlier when talking about the Millennium Force and all that, like once it does reopen and, the fireworks are finished, it's like, everyone cheers and goes like, yeah! And everyone's so excited, you're talking to the people in front of you, you're talking to the people behind you. Oftentimes in a theme park, you get to talking to the people in line, and I do think it's just a, fun thing. Everyone's fast friends at a theme park, and that's, I think, a bit of fun. It's much like a Twitch chat, where everyone's just talking to whoever's around, and it's chill and cool, and, as a grown adult, I don't get that many other opportunities to talk to people just for fun and just, like, freely, chill style. How do the fireworks compare to Disney? Oh, probably not as good. I was, like you could see, this is my perspective on it. Like, midway into a building, I was seeing it through 2 levels of line, and also through some boards. I was not close enough where I could actually see through the window. This is probably better than the angle that I actually got using my human eyes. But, it was nice, and it was something to distract while we were all waiting for the ride to reopen. And then it did, and I'll say, so as we're getting up to the front, right, I'm talking to the guy in front of me who's a single rider as well, and I'm also talking to the people behind me, and we're talking about, like, what's the best place to be on the ride. They've already said, like, as we're coming up, like, okay, so we're closing, so no more position requests, no more seating requests. You go where you're told, and that's that. And we're just looking at the line, trying to figure out, like, okay, I think we're on the next ride. I think we're towards the back. And, the lady behind us actually did count, and she was like, okay, she was like a slightly older woman, maybe like mid-40s or something, maybe like upwards of 50. And she was like, probably like late 40s, if I had to estimate. She was like, I think you guys are row 10, and we're row 11. And then as we're coming up, you know what the guy says to the guy in front of me? He looks at him and says, single rider, which would you prefer, 10 or 18? And it's such a happy thing to be the guy behind a single rider behind a single rider that just got asked that question and go like, I'm getting the back! And, ran back to the back after he went back on us. Single rider as well. I'm going as well. Yeah! And, we were like, yeah! And then the lady who was behind us, she ran to number 17 with her like little girl. She had like a daughter or something with her who was like maybe 14, 15 or something. I didn't talk to the daughter that much. I only talked to the lady. But, you know, we were all so jazzed, excited. We high-fived. Like, yeah, back row. You can't plan it any better than that. It's was perfect, and suffice to say, by the way, riding the beast at night, already a fantastic ride, but through the pitch black forest, you know, night sky being nice, a nice like you know, navy blue that's also very, very dark against like a pitch black wooded background. Oh my god. Was it packed light Main Street? It's a ride queue, so I was in the ride queue at that time during the fireworks, so I didn't see what was going on after. So yeah, it's a really intense coaster, and you cannot see shit, even when you're outside of the tunnels. And like I said, it was my favorite coaster at the park, probably my favorite coaster of the trip. So like that night ride, oh my god, it was a perfect way to end the trip, a perfect final ride, and it was just so cool and good. You like riding Test Track at night too? I'm not such a fan of Test Track, but night rides in general, you gotta get them. A lot of cases though, night rides, there's like lighting. There's like the rest of the park that's lit up. The trains are giving off light. But in this case, it was just dark as shit. The only lights were like from the station and from like the top of that lift hill there. You can see the light from the lift hill here telling you to like, you know, stay in your seats and shit. It was really an experience, and I'm so glad to have ended the. You know, it's pretty soon here. Kings Island is going to have shorter hours where night rides are going to be less viable because they're not open as late anymore. And I specifically planned my trip for like early in the evenings or early in the August where the hours were still open pretty late, and I'm so glad that I did that. I'm so glad that I did it before like they started closing at like 9 or 8 even on weekends. And it was such a fucking good final ride of the night, final ride of the trip. Holy shit. Was there music? I didn't hear any music, no. I didn't hear any music from where I was, but yeah, apparently there was also maybe a drone show, but I think the drone show was like above us or something. So like, I'll say again, I could not see that well from where I was sitting, where I was in the line. But also like, fireworks have never been like the biggest sell for me, though I will say, when I was at Epcot and like fireworks were going off as I was leaving, I did low-key kind of want to stop and watch them last time I was at Epcot with family, though, with my cousin, but beating the traffic is a good idea as well, even if it is, like, pretty damn good. So yeah, I exited, and I think we'll cover those as part of the last card. We got, like, the, I think that's it for the Kings Island cards. That was, like, the finale. And, here, have some last photos. Photos I took on the way out. Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? And there's me, and, that's the album. You are CM at Epcot? That's cool. I know another guy in another Discord who's like a Universal, who's like an Imagineer at Universal, I think is his job. He was, pretty, you know, theme park headed. You know, one of the Discords I'm in, he's always like the one to talk about various, you know, theme parks with, whether it's Universal or Disney or even Cedar Point. Knows a ton, and it's always cool talking to folks like that who know their shit. Yeah. What's CM stand for? Community manager? Community member? Something, cast member, right, that's the, Disney term for it, right. I, remember. Nuggies, can I get a confirmation? Did Nuggies confirm, by the way? Anything for Nuggies did confirm. Excellent, okay, cool. I totally forgot to in the heat of the moment. Nuggies. Anything I want, or what? Which would you prefer? That's cool. I think theme parks must be pretty cool to work at. I really love theme parks. I really do. They're some of the coolest places to be. Nugty. I'm not gonna do anything for Nuggies, who is a different person. Similar name, I can understand. Let's try High on Purple Kool-Aid. How does that sound? I think it sounds good. Tier list and stuff coming up, as well as final thoughts. There'll be timestamp for that in the VOD. And then, you know, yeah. Long hours, though? Gotcha. Yeah, I bet. Okay, we'll get it next time. That must be nice, you know, I'll definitely say, like, I wouldn't mind, Orlando would be one of the places I would live, I think, if I had choice of, like, if I were to live anywhere other than here. And the main reason would be because, well, then I could just go to the parks whenever I want. I mean, I don't know if that would be good for me. I don't know, like, if I would, you know, I don't know, like, how often I would go if I, like, had free reign. Or if I would get, you know, winded and tired and stuff, or how that would change my relationship with parks. Generally, I'm always just going hard when I go to a theme park, you know? Like, I spend the whole day, I'm just shuffling from ride to ride to ride. If I was local, though, I'd have a much different relationship, I suppose. I mean, I am local to one park over Texas, and my relationship with that park is like, I show up, ride a few rides, then I can leave. But part of that is the fact that, like, you know, over Texas is like a, you know, not a Cedar Point tier theme park, is not a Disney tier theme park, is not a resort. Yeah, I have a cousin in Orlando, and multiple cousins, actually. 2? I think 2. At least 2. I think there might be a third one nearby. I don't know. Like in the, there's like a couple in Florida. I know that, there is at least one cousin who's like who like lives in Boca half the time. He does alright. You know. Like Junior Soprano. Every time I think of Boca, I'm definitely gonna think of Junior Soprano. Not just, you can't stop me from thinking of Junior Soprano. Obviously, that's a, you know, I'm just saying. I got some people in Florida, some family. Extended family, not immediate family. My immediate family is here. And, I like that. You know, but, I will say that, like, my mom the other day was like, you know, while you're job hunting, you can just try applying to some Orlando jobs, why not? That could, oh, we got a checkpoint, cool. And that, refreshes our lives, and then we lost one, fantastic. And that would increase the amount of places you'd be looking, and then, hey, if one comes through, sure, why not? It's all the same. Then, you know, that could be a thing, I don't know. I also wouldn't mind, you know, being able to be free of all that, stuff. I don't know. Do I work currently? Laid off, earlier this year. Been working in Godot, working on, 3D platformer for a bit. In my, free time, in addition to, like, you know, applying for jobs and all that. Apply to Walt Disney World? Is that, you know, I'm like an engineer. I'm like a, I'm more of a desk person than a standing up person. Honestly, I'll say my feet were pulverized by the end of this whole fucking trip. I cannot stand for long periods of time, I don't think. And honestly, like, in a theme park line, I am the first motherfucker to sit down. Like, At the end of a 5-day trip, like, yeah, no, if basically every line, we're stopped for like 10, we're stopped for a minute. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit on the rail, or failing that, even on the ground. I don't give a fuck. I gotta protect my feet. I gotta protect my feet. They're killing me here. They're like, I'll say I think my feet are somewhat bruised even. My toes, they're not in good shape. I need to not walk for a while. There's definitely need for your engineers as well. Gotcha. Yeah, I know. There's also, you know, as far as like local parks go, there is over Texas, there is, you know, Universal Kids Resorts. There are some local parks that I guess could be options, but you know, I don't know necessarily they got that many. I don't think Universal Kids has that much need for, like, you know, full stack engineers. I don't know. It's not a great time for, getting a job in general. I'm just hoping things get better eventually. Oh, I'm holding out. I'm holding out hope that, like, the AI bubble will burst, and that, everyone will regret laying off all their employees, and then, you know, big reversal in the market, and then, yeah. And, in the meantime, I can try to, you know, make something cool that could get me independence of all that bullshit. Gotta go to Epic too. Oh yeah, I love Epic. I've been to Epic Universe. I had an Epic Universe trip, last year. It was fantastic. You too, you're a business marketing major and currently working in a theme park, hoping to move up to corporate. Good luck. Good luck, yeah. There's a lot of bullshit out there. A lot of, it's rough out there right now. It's rough out there for everyone. And, I'm just hoping that, things get better. And in the meantime, I'm having a good time. Honestly, it's not bad, you know, hanging out, learning Godot, trying to make cool things, doing fun streams, watching anime. It's not bad at all. Provided that the money doesn't run out. That's a big provided. Anywho, Nuggies, thank you for the thing. Yeah, really, it's an insane job market. I'm hoping it gets better before the money runs out. That's what I'm hoping. I would have, you know, if layoffs hadn't hit, I would have loved to be like, you know, right now I'd probably be looking at, I'd probably be moving into a house. Instead, the down payment money is going to have to just sustain me for a while. So, fun. I'm hitting dismiss, Nuggies. Let me go ahead. It's Rad Dragoon is up next. And, how old are you? 36 this year. So, 36 as a few months ago. Hell yeah, Dragoon, how you doing? You're 25? Yeah, just getting into things then. Gotcha. Yeah, I already worked for 12 years, so I got like a decent resume and all that, and still, job market's insane, even if you have like 12 years under your belt. Specifics matter. Last, it's time now for the Kings Island tier list and also final thoughts. That's right. We've reached the end of Kings Island talk, and yeah, let's we don't got photos. That's not what we need. We need the tier list. So here's the Cedar Point tier list there, and now let's start showing the Kings Island one. Now, a lot of this will probably be pretty obvious, and I have it in the same tiers as Cedar Point, and a lot of it will unfold similarly. In C tier, I'm putting all three of the kiddie rides that were not quite kiddie enough to be ignorable, but also, you know, they're not, they're short, they're mild, they're just okay. For that, I give C tier to all three of them. They're decent, they're worth riding more than like a Flight of the Griffin or anything, Flight of the Hippogriff, but they're still not as good as the rest of the rides in the park. In B tier, I'm putting Flight of Fear because of the bad restraints and the fact that it's like, just a pretty good spaghetti bowl indoor. Not quite as good as Poltergeist if he has the Texas. I'm also putting Orion, which is a Giga that is not as good as other Gigas I have ridden on this trip and in general. So there you go. Not much to say about Orion. A bit more to say about Flight of Fear, but also I feel like there's enough about Flight of Fear that puts it into B with Orion, so there you go. In A tier, I have put the Bat, I have put Banshee, and I have put Vertigo. And all three of these are like solid rides. I think the Bat is like, a pretty decent ride that gets a lot of points for its setting and like how much it's willing to swing you around. I think Banshee is pretty solid. There's not much to say about it other than it's a long ride. It has big inversions and a nice final flip. And Vertigo, I think, is just a cut above your typical Boomerang insofar as having the backwards and forward seating. I like that a bit. In A+, I put the Racer, Stunt Coaster, and Adventure Express. I think all of these three are solid attractions that are a bit of fun, that, are a bit weird in ways, but they're weird in fun, interesting ways. And they're thrilling in all the right ways. So for that, I put them a cut above the other three that are more generically solid and good. And these have a bit more to them. The Racer is a dueling coaster that's also a bit of fun. I think the racing element puts it on the level of Blue Streak overall, all things considered. Also, it is kind of just nearly as good as Blue Streak in general, even before the fact that it's a dueling coaster. Stunt Coaster, with its launches and all its fun elements, are fun and good. And Adventure Express, I do think, is one of the best mine train coasters I have ridden, which I think does earn it A+. And finally, in S tier, I'm putting the Beast, I'm putting Mystic Timbers, and I'm putting Diamondback. I really debated with this whole park, and in general, do Mystic Timbers and Diamondback move down to A+, and everything in A+ move down to A, and everything in A move down to B, and everything in B move down to C? I really did debate that, because Mystic Timbers and Diamondback, they're not really as special as the Beast, but every time I rode them, I was like, ooh, that was good. And also, every time at the end of the night where I had an opportunity to ride an extra coaster or two, I wanted to ride Diamondback. I wanted to ride Mystic Timbers. I wanted to ride the Beast. Even the Beast is the standout of the three. I think they are all three S tier, and they are the three best attractions at the park by far. I do think this park could use a couple more S tier attractions, and S tier attractions good enough where that you look at the list and start going okay, maybe Diamondback and Mystic Timbers move down to A+. Maybe a lot of A+ moves down to B, A. Maybe everything in A moves down to B. It could use a stronger S tier that was more stacked. But I'll say, I really enjoyed the hell out of every ride on Mystic Timbers. I really enjoyed every ride of Diamondback, such that I do think Diamondback's my favorite hypercoaster that I've ridden, and my favorite coaster in the 200-foot to 299-foot range. And I think that earns an S. And also, I do think Mystic Timbers showed me that a modern wooden coaster can kick enormous amounts of ass. And since none of the theme parks I've gone to really have gone heavy on wooden coasters, I was kind of surprised by that. I didn't know you could make one as good as that, but they did it. It's fantastic. And the Beast, the Beast is fucking good. The Beast is so intense. Night rides on the Beast are great. I really love that final two helices where you start from the top of the hill and you just go down at a slight incline until you're going really fucking fast before you know it, and then the ride tilts to the side and then you're into the helices. Oh my god, that shit is so good. I'll say again, I think the Beast is a top 5 coaster for me, and it is the best coaster I rode on the trip. Fuck. Kings Island was worth it just for the Beast, but Mystic Timbers and Diamondback are also fantastic. The only theme park you've been to is Silver Dollar City as a kid. Yeah, that was good. I really loved Outlaw Run as well. That's probably one of the best wooden coasters That's before I went to these two parks. That was the best wooden coaster I've ever been on, and one of the only wooden coasters I've ever been on that was any good at all. Outlaw Run. I've been to Silver Dollar City as well. It's great. It's a great park. I really love Time Traveler. Time Traveler, also a top 5 coaster for me. Anyway, that's Kings Island. It's a damn good time. I, really enjoyed the trip. I will say that I think that Kings Island has a lot fewer, like, you know, world-class attractions to its name. Like, Diamondback is fantastic and Mystic Timbers is fantastic. I hesitate to say they're like world-class. You should travel to Ohio to ride Mystic Timbers or Diamondback. But, I will say it's a fantastic park. It has great vibes, and also it's really well run. Like I said, like, the 2 days that I had at the park were pretty fucking good, insofar as there were basically no lines anywhere. The longest wait was like 20-30 minutes for, like, I think Flight of Fear had like the longest line, and the Beast, because it had only 2 coasters that two train operations when I was visiting. But basically all the lines were like moving super fast at like full capacity, and that made it so like basically every ride was a walk-on, even as they were like filling up whole entire trains, or like most of entire trains, like all the time. Like those lines moved, and were like the opera. I've always wondered on some level, like what does Kings Island has fantastic ops? What does that mean? And what that means is the lines move. They churn through people, and you never have to wait for anything. It's like every line, you're just on each ride, like bang, 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 bang. And then within like 3-4 hours, you're done. You've ridden like 12 to 15 really good coasters, 2 fantastic coasters, and you're ready to go home, honestly. Or like, you know, go back to the hotel for a couple hours until you're ready to go get your Beast Night ride a little later in the day. Maybe go have some dinner, go have some lunch, you know, around Mason, Ohio, whatever. And I was really impressed and really happy with my time there. How does it compare to Cedar Point, you might ask? I think it's more well-rounded. I think the food is better. I think that it has a better kids area. It has better, like, it has dark rides of note. It you know, it has some more, it's a little bit more, less specialized than the roller coasters, even though it also does have tons of roller coasters. It also has really cool other stuff, and the Eiffel Tower thing is really nice as a big central thing that you can ride up. Like, it has some stuff that Cedar Point does not, and for that, I appreciate it. It's also a destination park, less of a, you know, everyone should go here once in their life, but like, if you're already renting a car and you're going to Cedar Point, take a day or two to go to Kings Island. I'll say, like, I was able to do everything, arriving at 2 p.m. and leaving around 7 or 8 p.m., easily. So, like, if you're worried, like, oh, should I put 2 days for Kings Island? Do I need 2 days for Kings Island? No, but it helps to have 2 days for Kings Island, especially if rain were to happen, or if, like, you know, if they're not open super late on one of the nights. You definitely do want a late night so you can ride the Beast at night as your final thing. You can hit up everything in a couple hours, and that's also really good. You know, it's fun to be walking around a whole park all day, and hit up like 16 really fantastic coasters. But also it's really good to have like 3-4 hours at a park and get in like, you know, 15. Get in like 14 to 12 really fucking good coasters. Or, you know, very good coasters 2 with a few fucking fantastic outliers at the edges. And yeah, that's where I stand on Kings Island. Not an island, it's in the forest. It's a very pretty forest. Reasonably easy to get to, I guess. It's cool, it's good. I enjoyed it. Yeah. I think that's about it for theme park talk. I mean, I think I have one more card here. We'll just do that real fast. Do vacations leave y'all totally beat? Yes, I'll say. Like I said, my feet were killing me by the end of the park. My 5 days at the park. I probably walked like 10 miles a day. This whole tier list would be even better if you were on your main account, King Dragoon 24. Gotcha, Red Dragoon 34. Don't understand what you mean, but okay. I was really beat by the end of it. You know, this is definitely the kind of trip where you're walking 10 miles every day, and I'll say, like, I look down at my toes at the end of the night. Because of Kings Island? Oh, I see the connection. Gotcha. You walk a lot on vacation, but you walk a lot, but on vacation you walk even more, yeah. At the end of the day, I was just like, my toes are killing me. They're like low-key a little bit bruised, and I think I have like a little bit of, there's like a little bit of, anyway, they were really fucking hurting to the point where probably it would have been responsible to like not walk so much on it, but you know, I had Advil. I could take some Advil, and that would help with the feet pain. And then, you know, now that I'm home, I don't have to worry about walking anymore for a while. I can just recover, and it's good. It's good to be home. Good to be done. Let's do this level. A Kaizo experience that took 10 hours to do. Also, there was a drive home. The second airport was pretty uneventful. I did have to go through Kentucky, I think? Whatever's south of Ohio. I also stopped for IHOP, which I already talked about. I got on a plane and I came home. End of story. Okay. And final thoughts. Hell of a trip. Hell of a trip. I really enjoyed going to all those parks, going to all those things. I do think that they are both not really built for the total resort experience. You know, the same way that like Universal, you can you know, just go to the airport, take a shuttle, stay on site, eat on site. They're not really good enough for that, and so far as their food offerings go, and how, you know, Cedar Point does have accommodations on site, hotels run by Cedar Point, but they don't have shuttles, and the food offerings are also a little bit questionable. I do think that it is a lot easier to go to Universal every few years and have a good week there versus this. They could use, both of them could use a little bit more resortification, a little bit more work on that front. Hey, Yoshi. I'm just giving final thoughts on my Cedar Point Kings Island trip. How you doing? Let me hit you up with the shout out. There you go. Hang on one second. Shout out Yoshi. Hell yeah. Tomodachi Life, huh? That's fun. Didn't get into that myself, but whatever. I had a great time. I think those are the two best regional parks I've ever been to. They are very much regional parks, though. They are very much regional parks. It was Mario Maker? Okay, gotcha. Did you change the game, or did you forget to set it? Either way, cool. It's good to see you. They are both regional parks, though. They're best. You know, I imagine if you're in the northeast area, it's very easy to go to them. And for those who are in that area, I'm very jealous of y'all. You have a very good thing going. And, like, if you can just road trip there without too much effort, you know, with just like a 5-hour, 6-hour drive for Cedar Point or Kings Island. That's fantastic. For me, I have to rent a car, I have to get a plane ticket, and, obviously hotels as well. But, I do think that is a limitation of Cedar Point, where, Cedar Point is very much trying to be a resort destination. Kings Island, 5 days. Three days Cedar Point, 2 days, 2 days Kings Island. So five days total at the park, 6 nights overall. It was a damn good trip, and I had a great time. I'm tired as hell. I do think I still prefer... If you were to ask me, like, if I prefer this to Universal, the answer is, well, Universal is my all-time favorite, and it continues to be all-time favorite. How were the hotels? I stayed off-site, so they were okay. One was a, independent, like, motel type thing, and the other was a, what's it called? The Holiday, Holiday Inn. One was a Holiday Inn. They were all right. They were fine. I do think that Universal is still better for me. As far as, like, the comparison between Disney and this, I think I would edge on the side of, preferring a day at Cedar Point, because I'm more of a roller coaster person, so, like, doing a bunch of roller coasters and stuff, that's just a good time. I do think, like, if I had to fill up a whole day with a single Disney park, I would really struggle, whereas I can manage to do it at either of these parks, so that's a point in their favor. It is also worth noting that, like, food-wise, Epcot's, like, run circles. Even the other parks at Disney are, like, okay. Disney Sea overseas, I really, really enjoyed. Disney Sea is better than... Is Disney Sea better than Cedar Point? Doesn't have that many coasters, though. That's the problem with Disney Sea. There's one coaster. I would like to go to the other Tokyo Disney park next time I'm in Japan. I've never been to Hershey. No, that's the East Coast. That's an area of, like, coasters, a parks area that's on my list of places I'd like to go. I do think it's better than Fiesta Texas. I do think these are much better than Fiesta Texas, pound for pound. I do think it's better than Silver Dollar City, insofar as having a lot more to offer. You travel so much. I mean, I've had years, man. I've had years to travel. I only traveled to Japan, like, twice. Once 2 years ago, once 8 years ago. I'm interested in that. I'll say, as far as, like, future plans go, I would love to do a California trip. I'd love to do a California trip and hit up, like, the 6 theme parks there. The 2 Disneys, the Universal, Knott's Berry Farm, and Magic Mountain. I'd love to, once Kota, the Austin, Texas park opens, I'd love to go down Austin Way and San Antonio Way and do Fiesta Texas again. That'd be just a road trip for me, since I'm in Dallas-Fort Worth, so that would work out. I think I'd like to eventually do, like, as far as future trips go, I think I'd like to do, like, a trip up north to Oklahoma, to, like, Frontier City, which I understand is a not very good theme park, but, it's, like, 3 hours from me, so I might as well. And then maybe also, like, go over to, Silver Dollar City, like, 3 hours from there. And then, when I was looking into seeing if I could do, like, a road trip type situation for that, I did see there was, like, a hot springs place, like, south of Silver Dollar City, east of Dallas-Fort Worth, so, like, I think that'd be a cool, like, third day, and you do that as a weekend trip. Like, 1 day in Oklahoma, 1 day at Silver Dollar City, 1 day hot springs. That sounds good. And finally, as far as trips I would go, yeah, I think I would like to do a like, northeast type trip, like, up the, coast of, the, New England type area, hit up, like, that Mall of America park, hit up, all the parks that they have there, including, like, yeah, Hershey, and a whole bunch of them. And maybe I could do that during the summer when my folks are at the Jersey Shore, and then I stop in at the Jersey Shore at the end of it or something. And that'd be cool. That'd be good. There's a lot of things I could do, and I feel like this has definitely been a bucket list trip. I don't know. I don't know, like, if I will go back like anytime soon. I think probably this is a trip that I do with less frequency than, like, say, Japan. Like, Japan so far has been every 5 years. Every 5-6 years. I mean, we'll see where I'm at, like, financially in 6 years. If everything's recovered and I have a gainful employment, like, yeah, I'd love to go to Japan again in 5-6 years. But, like, I don't see myself doing Cedar Point that often. Maybe it depends on how much they add stuff, how often they add stuff, and Kings Island is sort of just like a bonus on top of Cedar Point. You know, I don't think anyone really is traveling for Kings Island exclusively, but as part of a bigger road trip, or as part of a big, as part of a Cedar Point trip, it makes sense to tack on. And I'm really glad that I did. I gotta say again, the Beast, top 5 coaster for me. That's a hell of a thing. Cedar Point is definitely the theme park capital of the world, and their friend Kings Island is great. I really like their best friend, Kings Island. Six Flags New England is the closest one to you. Gotcha. Yeah, that's probably like a 4th order plan, but you know, hey, my cousins are always going to the Jersey Shore. It would make sense as a hybrid, Jersey Shore see the family trip, as well as hit up some coasters type trip one of these years. That's a one of these years thing. You know, who knows when. Okay. That's, let's do this. Sorry for the delay. You know, part of me was just looking at the time and thinking about how it's been 6 hours, and, it's probably good to wrap up the last thoughts there on, all the coasters and stuff, all the trip and stuff. And, I think now we are all wrapped up. We are totally all wrapped up. And furthermore, I think we're going in the last call for levels. And also some off-topic stuff. You need to, like, buy some time there. Hey, Almond Share. It was a lovely trip. I'm glad I did it. And, you know, I'll say, like, I have a lot of other ideas for trips that I feel like are just as important. You know? And I imagine I will come out of all those trips going like, you know, I don't think I've found something that tops, like, Universal Orlando. You know, obviously, they wouldn't do that, but, they are lovely. They are quite nice. And, yeah. Definitely a trip that I'm glad to have finally managed to do. And I think I picked just the right time before, they get, anything new. You know, nothing was closed, nothing was closing, nothing was, like, on the verge of opening. It was just about perfect timing as far as, all this goes. Also, wait, I totally miscounted there. This should have been with the helmet, so, 1 second, let me... I think I owe 5 then. Yeah, okay. 5 more. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. That indicator is weird. Do buy time and bounce off it? That's not right. That's not right either. What am I doing here? Bounce big. Bounce off that guy. Die on the spike. That's not right. I bounce that guy to the right. I bounce off him, throw the shell. I think, yeah, delaying makes it so that shell will be in the perfect spot when I go to land on it. So what I want to do is do a full jump here before doing 2 small jumps onto the thing and then throwing it, and I died before I could... That was the last life. Okay, cool. Do last call now. Off-topic cards follow. I have a handful of off-topic cards. You're welcome, Red Dragon. I have a handful of off-topic cards. We're gonna do them after last call. It is time for last call. Let me hit dismiss. Feel free, anyone who's gotten in any levels this stream, feel free to get back in there, and you know, we will do them all before we end the stream. Last call is typically the time where I show y'all some of my own levels. For the last few weeks, I've been showing off Mario Maker 1 levels, and, well, I didn't feel like getting that all set up this time, so, also, it's really fucking late, so we should, what can we do that's, really quick and good? Is there anything, like, Cedar Point themed? King's Island themed? 20-second levels. I'm going to do all my 20-second levels. I did a bunch of 20-second levels where the basic idea was I used a clear condition and made it so it was almost more of a bonus level. This was the first of them, where you land on platforms to kill these guys, and it's cool and good, and you can do it in 20 seconds. This was a cool thing. I found that it worked pretty well, and I ended up doing it like a bunch more times during my Super World. And in fact, like, you know, instead of ending in boss fights, most of my Super World worlds end in 20-second levels, including one world that ends in a, well, not quite the same, but one of the boss fights of the Super World is actually 3 20-second boss fights, which takes it out of the scope of this particular last call, which is just for levels of 20 seconds or less. So after that level, didn't do any more until I started the Super World, at which point every last level of each world was one of them, where the gimmick is, you know, you have to kill some guys. This one, you use POWs to kill dry bones, and when you land on them, they pow because you're big. Self-explanatory, self-explanatory. All right, all right. Now's the time to get in last levels. Kind of reminds you of Rayman Origins. Yeah, that makes sense. I've made levels that are inspired by Rayman Origins chest chases as well. I just didn't really, I'm not really a big boss fight person, so when I was looking how to end a world, more of a quick fire obstacle course, I was more interested in that than like a knockout, drag out boss fight, or like Koopalings, or you name it. You know, I've seen a lot of cool stuff out of that, but out of y'all, as far as like, you know, making cool bosses, even with the Koopalings. Sometimes, even with just the Koopalings, but I decided to go a different route with that, and I think it worked out. And you know, not that often I've had the chance to make like bonus level type levels. Honestly, I wouldn't mind making more bonus level type levels in the future. Though, honestly, I was looking at doing that, and then I didn't do that, and now it really looks like I'll just not do any more Mario making until Mario Maker 3 comes around, at which point I'll do more of it. I love Mario Maker, but after 70 levels, I'm sort of done. I'm sort of ready to just focus on playing them, I guess. Also, I got other creative endeavors. This is a 20-second green banana bonus, where the idea is that you go left and right and you collect the coins. And coins spawn in one side or the other after you go from one side to the other. Pretty self-explanatory, but also very unusual. We got just a few of these left, and then we'll be closing the queue and plowing on. We got 5 levels in the queue. How many cards do I have for off topic? It's like 6 or 7. Let me see. Like, I got like 5 here written down. I think it's like 6 or 7 in my notes, so we will jam through them. We'll get some nice off-topic talk, some nice non-theme park talk taken care of. Like I said, Pirate Peak 5 is 3 boss fights, but they are not in the thing. Also, hey, I think this is like the one case where I did a thumbnail that was not like a diegetic thumbnail, but like a, you know, I made the words wanted and then put the 3 bosses there. That, explains what the concept is. You kill a couple bosses. Pretty, self-explanatory. The 5th one of these is out of order because I ended up having to delete and re-upload it for some slight revisions. Oh, hang on, 06i, let me get you. I gotta put you here. You're not top of queue anymore. Go ahead and do the replace now, and you'll do it. Okay. You were in queue. You just were at the end of the queue, so you have to do it while you're not the next one up, is the thing. There you go. And now I will put you back at the top. Thank you. That one you have to stay in the air the whole time. Pretty straightforward, but fun. And the last of them is a water level where you have to get to the end without taking damage. And that's hard because the ending is behind, is right there, but it's behind some piranha plants. So what are you to do? Well, go into the subworld, get a star, and do not get crushed. It's important that you don't get crushed, whatever you do down here in the underworld, the water part, a vertical auto scroller, and then you get the axe, and then you're done. Okay, that's all of them. Nice and quick, very good. Hope you enjoyed seeing those levels. Very unusual for my my making. Usually I make more traditional type levels, but like I said, they were very much inspired by, you know, like Donkey Kong Country type bonus levels, to the point where a lot of them are like, you know, one of them was a find the token level. There's bash the baddies. There's find the, was there collect the stars, an equivalent of that? Not really. I wish there could have been. That's like my one note, is that I would have liked it if there was a collect the coins type bonus level. But other than the one where it was like green banana style, you know, like DKC2 star style rather than green banana style. You know what I mean? Okay. Whatever. They're cool, and I'm happy with them. Close the queue. Close the queue. We're winding down now. Okay. Folks, the queue is closed, and the night is, it's like 12, it's like midnight. It's like past midnight. We are ending the stream. This is the final segment, and specifically during this segment, I got some off-topic cards that I kind of have to get through. I kind of have a lot of them. It's 10 p.m. where you are. Ah, gotcha. Well, it's 12 for me, and it's been a 6-hour stream, I think, all told. Might be less with, like, some minor parts where I took a quick break to fix something, or like that part where we took a break and, like, entered codes for a bit. Might be a little bit less than 6 hours at this point. I'm not sure where the VOD is, but this is a pretty long Mario Maker viewer level stream. And I certainly hope the next one in a week and a half is less long. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, here's a card. We gotta do these off-topic cards. We gotta bust through them real fast. Did y'all hear that Twitch is training your shit on if you're on Twitch unless you opt out, or your streamer that you're watching opts out specifically, either or? Yeah, so this is probably what the stream would have been called any other week if I was not, didn't have 6 hours of theme park to talk about. It probably would have been something to the effect of like, opt out with me, brother. Opt out with me, friend. Friend, I want you to opt out with me. Make sure you opt out just for the metrics, just to show Twitch that, like, you don't want them harvesting your data. Especially if they're harvesting your data and literally give you nothing in return. It, sucks. Oh, Tamal. You just missed the queue closing. Here, tell you what, Tamal, I assume you might want to get one in. I will open the queue up for 2 more seconds to let you in. Just 2 more seconds. Get that in there. I do like to let in new viewers, get them in. Fantastic, good, okay. Close that back up. Excellent, excellent, okay. You just missed it, and also I do like to open the queue for new viewers and let them get one in. Well, an extra level will be nice because this will let us have more time to talk about all this off-topic crap. Very annoying, very shitty policy, very funny seeing, like, I'll say, like, I know streamer Mary Kish. She's, like, a member of Fire Escape, a podcast that I listen to when I listen to podcasts more often. I don't really listen to podcasts that often these days, so I haven't listened to Fire Escape in a long time. But I did see that she had to, like, sit next to a guy who's, like, Twitch corporate, as he was saying things like, well, if it was opt-in, we know no one would opt in, so yeah, that's shit, isn't it? It's like, yeah, well, no one would opt in because no one wants to volunteer for harvesting, especially considering that there's literally no upside. There's literally no gain. There's no carrot. There's no reward for opting in to have your data scraped. So opt the fuck out. Opt out right now. I'll say, friends, viewers, chat, opt out with me. Go to the settings page, hit do not harvest my data for AI scraping, for AI training, and tell Twitch in so many words to fuck off. And at least tell them that, no, you're not allowed to scrape my data for bot training. I am not allowing that. I am opting out. You tell them that. It's good for them. We get bonus lives with this amount of clear rate. So let's go, let's do it. I don't see where to do that on mobile. I don't know where you do that on mobile, but it's in like a settings page. It's not on the studio dashboard side. It's on the it's on like privacy settings, yeah. It's like in main Twitch settings. Honestly, I was kind of surprised and kind of took me a minute to find out. Guess what you just opted out of? Opt out with me, friends. Everyone, opt out now. You know what? We can opt out next week as well. It's never too late to opt out of Twitch, to opt out of AI scraping. Let me remind me, make a card, tomorrow for, opt out of Twitch, AI scraping. Never too late, never too late. We can, it might be good to have a reminder in 2 weeks' time for anyone who missed this. Opt the fuck out! Get out! Tell Twitch they can't do it! And send the message that, they are all, that, like, Mary Kish is very aware of that, like, yeah, apparently Mary Kish was saying, like, she's been telling her, like, superiors that no one wants this. No one is cool with this. The audience is not down. And also, even if they were, like, what's the upside? Training Twitch's AIs for free? What are you talking about? Why should that be? Why should you give them permission for that? It's not like a, what is it supposed to be? Like when your Microsoft Word crashes and you're like, hey, do you want to give feedback to Microsoft so that they can make the product better? Fuck.
Oh, no.
That was a good little bit. Thank you, Santa B. Everyone opt out. Opt out now. Get out of the thing. We'll do it next time. Also, I think I can cheese this.
Oh no!
Not like that. There are a lot of bills. There are a lot of bills here. A lot of bullet bills here. A lot of...
Oh no!
There. 2 tries left. 2 tries left. I think I can do this. Without, If we can get to the end again, I believe I can finish this. Yeah, okay, this is all... Everything other than the first couple bills is, like, scripted. Actually, I guess they're all scripted. They all would explode. They would all fire at the same time every time because it's auto-scroll and all that, right? And it wasn't a problem last time, so I think we're good. I think we've done it. Are y'all ready for cheese? It's cheese time! In a second. So with these bullet bills, I can just jump off the walls and then just, you know, jump over them. Or even jump on their little parts that are, yeah. And then I can go under this guy. And that's it. That's the level. Okay. Good. Not too bad at all. Not too hard. You just have to think for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds of thought, and it's not hard at all. Well, the bullet bill hallway at the start, the climb of the bullet bills, is pretty challenging. But, in a way where, you just have to do it right. Very good. Very good. I am hitting complete. Thank y'all for, thank you for level 06i, and thank y'all for opting out of, Twitch's bullshit. That's good shit. I'm gonna say that again next viewer level stream. I'm going to say it again, and I'm probably gonna say it enough times that it can be a title. Or not, whatever. It's never too late to opt out. It's never too late to give Twitch a piece of your, mind. Opt out with me. Thank you, thank you. Chard is up next. Chard is here. Fantastic. Here's another card. I've been playing the Twilight Princess recomp, Dusklight. I've been playing the 2-screen version on my AYN Thor, which has been pretty solid. I will say sometimes there's stuff that's on the map if you pull up the map by hitting the D-pad that isn't on the touchscreen map, which is a little inconvenience, honestly. But all in all, it's a good way to play that game, and I'm sure it'll get better over time. That, like, 2-screen mod on top of Dustlight, which is already a really good, mod, recomp in the first place. I really love how they made that recomp available on Android. That's fantastic, and, I've been having fun going through that. That was, like, the main thing I played, like, at the hotel after, you know, after a whole day at the theme parks. And right now, I'm just about to go into Hyrule Castle for the finale. And I think I'll be ready for, you know, I got the calendar here. I'm doing Twilight Princess Randomizer on Friday, so I'll have finished it by then. Or maybe I'll just, you know, just do the randomizer. I don't need to necessarily finish it. I've gotten like 90, you know, yeah. All right, this one again. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Get these heads up, and then, you're gonna head to bed. You got work tomorrow after this, Chard? Gotcha, let's do it. Twilight Princess is pretty fun. There's parts of that game that are a little bit sloggy. Definitely like the first step in the direction that would, you know, I think really hit its worst in Skyward Sword. But, the dungeons are world-class, and, it's fun to play through again. And low-key, I'm just really glad that people are putting out Android versions of recomps and decomps and all that. That's rad as shit. It has the best dark nuts. Does it? I like the Wind Waker ones, where they're like dog people. and you cut off their backs. I'm trying to think. What are the Dark Nuts in who are they in Twilight Princess? Maybe they're in Hyrule Castle. Maybe I haven't run into them yet. They're not ringing a bell, and I was just playing that game like the last few days, but maybe they're like different enough where I'm not thinking of the guy I had to like go around or something. Maybe it's just not coming to mind necessarily. Oh, that's not good. I need to get a little bit of damage real fast so I can Oh, that was a save. Worth noting, everyone. We've done this level a bunch of times. We've gotten to this part a bunch. We've gotten past this part like a couple times. It's a hard thing to do. This, if we get through this though, and we get through the door, I'll be feeling pretty good. Oh! Oh! We made it to the top. This is looking pretty good. This could be it. We've been here once before. Whoa, what the hell? Okay, okay. We gotta ride that. Okay. Gotta get the hang of boarding that swamp from the side. And we will definitely have that. I feel like it's not that long. I feel like that must be near the end. We'll get there. You know, next week we'll depending on how early you submit this shard, we'll get it like outside the lightning round. We'll have a full 12 minutes again, and that'll probably be enough to finish it off. You are so close. They're like knights, they're always knights, but they throw their great swords at you. Oh, are they like the guys that like take their armor off like halfway? Like you fight them and then they're like they like disrobe a little bit? I guess those are the same guys as like an Ocarina of Time. I just picture like 2 times in a row! 2 times in a row! Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Here we go. We got it. There's the ending! That was like 2 months in the making. That took like 2 months. Did it take 2 months? It's hard to say. Also, it's the first clear. Let's go. Really wasn't that bad once you do it. Didn't look that hard. But you gotta learn every single little jump and get it all down pat. Really, it wasn't that bad, was it? Huh. What's the clear rate at now? It is 0.14%. It's pretty challenging. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Chard. Thank you, Chard. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay. Sienna B, you are up next. Oat has the Iron Knuckle, which is the same thing, maybe a little different. Yeah, I sort of associate the enemies in Twilight Princess more with those Iron Knuckles of Ocarina. Are they the same? You know, it's a hard to. I'd have to see the enemies to really, you know, bring this up during Twilight Princess Randomizer on Friday, and maybe I will finally understand which enemies, what their names are. Names of enemies. Next in chat for Sienna Bay, who just said Sienna Bay, who just said cool. All right, great. Another card while we're entering this thing. I did watch the new episode of ReZero. It has returned from its mid-season hiatus. I did not notice that this was back while I was in Ohio. I only realized it once I got home and had a closer look at the currently watching the homepage of like whatchamacallit, of Annie List, where it shows you like all the, it like puts a red box line it like puts a red line under shows with episodes you haven't watched yet, which was very helpful for like reminding me like, oh yeah, ReZero. It sure is, you know, I'm excited to see where this goes. This has been a great season so far, but the mysteries have not been revealed yet. And now, since it'll be, you know, hey, thanks for the chard sub. I appreciate the gift sub. Where did, who got it? It got to, Neko Melon. There you go. Good night, Shard. You have a good one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate the hell out of that. What the hell was I saying? Really good episode of ReZero. Happy it's back. That's all I have to say. ReZero's fucking great. And, I'm glad it's back on the air after its big, long hiatus. You know, it was like a whole season long, basically. Longer than my hiatus of a week. Week and a half, roughly. Let's do another card real fast. Actually, no. Just go ahead. Sienna Bay has confirmed. We got a few cards left. I can just pull the last card. If I run out of levels before I run out of cards, that's fine. There's really not that many left. ReZero's fucking good and I love it. And definitely one of the best things on right now. I'll say I did have a look at, you know, I like sometimes to look through my list of anime and go like, okay, where are we at right now with the various shows tier-wise. I do think there's a lot of stinkers this season that I ended up going in on. Kind of a lot of C tier, kind of a lot of F tier, honestly. There's a lot of shows I probably should have cut, dropped, etc. But I thought they would be better. That's a cool boss. Look at this. We got, oh god, whole bunch of ghosts, spikes every which way. Yeah, chain chomps. And we cannot take damage. We're not allowed to take damage, or the clear condition is not, or the clear condition fails. Cool, let's do our best. We have 11 more tries. You know, if this is all, if we just have to survive, it's Hana Ori is so funny. Yeah, Hana Ori is great. I think that's an S tier for me. I love that show a lot. There are, as usual, a bunch of S tiers and a lot of shows that I'm really fucking loving. But, also a lot of stinkers. A lot of ones that really haven't lived up to their potential or have been more just generic isekai adventuring of a mediocre quality than I was hoping for. You can practice with unlimited swords. Oh, that's a good thing to note, is that we won't be able to finish, but we can just like try our best to see how if we can manage with we can at least manage a lap. How many laps are we trying to do here? So first off, I think we want to just climb up over the top. We don't want to go down where the guys are. We want to go down under the bottom. I didn't notice that guy was there. That guy was in my way. That bullet bill launcher. And that sort of held me up for a second. Alright. Hana Ori is really good. There's a lot of great shows as well, don't get me wrong, but I've been feeling kind of mid about a lot of shows, and less than mid on, honestly, a bunch more. Like, honestly, let me just look at my fucking list real fast. Also, I will say I've been continuing to watch House MD. It's good. House is back to being addicted. Spoilers for season 7 of House? You know, also, he got married. Yay! In the last episode I watched. That's fun. Some more spoilers. I don't think it's a very serious marriage though, so don't worry about it. You'll know it when you see it. Should I be spoiling House MD? Certainly I would like it if no one spoiled House MD for me, so I don't know. Frontier Lord has been very preschool. Like, has been like a show where it's like, okay, this feels like it's a show for babies. Little fucking babies, you know what I mean? Like, the politics and all that sort of operate on a preschool level, and that seems really stupid. It's like everyone took stupid pills or something, you know? I don't like it when characters, blocks turn into POWs. Oh, I see what that means. That means that we have to break blocks as we're going around the, as the thing. I see what you mean, yeah. Red River has been pretty dumb, and has also not had good action chops. Forsaken Foodie has gone into some real who gives a fuck type isekai adventuring, which is just like, okay, so these are some really bad dungeons and some really boring monsters that most of the episode you spend fighting. Yeesh. And Black Torch has been mid as shit, which I think, considering that, you know, it could have been cool, I feel like Black Torch has just been a whole lot of nothing, a whole lot of, like, I'm not really feeling it, and I'm not really entertained, and also, it seems like the idea of, like, you know, Dr. Doolittle joins the secret... Dr. Doolittle ninja joins the Secret Service sounds like a great idea, unless they just forget that he's that he can talk to animals half the time, and also the combat is boring. Honestly, I haven't been really into that one, and I think it's like fine, but it's like really boring, and also it's on the same day as like, you know, where are these blocks I have to break? Oh, I see, at the very top. I see. Also, it's on the same day as Damon's, which is like, you know, one of the best shonens of recent times, so it's like, okay, you know, on the same day I watch something that rules, I watch something that's like, so aggressively bland, mid, etc. Honestly, right now, I don't really have that much, I can watch some pretty mid shows and give them 2 out of 5s and 3s, and it's fine, whatever. But, maybe I shouldn't do. Maybe I should, Okay, let's practice here. First off, there are blocks in the, so we cannot pull bomb once. I don't think we can pull bomb in the air. So maybe we need to kill the guys first, and then clear a space for me to do bombs. This is hard as shit. And, I think requires a bit more strategy than I'm necessarily applying. There's plenty of great stuff as well. Definitely, like, every day has some good shows in addition to shows that I'm really not feeling that much. I keep telling myself every season, like, be a little more discerning. Like, cut some crap that's not really clicking. But, you know, a lot of times there are shows that look like they could be good. A lot of shows that, like, have potential. And, shit, man. I like to, give benefit of doubt. Okay, we got one. We got one in there. Shit. It'd be nice if you could take damage and continue. That would be That would sure make this a lot more doable. But, whatever. We can also go the back door way. Like, if we dodge these guys, we can hit them on the other side. I got it. I understand. Let's focus and do this. I got one other card related to things I've been watching. I did finish the House of the Dragon Season 3. I did not have time for this during my trip. I only finished it last night, which meant that it was like a week behind like when it actually aired. I really enjoyed the final episode of the season. I thought it was a really cool battle and a real cool just like everything fucking coming together to create a perfect storm of terrible bullshit. You know, of like what's the word exactly? A perfect storm of just like, you know, crisis, of just like everything is going in terrible directions for the powers that be. And like all plans are unraveling. And like, yeah, you know, it's just some real good misplays all over. You know, like it really looked like it should have went one way, but instead, just the throes of the century going on. Season 3 of House of the Dragons. It really is something to behold. The hubris, the like complete fucking mismanagement of the whole Reds versus Blacks campaigns. Oh hell yeah, we killed all the thwomps, or all the chain chomps. Now we have plenty of time to like, oopsie daisy. Okay, you know what? We set this down, and then we go on, shit! And we do have to get all these converted, all these blocks broke, and then we have to, hit them so that we can, cash them in. 3 tries left. This is a great season of House of the Dragon. I think it really peaked in the middle, where the Season 2 finale should have been. And, you know, honestly, I was kind of surprised that it was over so quick, like, after 8 episodes. I didn't really realize that it was only an 8-episode season, but, fucking TV seasons these days, right? They're fucking short as shit. I miss the days when a TV season was like a whole, like, you know, 12-episode affair, at least. Hell, Sopranos, shows like that, they sometimes went, you know, like, 12 was kind of short for them. Mind you, I like an anime. I like a 10-episode season. It's easy to get in, it's easy to watch, and, you know, if you ever want to rewatch, it's not really that long. And honestly, I do fucking hell appreciate that and enjoy that a bunch, but, you know, it is what it is. We could do this. We could do this. 2 tries left. Playing a bit reckless. Yes, I am playing a bit reckless. Been a long night. And I'm ready for the end of stream. I'll say I've been sleeping a little earlier recently, but also still sleeping pretty late. I got plenty of sleep. I'm sure I'll be able to go the distance and get the VOD up later tonight. It won't be too much trouble, but, you know. Look at that. Done in one. Done in one. And I wasted a perfectly good bomb. Drop this carefully. Wait, those guys go over. I don't have to give a fuck about them. Those guys go over. What the fuck? They're not a threat. This isn't so bad. What? Hello? So long as I be careful about the diagonals. Fuck, how the hell do you... Shit! Okay, let's actually work this out before we... How do you get to that little fucking thing? Maybe the thing is you gotta like, let's try this out real fast. So this run is already hosed, but, you jump down there, but, like, you're so... First off, we missed the thing. Second off, you're so likely to run into spikes on the way down. I don't know about this. Oh, here's how you do it. Difficult. Okay, okay. Last try. Last try. Was I still alive on a previous one? If I lose the clear condition, I might as well restart. Not that much practice I really want to do. Use the vines, no blind jumps. Yeah, but you can't bomb off a vine, so you're gonna have to... You bomb in midair? No, you can't bomb in midair even when you're coming off the ground. This is the last try. We've gotten a pretty good, we've done pretty alright. But, this level has really, got us good. Once we do this first bit, the next parts are not bad. Putting down these bombs. The ghosts are scary over there, but they go right overhead, and they do not, force me to move. So... let's go over here and do this one. We gotta find our window. Fuck! Also, I missed the bomb. The sparks tell you where to jump from. Oh, that... okay. Would have been helpful to realize before I was dead. But, also, it wasn't the main problem, honestly, with that, final attempt. Hard to get those ones. Thank you, Sienna B. That's a tough one. That's a toughie. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. And, we got a couple more levels here tonight. Tack Yoshi is up next. Just 3 more. Excellent, excellent. Did y'all watch the GTA 6 leaks? This is like the, hot news of today. I don't know if y'all saw, but, some gameplay footage of GTA 6 leaked. Guess what? There's driving in the game. You drive a car sometimes. And, boy, it sure looks like GTA. That's about it. I saw this morning. I thought it was kind of fun to see. And, also very much just like, it's very much just, hey, it's a new GTA. You drive around, if you run into an NPC, they'll be like, oh, fuck you, buddy, and then they'll get out of their car. if you stop and get out of your car, and they'll go into the fight mode, you know, like in previous GTAs. It's not, you know, it's not like transformative. It's a GTA game. If you like GTA 5, it'll be more of that, basically, from the looks of it. It's funny, you know, you're watching, and one of the questions I had, just like looking, was like, okay, but are there awkward mini games? And the answer, spoilers, is that one of the 2 clips that are out there is of the main character like shooting hoops into a into a basketball hoop, you know, shooting some baskets, shooting some hoops. That's what you call it. That's I already said that. I didn't need to specify further that they were basketball hoops. Dude is shooting some basketball hoops, and you know, it's like, okay, yeah, that's very GTA. Okay. It's not like the kind of thing where you would justify it being the biggest game of all time and make the company that makes it worth like more than any other company in the video game space, other than perhaps Nvidia, if that counts. But yeah, it looks fine. Looks fine. They spent like $1 billion on it, like several $1 billion on it, like 10 years, and billions of dollars, and it's just a GTA. I think that's kind of funny. I think it's kind of funny that it's like, oh, it's just a normal game. Right. Of course it is. It's just, you drive around, and, what'd I do wrong here? Or DW. Oh, I did an extra Y. This should be an F. So it looks like a normal GTA game. Looks like a normal GTA game, and, that's funny to me, and part of me is just like, I can taste it, you know? I can taste the mid. I can taste people going like, wait, we've been waiting 10 years, and it's not an Elden Ring tier game? You know, people are about as excited and, like, ready to buy it. I don't know how many people are excited versus, like, ready to buy it. But people are as pumped as they are, like, and as, like, and other game studios are as avoiding November as they would be with, like, Elden Ring or Silksong. And, boy, it sure looks like a normal game. Not like a once-in-a-generation, wonder game. And, man, it's gonna be fun to see everyone react to that and have that realization and go like, this is normal. This is alright. It's going to be fun when reviews hit and they're like 4 out of 5. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good game. Sure, you can buy it. You can play it. You want a big open world? The open world leaked as well. Apparently, spoilers, looks like there's one major city. And probably a bunch of outlying stuff in smaller clusters of cities. That's, I was kind of expecting it to be like, 3 cities. Like, isn't that how Vice City was back in the day? Some of the older PlayStation 2 ones, where they're like 3 separate cities in some of their open worlds there. It's kind of surprising it's just one. You only need one city in the whole planet. Well, we'll see. I don't know GTA stuff other than you played 5 of Friends. I played through all the campaign of Friends. I liked it. I think it was good. It's like a solid 4 out of 5 game. GTA 5 was. And I'll probably enjoy this one as well as a solid 4 out of 5 game. I wouldn't necessarily say it's going to be a Game of the Year contender. And, I never expected that. For those who do expect that, that's fun. We're sorting. Okay, I think I sent Springs. So wait, I'm like sorting. Okay, so I make the springs go one way or the other way, and then they do something or other. I already forgot which way I'm supposed to sort them. I'll send the big springs one way. That was incorrect. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm... Big springs right, small springs left. Or top vertical springs right, sideways left. Cool. Anyway, that's, I think that's funny. I really do. And I'm looking forward to see the reaction to GTA. And I'll say I'll play it myself as well. I'm not saying I'm not going to play it. I will do. And it'll be okay. Okay, I think the goal is you gotta not let the springs pile up. You may need to be fast. You may need to be fast. Okay. Can you get through that bottom door? I guess, should I eat the indicators? I probably shouldn't, because there's no point to that. And also, I'm just like, it's more of a game of attrition, so like... Yeah, don't eat the indicators. How often have you been able to say, don't eat the indicators? It's not a very... It's not something that happens that often. Edible indicators in a Mario Maker level. It's just, it doesn't crop up. Usually the indicators are things that cannot be eaten. I'll eat the indicators if I want, though. But, this time, let's just, you know... What?! Oh, if you do them the wrong way, it explodes on you. Okay. You gotta sort. You just realize you need to re-upload this level because of a multiplayer bug. Oops. That's too bad. I'll still give it a like, though. Nothing, that won't stop me, you know? We'll still have a good time, and hey, this is single player, so that won't be a concern. This goes left, this goes right, this goes right. This goes in the left hole, this goes in the right hole, this goes in the right hole. This goes in the left hole, this goes in the right hole, this goes in the left hole, this goes in the right hole. What? Huh? What? Thought I was doing pretty good there. Did I wrong hole something? Might have wrong holed it. Right one had too many springs? Okay. Really difficult thing. Really difficult, juggling these two, things. Okay. Left hole. Right hole. Right hole. Left hole. Right hole. Right hole. Right hole. Left hole. Left hole. Fuck! That was wrong. How many springs do we have to sort? Oh, I guess that's where the multiplayer would go. If you were a multiplayer, you would go that way. And, yeah. I'll say we are heading into the season of good games. There's going to be a bunch of really cool and exciting games coming out soon. And suffice to say, I'm excited for them. And GTA will be fine, and I'll enjoy it well enough. It's, never was a game I super expected to be great, so it'll be alright, and that'll be fine. I was always more of a Saints Row person, myself. Definitely prefer, Saints Row. I was in the bad place there. Spring cleaning has gotten so deadly. Yes. Yes, it has. I hope that gameplay reveal on Netflix lives up to expectations and shows things that are more interesting than you know, those gameplay leaks. The leakers, by the way, appear to be chuds, but I don't know. That doesn't really surprise me. Oops. That doesn't really terribly surprise me, you know? There's like a bunch of watermarks over that, like fighting for gamers' rights, which it's sort of a red flag, but whatever. It's fine. You know, it's just a thing where you see some gameplay and go, oh yeah, it's GTA. Looks like GTA. They should have been showing this for the last 2 years. It's kind of weird that they waited so long. That, like, the game is months away, and we still haven't seen, like, an ounce of gameplay. Other than, like, fucking leakers. Don't think it really, makes sense. Fuck. Those watermarks are hideous? They are. They're terrible. They're not very good at all, but, whatever, man. To save a week, sometimes you have to look at atrocious watermarks. How do you like it when the GTA man, he crashed his car into a thing, and then the guy got angry? Shooting some hoops. It's too late to replace this level, Yoshi. We're, like, midway through it. Bleh. Already spent all this time. Is that level shorter? Oh, I see. You just did a re-upload, didn't you? You just did a re-upload? Wow. Also, by liking it, I've been booted out of the level, so let me just type that back in. And we have 2 tries left, irregardless of, we'll just have these 2 tries for this level. Because, you know, the substitution and all that. So, yeah. That's the hot news out of, the world of gaming. Ah, new version. And, yeah, this is, marginally fixed. It'd be cool if this had more of a... I wouldn't have minded a little bit more, give. But, whatever, it's good, it's cool. I bet I could do this if I had more than 12 tries, if I had, like, 12 minutes instead. I'll say what I always should say, which is that, you know, if a level isn't beaten tonight, it could be beaten another night. You know, or if the queue were open, later that same night. But for now, it'll be next time. Fuck! It dropped that thing off itself. Last try, folks, last try. Do we got this? I kinda doubt it, but let's see what happens. It's the spring defense, spring sorting. It's hectic as shit. The block in the middle is a big problem. Definitely fucked us up a fair deal. A fair amount so far. Act fast and don't spit where the block is. Spit where the block isn't. No! Well, I'm not dead, but, wait a minute. Could I pull this off? Okay, hang on. I think I can cheese this. It's possible I can cheese this. I just gotta... No, okay! I just had to like set down a spring at my feet and set down another spring that I could stand on that. That's kind of hard to do from a ground that I can't see. No cheese tonight, folks. No cheese tonight, but I'm gonna give y'all one more. Hang on, one more. Let's see if this cheese works. Let's test the cheese. Let's test the cheese. I'm going to test the cheese. This is a freebie. This is on me. I want to test cheese. So here's what we could do. We take this and oh, that's gonna drag it around, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, so, not quite. Okay. Whatever. There's possible cheese there. The hard block didn't get destroyed that time, it's true. The hard block sort of prevents you from setting up ahead of time and doing your cheese, like, before the POW gets done. That'd be the time to do it, before the thing happens. So, yeah. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you, Takyoshi. That was cool. Almond Share is up next. That is correct. You are up next. You are. It is your turn. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I think this is the second to last card. Looking forward to getting back to a normal pace with normal life, and also some low prep streams. I will say, for as much, earlier tonight, with all those Cedar Point and Kings Island photos, there were like 240 of them in total. I spent a lot of time yesterday, picking out all the photos for each ride across all the days that I was in both of the parks. 3 days for Cedar Point and 2 days for Kings Island, like going across the thing. It's because I just got back from vacation, Almond Shear, and I wanted to go over Kings Island and Cedar Point on Tuesday rather than waiting for like Friday or something. I'm looking forward to some more relaxed bullshit coming up, some streams where I just like turn on the camera and sit down and say, hey, what's up? Maybe even with some cards where it's like, okay, I just took I took like 10 minutes and I came up with things I wanted to talk about rather than, basically a whole week of doing the thing and then a whole day of final prep. I'm looking forward to some more relaxed bullshit, where I don't have to walk around, where I don't have to worry about, like, setting crap up for this stream here. That's going to be nice. I'm looking forward to a nice, relaxed rest of my week, getting to some normal bullshit, tomorrow applying for stuff, watching the shows that I like to watch on Wednesdays, and otherwise just having a relaxed couple of days. And right now there's not that much on the horizon. There's not that much exciting in the next few months, so I'm gonna get back to business as far as like the work on my Godot stuff. I'm gonna get back to business as far as like short form stuff goes. I probably should try to get out and do a walk now and again. Get into a better habit with that stuff, but it's been a long week. It's been a lot of walking, a lot of roller coasters, a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and a lot of not being able to do the normal stuff that I do, and it'll be nice to just have some normal weeks, some normal months, some normal time, and that's this week. Rest of this week, rest of this month, it's gonna be pretty normal, and I'm feeling good about that. I can't wait to go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and watch Blight Club, and then I'll also watch the other podcasts that I watch on Wednesdays. I don't watch that many podcasts anymore, but if it's a video podcast on YouTube, that's easier to justify for some reason, where I don't have a whole queue. It's just like, hey, here's the latest episode, have at it. Ooh. Difficult. Those were some good jumps, though. Fuck. Your boss is a difficult boss fight. Your level is a difficult boss fight. Hope it's okay. It's cool, good, you know, but, you know, we will have the, limited lives. Keep that in mind and all, but, if you're okay with that, you know, it is what it is. And, hey, we're on the last life already. Fucking! Man, they went fast, that one. Man, they went fast. We nearly got into that donut stack a couple times there. How much more was there after that? Looks like a bit. Looks like some precise, jump on the blocks in the middle of spikes things. Some other precise bullshit. More precise bullshit. Looks like a lot of precise bullshit. Ooh, and then you go up and then you go down, and ooh boy. Okay, and the clear check time was like, 50 seconds, so... Okay. Wish we had 12 lives for that, but, it is what it is. You know, the clear rate is pretty high for a level like that. You must have got some really good people, some really talented fuckers to, really, do it. It took 10 minutes to beat, not that hard. Which one? This one or yours? Almond Shear says thank you. Apparently, Takayoshi, you did that one tonight. It took 10 minutes. Well, you know, we gotta do it outside the lightning round though. So I'll say, you know, again, you can always submit outside the lightning round. Next week we will have a lot more outside the lightning round time. Next week will be a normal viewer level week, and won't that be nice as well? I'm looking forward to that. I really am. And that last level of the night is T-Mail. T-Mail YT. YT often stands for YouTube, which is, you know, very popular website, as you know. Let's do this. I am thinking about how I could use a vacation following this vacation. Honestly, I feel like this card was just there because the other card was too busy to fit the emblem that means that it's the last card on it. I want to relax some. I want to sleep in. I want to not walk anywhere. I want to have some zero effort days, and I do think I will get some in the next week. I'll get a few. I'll get a handful, and that'll be nice. Theme park vacations are lovely, but they are tiring, and they do leave you. You know, I like a high energy vacation. I like to travel somewhere. I like to do a bunch of things every day, fill up an itinerary, you know, see a million things, do a million things. But it is true that, like, it's tiring. It's tiring. When's the next viewer level stream? This is the calendar, so it'll be a bit. Friday will be Twilight Princess, but next week there'll be viewer levels at the normal time on Friday, and also Titanfall 2 playthrough will start next week, which will be a pretty simple stream where I just turn the camera on, start up the game, get the volume right, and it'll be like no work at all. That'll be fun. Also, I might play, there was a Donkey Kong Land remake by some dude. Might play that. And, I am also thinking about the Bubsy DLC. They just doubled the length of Bubsy 4D, which sounds like a stream to me. So maybe we'll schedule 2 streams for next week for Thing. You didn't know if you had lightning round by the time you get the level Almond Shear? Well, we started in the lightning round pretty much because we had to go through a bunch of theme park stuff, and I wanted it to move fast so we could get through it in a reasonable time. I think it took like 6 hours to get through, so how reasonable is that exactly? I don't know. This is 0%, so we get the heads, and yeah. That's the last off-topic card. Last thing I wanted to cover. House MD is still pretty good. I could cover other things real fast. House MD is still pretty good. I'm looking forward to games in the next couple months. That's going to be nice. I am feeling pretty alright right now. I don't know. Tell me if we need hits. Okay. So far... Okay, so... I already lost my, power-up. So I'm already cooked. How the hell... So maybe first off, we just need to fight Bowser. I think we might just want to fight Bowser first off. And, wait, then he falls down and then... Huh? Can I shoot him from up here? I killed Bowser. Okay. With this, I can, a hint would be lovely. Also, that was the second life, so 1 second. That's, we should be at 10 now. I think a hint would be good. I don't know what... I don't get it. Has been a long stream. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe this, makes perfect sense. This guy doesn't give up a key, right? Maybe I need to defend. Maybe I need to keep this guy from ground pounding. So that he doesn't fall. If Bowser falls down, it's over. Okay, that is part of it. If anything falls down, it's over. Okay. Also, if you lose your fire flower, it's over, so let's just reset with that in mind, and, let's do it. Okay, so we need to be constantly, like, whenever he's doing big jump, we need to, defend the floor from him. Kinda difficult. Suffice it to say, but we don't really need that many shots on him. We just need to pelt him for, like... We might really need to just defend from the ground once or twice. Not that often at all. Fuck. You know what? Remember, he's often going to be jumping at us. So, we can keep it at our feet. But then, again, if he jumps at us... If we're, like, mashing the Y button, we're gonna accidentally pick it up, right? No. That's not how it works. Yes, it is how it works. Let's do some practice defenses. That's enough. The ba-bomb is the key. What ba-bomb? Ba-bomb? I haven't seen a ba-bomb. Maybe the ba-bombs appear a little bit later. Okay, we got 4 tries left. Centered myself up. Nice and good. I'm relaxed. I'm ready to party. Hit that on-off for no reason. Just slap Bowser in the face like in Mario Party 3 Daisy does. Be like Waluigi and kick him, I think. Forget. It's been a while since I've seen those cutscenes as well. I wouldn't mind doing Mario Party 3 story mode. And unlocking, Why did he jump that way? You're trying to clear the hard version of this level. This isn't the hard version of this level? Bowser, you gotta jump in the direction that I am so I can counter you. Having the spring near me is a problem. Because I'll toss it. I'll toss it. Nah, we're good. We got one more try left. This is the last. It's been cool and interesting and a cool challenge to which I don't see the second step yet, but or understand like where the hell this is going. But hey, we protected the floor. And then we killed Bowser. This is our last try, so, now what? Seriously, what the fuck? I don't see what we're doing here. I killed Bowser, I have a spring. Mid-air spring jump? Oh yeah, that is a thing. Oh! Okay. Just do that like, a half dozen times. So you release the spring before you release the jump. Basically. Is that right? I haven't done that many of these. I think the goal of this level is to get to the end as Fire Mario, so, you know, we're half the battle there. Maybe try with a running, jump. I guess, like, if you didn't kill Bowser, like, this would be thrilling, like, to do this, while you're, trying to deal with Bowser, but you can just kill Bowser, so... You just kill Bowser, so it's not a big deal. Been a long night. It's been a long stream. This is the last life. This looks so unintended. I know! But what else am I to do here? I don't have any other spring. I don't have any other option. Bowser would definitely jump down while trying to Kaizo. Yeah, if you were doing this mid-Bowser, it wouldn't work. You couldn't defend and do this at the same time. He is doing 50% of the right way. Hey! Hey! That's a second jump. There's the third. I don't even see... Okay, there's the bomb. Jesus, that's a lot of back and forth. I might have gotten the knack of it, though. I absolutely have not. Hey! I don't know why the blocks need to not break. I'm sure it'll make sense. Yeah. like, half of our time is up. So that's fun. Like, we get the bomb down there, and then it'll all make sense. There we go. Wait a minute. Wait, what? You can't blow it up without Bowser? You have to do this while Bowser is alive? You fucking kidding? What? How the hell do you keep him from stomping while you're doing this bullshit? I'm impressed that you managed that. And then there's 3 other challenges. This thing takes 200 seconds. So I guess also if you got through this and you lost all your time, you know. Also, you would need to make sure that Bowser doesn't blow it up beforehand. You would need to make sure that Bowser doesn't, like, unintentionally blow it up early. Like at this point here. I guess if you're so fast at this, you know, you can do this without, missing one of these, and then Bowser doesn't have time to blow it up prematurely. You don't want a premature bomb. That's never a good thing. Whenever premature is used in a sentence, it's not a good thing. Is there a hidden trick to this? I don't think there is, and I think that's all we can do with the, I think that's all we can do, folks. Up there, there's just like, wait, there's a door up there. What's that door? Hang on. We gotta go into that door. 1 second. One last thing here. We gotta go into this door and see what's what. Give me like 10 minutes. Give me like 5 minutes here. Give me like 115 seconds. There we go. What's with the door? Okay, well, whatever was up with the door, I fucked up. And also you gotta erase this block, and I can now not get into the next door, so yeah. Cool. Okay. Good. More. Okay. I don't know why. Probably you get a key from that block or something, and then you can use that key to finish the level, and you need to definitely do it. I can see why no one has beaten that. I wish Project 0% best of luck in the future. Seems, quite annoying in a bunch of ways. Impossible. I believe it's possible. I just think it's very hard, and I don't know if there's a trick to it. I do not know it. Probably someone do. I am hitting dismiss. You found a new minor bug in your level, Yoshi. Dang, that's too bad. Isn't that the pits? Folks, we're done. It is 1:30. That's about as late as viewer levels ever run, but that's it for tonight's stream. That's it for the viewer levels. We spent all this time. It turns out it takes a while to cover 2 theme parks, with like 15, 18 roller coasters each, with double-digit amounts of roller coasters in each one. Turns out that takes a while. And also, if you want to talk about off-topic things, forget about it. I had fun. I hope you enjoyed hearing about my vacation. And, you know, if you've been there to Cedar Point or Kings Island, I hope that my opinions, I hope you liked my hearing about it. And if you haven't been there, hey, maybe someday. Hey, maybe someday. The rest of this week, I'm going to relax and, you know, other than the process of getting Twilight Princess Randomizer set up, I'm pretty much going to have a nice, relaxed week. You'll see me at Friday at 2:30 p.m. Central, early in the day because, it's a randomizer and it probably will be longer than your average. It'll probably take a while to get through. I'm not sure what setup I'm going to go with, but I will say I think that the Twilight Realm will be in play this time. But specifically where every bug will be a check, not where I have to get the bugs individually. Like, I won't have to get the grapes, but there will be like 15 checks in every single Twilight Realm. So I think that'll be fun and good to have to check all those places and get some real lucrative checks. I love it when randomizer are like checks, and that'll be Friday. Next week will be a normal week. Things will be getting back to normal, and yeah, Monday will be Titanfall 2. I'm gonna be replaying its campaign. We'll have a nice playthrough of that. I'm not sure how long it's gonna take, how many streams, but probably 2 weeks, and probably 2, maybe 3 weeks, and I think that'll be great. Titanfall 2 rules. It's a great campaign, and I'm looking forward to that. Next Thursday, not this Thursday, but next Thursday, we will have some sort of midweek stream, and I'm thinking about either the Donkey Kong Land remake that some dude did. It's unofficial and shit, but it's on PC and looks kind of cool. As well as I'm thinking of the Bubsy 4D DLC that doubled the game length that's free. And I think I'd like to do both of those. Honestly, I might end up scheduling 2 streams for next week, maybe a Wednesday and a Thursday. After a week off, it kind of would be nice and good practice to do some more streams in the to make up for a little bit of lost time and all that. And then like the week after that, it'll be September, and games will start up. New games will be coming out pretty soon. I'm gonna have to come up with a schedule for September before the next viewer level stream, which by the way will be Fridays at 6 p.m. But not this Friday because of this stream, but next Friday for sure, and every Friday after that, most likely, barring some sort of vacation situation, or like another trip, or, extenuating circumstances like, if Control 2 were to come out on a Friday, what is Control, is that on a, if something were to come out on a Friday and I really wanted to prioritize it, yeah, it might be, that's the Friday stream for that week, but otherwise, probably a lot of Mario Maker on Friday, a lot of the normal schedule. Look for that. Eventually we'll get back to Sonic 06 after I get through Titanfall and 2, and that'll be good as well. I say that'll be good. That'll be fun as well. That'll be interesting. That'll be a good stream of a bad game, and yeah. Folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. Thank you for joining me. Let me send the Twitch people out on a raid, as you do at the end of a stream. Let me go ahead and send y'all out. Let's see who's online, who's streaming right now. Bunch of people. It's a Tuesday. I typically don't stream that often on Tuesday, but let me see who's going. I'm going to send y'all to Dread Rob, who is playing some sort of boat game and has 1 viewer right now, which I don't know what game that is, but he's a cool dude, and he only has streamed a little bit, so that's I think he'll appreciate y'all dropping in and saying hello. Not streamed that much, I don't think. Don't know that he streamed since he signed up several months ago and did it a stream or 2. So let's send you over there. I'm not sure if he's been streaming regularly, but yeah. Anyway, folks, that's gonna do it. I'll see you on Friday for Twilight Princess Randomizer. And Monday for Titanfall, Thursday, maybe Wednesday as well for something else. Next Friday for viewer levels. I'll see you all those times for all those things, and various more times in the future. We're gonna have some regular weeks going forward, with some regular cadence and some regular scheduling, and I think that'll be nice and good and chill and a great change of pace for me coming off hectic vacation mode. Give your love to the VOD, also to the short form content if you so choose. And I will see y'all on Friday. Good night, folks. Seriously, good night. Have a good one. That's it.